Oh wait, this is okay. So the other camera didn't work. Um, but let's see. Can you guys hear me? I've been waiting. It's the man himself. Can you guys hear me? I don't think they can hear me.
Let me go on.
Yes, they can. Yeah, nice. Yeah, can you go on it just to make sure? What is up, guys? It's the man, the myth, the legend. It's just a Nami. Um, it's pretty pog, as the gamers would say. Um, dude is looking to. Thank you. I found out what pog meant just a little while ago. I don't know if that's an acronym or not. Um, but this live stream is gonna be pretty pog, if you know what I mean. Oh, what's it called? I was I was gonna keep this mustache for a while, because of November, but I decided to keep it. I think I'm gonna shave it in a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Can you hit the dab? Oh no. Hold up. I want to show you guys the mug that my sister got. It's like a little dinosaur. I thought it was really cute. It's like it's the cup itself is terrible. I mean, it can't even be like straight. Yes, and it's really curved inside. It's okay. I don't know why I'm so nervous. I'm gonna. Oh gosh. Whip, nay, hit the dabs, hit all the dabs. All right, cool. Crack my back. I don't know if this sounds good. Does it sound good, Lacey? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is it like clear? Is it crisp? Is it smooth? Do you like when you hear my voice? Does it sound like you want to fall asleep? Because by the end of this live stream, everyone's gonna be asleep. Let's get started, baby. All right. Geez, I guess you guys really want me to start reading. So today, or tonight, I'm going to be reading The Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger. It is one of my favorite books. It's next to Roadwork by Stephen King. Yeah, Stephen King. I don't know. That's another really good book. I want to try and read a book every. Obviously, I want to read more, but right now I'm probably going to read one entire book every single month, and then maybe every 2 weeks. You know how it goes, guys. It's pog. It's pog. Okay, so I'm gonna be starting right now. There's gonna be little to no like stopping, maybe after each chapter. But here we go, guys. Here is The Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger. To my mother. Chapter 1. If you really want to hear about it, the first thing you'll probably want to know is where I was born and what my lousy childhood was like, and how my parents were occupied and all before they had me, and all the David Copperfield kind of crap. But I don't feel like going into it if you want to know the truth. In the first place, that stuff bores me. And in the second place, my parents would have about 2 hemorrhages apiece if I told anything pretty personal about them. They're quite touchy about anything like that, especially my father. They're nice and all. I'm not saying that, but they're also touchy as hell. Besides, I'm not going to tell you my whole goddamn autobiography or anything. I'll just tell you about this madman stuff that happened to me around last Christmas, just before I got pretty run down. I had to come out here and take it easy. I mean, that's all I told DB about, and he's my brother now. He's in Hollywood. that isn't too far from this crummy place, and he comes over and visits me practically every week, and he's going to drive me home when I go home next month actually, maybe. He just got a Jaguar, one of those little English jobs that can do around 200 miles an hour. Apologies for the my enunciation or pronunciation and my mishaps. That happens quite often. I don't know why. It's because I'm really nervous. It cost him damn near 4,000 bucks. He's got a lot of dough though. Now he doesn't used to. He used to be just a regular writer when he was home. He wrote this terrific book of short stories, The Secret Goldfish, in case you never heard of him. The best one in it was The Secret Goldfish. It was about this little kid that wouldn't let anybody look at his goldfish because he'd bought it with his own money. It killed me. Now he's out in Hollywood, DB, with being a prostitute. If there's one thing I hate, it's the movies. Don't even mention them to me. Where I want to start telling is the day I left Pensy Prep. Pensy Prep is a school that's in Hagerstown, Pennsylvania. You probably heard of it. You've probably seen the ads anyway. They advertise in about 1,000 magazines, always showing some hotshot guy on a horse jumping over a fence. Like as if all you ever did at Pensy was play polo all the time. I never even once saw a horse anywhere near the place. And underneath the guy on the horse's picture, it always says, since 1888, we have been molding boys into splendid, clear thinking young men, strictly for the birds. They don't do any damn more molding at Pensy than they do at any other school. And I didn't know anybody there that was splendid and clear thinking and all. Maybe two guys, if that many. And they probably came to Pensy that way. Anyway, it was a Saturday of the football game with Saxon Hall. The game with Saxon Hall was supposed to be a very big deal around Pensy. It was the last game of the year, and you were supposed to commit suicide or something if Old Pensy didn't win. I remember around 3 o'clock that afternoon, I was standing way the hell up on top of Thompson Hill, right next to this crazy cannon that was in the Revolutionary War and all. You could see the whole field from there, and you could see the two teams bashing each other all over the place. You couldn't see the grandstand too hot, but you could hear them all yelling, deep and terrific, on the Pensy side, because practically the whole school except me was there, and scrawny and faggy on the Saxon Hall side, because the visiting team hardly ever brought many people with them. There were never many girls at all at the football games. Only seniors were allowed to bring girls with them. It was a terrible school, no matter how you look at it. I like to be somewhere at least where you can see a few girls around once in a while. And if they're only scratching their arms or blowing their noses, or even just giggling or something. Old Selma Thurmer, she was the headmaster's daughter, showed up at the games quite often, but she wasn't exactly the type that drove you mad with desire. She was a pretty nice girl, though. I sat next to her once in the bus from Hagerstown, and we sort of struck up a conversation. I liked her. She had a big nose, and her nails were all bitten down and bleedy looking. And she had on this damn falsies that point all over the place, but you felt sort of sorry for her. What I liked about her. She didn't give you all a lot of horse manure about what a great guy her father was. She probably knew what a phony slob he was. The reason I was standing way up on Thompson Hill instead of down at the game was because I just got back from New York with the fencing team. I was the goddamn manager of the fencing team. Very big deal. We'd gone into New York that morning for this fencing meet with McBurney School. Only we didn't have the meet. I left all the foils and equipment and stuff on the goddamn subway. It wasn't all my fault. I had to keep getting up to look at this map so we'd know where to get off. So we got back to Pensy around 2:30 instead of around dinner time. The whole team ostracized me the whole way back on the train. It was pretty funny in a way. The other reason I wasn't down at the game was because I was on my way to say goodbye to old Spencer, my history teacher. He had the grip, and I figured I probably wouldn't see him again till Christmas vacation started. He wrote me this note saying he wanted to see me before I went home. He knew I wasn't coming back to Pennsy. I forgot to tell you about that. They kicked me out. I wasn't supposed to come back after Christmas vacation on account of I was flunking 4 subjects and not applying myself and all. They gave me frequent warning to start applying myself, especially around midterms, when my parents came up for a conference with old Thermer, but I didn't do it. So I got the axe. They give guys the axe frequently at Pennsy. It was a very good academic rating, Pennsy. It really is. It really does. Anyway, it was December and all, and it was cold as a witch's teat, especially on top of that stupid hill. I only had on my reversible and non-gloves or anything. The week before that, somebody stole my camel's hair coat right out of my arm with my fur-lined gloves right in the pocket and all. Penty was full of crooks. Quite a few guys came from the very wealthy families, but it was full of crooks anyway. The more expensive a school is, the more crooks it has. I'm not kidding. Anyway, I kept standing next to the crazy cannon, looking down at the game and freezing my ass off. Only I wasn't watching the game too much. What I was really hanging, what I was really hanging around for, I was trying to feel some kind of a goodbye. I mean, I've left schools and places I didn't even know I was leaving them. I hate that. I don't care if it's a sad goodbye or a bad goodbye, but when I leave a place, I like to know I'm leaving it. If you don't, you feel even worse. I was lucky. All of a sudden, I thought of something that helped me know I was getting the hell out. I suddenly remember this time in around October about that I and Robert Teschner and Paul Campbell were chucking a football around in front of the academic building. They were nice guys, especially Teschner. It was just before dinner, and it was getting pretty dark out, but we kept chucking the ball around anyway. It kept getting darker and darker, and we could hardly see the ball anymore. But we didn't want to stop doing what we were doing. Finally, we had to. This teacher that taught biology, Mr. Zamzi, stuck his head out of the window in the academic building and told us to go back to the dorm and get ready for dinner. If I get a chance to remember that kind of stuff, I can get a goodbye when I need one. At least most of the time I can. As soon as I got it, I turned around and started running down the other side of the hill, toward old Spencer's house. He didn't live on the campus, he lived on Anthony Wayne Avenue. I ran all the way to the main gate, and then I waited a second till I got my breath. I have no wind, if you want to know the truth. I'm quite a heavy smoker for one thing. That is, I used to be. They made me cut it out. Another thing, I grew 6.5 inches last year. That's also how I practically got TB and came out here for all these goddamn checkups and stuff. I'm pretty healthy though. Anyway, as soon as I got my breath back, I ran across Route 204. It was icy as hell and I damn near fell down. I don't even know what I was running for. I guess I just felt like I felt like it. After I got across the road, I felt like I was sort of disappearing. It was that kind of crazy afternoon. Oh gosh, terrifically cold and no sun out or anything. And you felt like you were disappearing every time you crossed the road. Boy, I rang that doorbell fast when I got to old Spencer's house. I was really frozen. My ears were hurting and I could hardly move my fingers and all. Come on, come on, I said right out loud almost. Somebody opened the door. Finally, old Miss Spencer opened it. They didn't have a maid or anything, and they always opened the door themselves. They didn't have to much dough. Hold it, Miss Spencer said. How lovely to see you. Come in, dear. Are you frozen to death? I think she was glad to see me. She liked me. At least I think she did. Boy, did I get in the house fast. How are you, Miss Spencer? I said. How's Mr. Spencer? Let me take your coat, dear, she said. She didn't hear me ask her how Mr. Spencer was. She was sort of deaf. She hung up my coat in the hall closet, and I sort of brushed my hair back with my hand. I wear a crew cut quite frequently, and I never have to comb it much. How have you been, Miss Spencer? I said again, only louder, so she heard me. I've been just fine, Holden. She closed the closet door. How have you been? The way she asked me. I knew right away old Spencer told her I'd been kicked out. Fine, I said. How's Mr. Spencer? He over his grip yet? Over it, Holden. He's behaving like a perfect, I don't know what. He's in his room, dear. Go right in. That was chapter 1. Now, on to chapter 2. Oh, and thank you. Merry Christmas to you guys as well. Chapter 2. They each had their own room and all. They were both around 70 years old, or even more than that. They got a bank of things, though, in a half-assed way, of course. I know that sounds mean to say, but I don't mean it mean. I just mean that I used to think about old Spencer quite a lot. And if you thought about him too much, you wondered what the heck he was still living for. I mean, he was all stooped over and he had very terrible posture. And in class, whenever he dropped a piece of chalk at the blackboard, some guy in the first row always had to get up and pick it up and hand it to him. That's awful, in my opinion. But if you thought about him just enough and not too much, you could figure it out that he wasn't doing too bad for himself. For instance, one Sunday when some other guys and I over there for hot chocolate, he showed us this old beat up Navajo blanket that he and Miss Spencer bought off some Indian in Yellowstone Park. You could tell old Spencer got a big bang out of buying it. That's what I mean. You take somebody old as hell, like old Spencer, and they can get a big bang out of buying a blanket. His door was open, but I sort of knocked on it anyway, just to be polite and all. I could see where he was sitting. He was sitting in a big leather chair, all wrapped up in the blanket I just told you about. He looked over at me when I knocked. Who's that? He yelled. Caulfield? Come in, boy. He was always yelling outside class. It got on my nerves sometimes. The minute I went in, I was sort of sorry I'd come. He was reading the Atlantic Monthly, and there were pills and medicine all over the place, and everything smelled like Vicks nose drops. It was pretty depressing. I'm not too crazy about sick people anyway. What made it even more depressing, old Spencer had on this very sad, ratty old bathrobe that he was probably born in or something. I don't know much I don't much like to see old guys in their pajamas and bathrobes anyway. Their bumpy old chests are always showing, and their legs, old guys' legs, at beaches and places, always look so white and unhairy. Hello, sir, I said. I got your note. Thanks a lot. He had written me this note asking me to stop by and say goodbye before vacation started, on account of I wasn't coming back. You didn't have to do all that. I'd have come over to say goodbye anyway. Have a seat there, boy, old Spencer said. He meant the bed. I sat down on it. How's your grip, sir? My boy, if I felt any better, I'd have to send for the doctor, old Spencer said. That knocked him out. He started chuckling like a madman. Then he finally straightened himself out and said, Why aren't you down at the game? I thought this was the day of the big game. It is. I was. Only I just got back from New York with the fencing team. I said, Boy, his head was like a rock. He started getting serious as hell. I knew he would. So, you're leaving us, eh? He said, Yes, sir. I guess I am. He started going into this nodding routine. You never saw anybody nod as much in your life as old Spencer did. You never knew if he was nodding a lot because he was thinking it and all, or just because he was a nice old guy that didn't know his ass from his elbow. What did Dr. Thurmer say to you, boy? I understand you had to quit a little. You had quite a little chat. Jeez. Yes, we did. We really did. I was in an office for around 2 hours, I guess. What did he say to you? Oh, well, about life being a game and all, and how you should play it according to the rules. He was pretty nice about it. I mean, he didn't hit the ceiling or anything. He just kept talking about life being a game and all. You know, life is a game, boy. Life is a game that only plays according to the rules. Yes, sir. I know it is. I know it. Game my ass. Some game. If you get on the side where all the hot shots are, then it's a game. All right. I'll admit that. But if you get on the other side where there aren't any hot shots, then what's a game about? Nothing. No game. Has Dr. Thurmer written to your parents yet? Old Spencer asked me. He said he was going to write them Monday. Have you yourself communicated with them? No, sir. I haven't communicated with them because I'll probably see them Wednesday night when I get home. And how do you think they'll take the news? Well, they'll be pretty irritated about it, I said. They really will. This is about the fourth school I've gone to. I shook my head. I shake my head quite a lot. Boy, I said. I'll say boy quite a lot. Partly because I have a lousy vocabulary, and partly because I act quite young for my age sometimes. I was 16, and I'm 17 now, and sometimes I act like I'm about 13. It's really ironical because I'm 6 foot tall. I'm 6 foot 2.5, and I have gray hair. I really do. The one side of my head, the right side, is full of millions of gray hairs. I've had them ever since I was a kid, and yet I still act sometimes like I was only about 12. Everybody says that, especially my father. It's partly true though, too, but it's also it isn't all true. People always think something's all true. I don't give a damn, except that I get bored sometimes when people tell me to act my age. Sometimes I act a lot older than I am. I really do, but people never notice it. People never notice anything. Old Spencer started nodding again. He also started picking his nose. He made out like he was only pinching it, but he was really getting the old thumb right in there. I guess he thought it was all right to do because it was only me that was in the room. I didn't care, except that it's pretty disgusting to watch somebody pick their nose. And then he said, I had the privilege of meeting your mother and dad when they had their little chat with Dr. Thurman some weeks ago. They're grand people. Yes, they are. They're very nice. Grand. That's a word I really hate. It's a phony. I could puke every time I hear it. Then, all of a sudden, old Spencer looked like he had something very good, something sharp as a tack to say to me. He sat up more in his chair and sort of moved around. It was a false alarm, though. All he did was lift the Atlantic Monthly off his lap and try to chuck it on the bed next to me. He missed. It was only about 2 inches away, but he missed anyway. I got up and picked it up and put it down on the bed. All of a sudden, then, I wanted to get the hell out of the room. I could feel a terrific lecture coming on. I didn't mind the idea so much, but I didn't feel like being lectured to and smell Vicks and nose drops and look at old Spencer in his pajamas and bathrobe all at the same time. I really didn't. It started all right. What's the matter with you, boy? Old Spencer said. He said it pretty tough to me for him. How many subjects do you carry this term? 5, sir. 5. And how many are you failing in? 4. I moved my ass a little bit on the bed. It was the hardest bed I ever sat on. I passed English all right, I said, because I had all the Beowulf and Lord Randall, my son, stuff when I was at the Wooton school. I mean, I didn't have to do any work in English at all, hardly, except write compositions once in a while. He wasn't even listening. He hardly ever listened to you when you said something. I flunked you in history because you knew absolutely nothing. I know that, sir. But I know it. Boy, I know it. You couldn't help it. Absolutely nothing, he said over again. That's something that drives me crazy. When people say something twice that way, after you admit it the first time. Then he said it 3 times, but absolutely nothing. I doubt very much if you opened your book even once the whole term. Did you? Tell the truth, boy. Well, I sort of glanced through it a couple of times, I told him. I didn't want to hurt his feelings. He was mad about history. You glanced through it, eh? He said, very sarcastic. Your exam paper is over there top of my chif- chiffonier? Yeah, chiffonier on top of the pile. Bring it here, please. It was a very dirty trick, but I went over and brought it over to him. I didn't have any alternative or anything. Then I sat down on his cement bed again. Boy, you can't imagine how sorry I was getting that I stopped by to say goodbye to him. He started handling my exam paper like it was a turd or something. We studied the Egyptians from November 4th to December 2nd, he said. You chose to write about them for the optional essay question. Would you care to hear what you had to say? No, sir, not very much, I said. He read it anyway, though. You can't stop a teacher when they want to do something. They just do it. The Egyptians were an ancient race of Caucasians residing in one of the eastern sections of Africa. The latter, as well as we all know, is the largest continent in the eastern hemisphere. I had to sit there and listen to that crap. It certainly was a dirty trick. The Egyptians are extremely interesting to us today for various reasons. Modern science would still like to know what the secret ingredients were that the Egyptians used when they wrapped up dead people so that their faces would not rot for innumerable centuries. This interesting riddle is still quite a challenge to modern science in the 20th century. He stopped reading and put my paper down. I was beginning to sort of hate him. Your essay, shall we say, ends there, he said in this very sarcastic voice. You wouldn't think such an old guy would be so sarcastic and all. However, you dropped me a little note at the bottom of the page, he said. I know I did, I said. I said it very fast because I wanted to stop him before he started reading that out loud. But you couldn't stop him. He was hot as a firecracker. Dear Mr. Spencer, he read out loud, that is all I know about the Egyptians. I can't seem to get very interested in them, although your lectures are very interesting. It is all right with me if you flunk me, though, as I'm flunking everything else except English anyway. Respectfully yours, Holden Caulfield. He put my goddamn paper down, then and looked at me like he just beaten hell out of me in ping pong or something. I don't think I'll ever forgive him for reading me that crap out loud. I wouldn't have read it out loud to him if he'd written it. I really wouldn't. In the first place, I'd only written that damn note so that he wouldn't feel too bad about flunking me. Do you blame me for flunking you, boy? He said. No, sir. I certainly don't, I said. I wish to hell he'd stop calling me boy all the time. He tried chucking my exam paper on the bed when he was through with it, only he missed again, naturally. I had to get up again and pick it up and put it on top of the Atlantic Monthly. It's boring to do that every 2 minutes. What would you have done in my place? He said. Tell the truth, boy. Well, you could see he really felt pretty lousy about flunking me. So I shot the bull for a while. I told him I was a real moron and all that stuff. I told him how I would have done exactly the same thing if I'd been in his place, and how most people didn't appreciate how tough it is being a teacher. That kind of stuff. The old bull. The funny thing is, though, I was sort of thinking of something else while I shot the bull. I live in New York, and I was thinking about the lagoon in Central Park, down near Central Park South. I was wondering if it would be frozen over when I got home. And if it was, where did the ducks go? I was wondering where the ducks went when the lagoon got all icy and frozen over. I wondered if some guy came in a truck and took them away to a zoo or something, or if they just flew away. I'm lucky though. I mean, I could shoot the old bull to old Spencer and think about those ducks at the same time. It's funny. You don't have to think too hard when you talk to a teacher. All of a sudden, though, he interrupted me while I was shooting the bull. He was always interrupting me. How do you feel about it, all this, boy? I'd be very interested to know. Very interested. You mean about me, my flunking out of Pensy and all? I said. I sort of wished he'd cover up his bumpy chest. It wasn't such a beautiful view. If I'm not mistaken, I believe you also had some difficulty at Wutan school and at Elkton Hills. He didn't say it just sarcastic, but sort of nasty too. I didn't have too much difficulty in Elkton Hills, I told him. I didn't exactly flunk out or anything. I just quit, sort of. Why, may I ask? Why? Oh, well, it's a long story, sir. I mean, it's pretty complicated. I didn't feel like going into the whole thing with him. He wouldn't have understood it anyway. It wasn't up his alley at all. One of the biggest reasons I felt I left Elkton Hills was because I was surrounded by phonies. That's all. They were coming in the goddamn window. For instance, they had this headmaster, Mr. Hawes, that was the phoniest bastard I ever met in my life. 10 times worse than old Thermer. On Sundays, for instance, old Haz went around shaking hands with everybody's parents when they drove up to school. He'd be charming as hell and all. Except if some boy had little old funny looking parents, you should have seen the way he did with my roommate's parents. I mean, if a boy's mother was sort of fat or corny looking or something, and if somebody's father was one of those guys who'd wear those suits with very big shoulders and corny black and white shoes, then old Hod would just shake hands with them and give them a phony smile, and then he'd go talk for maybe a half an hour with somebody else's parent. I can't stand stuff like that. It drives me crazy. It makes me so depressed I go crazy. I hated that goddamn Elkton Hills. Old Spencer asked me something then, but I didn't hear him. I was thinking about old Hawes. What, sir? I said. Do you have any particular qualms about leaving Pensy? Oh, I have a few qualms, all right. Sure, but not too many. Not yet, anyway. I guess it hasn't really hit me yet. It takes things a while to hit me. All I'm doing right now is thinking about going home Wednesday. I'm a moron. Do you feel absolutely no concern for your future, boy? Oh, I feel some concern for my future, all right. Sure I do. I thought about it for a minute, but not too much, I guess. Not too much, I guess. You will, old Spencer said. You will, boy. You will when it's too late. I didn't like hearing him say that. It made me sound dead or something. It was very depressing. I guess I will, I said. I like to put some sense in that head of yours, boy. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you if I can. He really was, too. You could see that, but it wasn't just that we were too much on opposite sides of the pole. That's all. I know you are, sir, I said. Thanks a lot. No kidding. I appreciate it. I really do. I got up from the bed then. Boy, I couldn't have sat there another 10 minutes to save my life. The thing is, though, I have to get going now. I have quite a bit of equipment at the gym I have to get to take home with me. I really do. He looked up at me and started nodding again, with his very serious look on his face. I felt sorry as hell for him, all of a sudden, but I just couldn't hang around there any longer. The way we were on opposite sides of the pole, and the way he kept missing the bed whenever he chucked something at it, and his sad old bathrobe with his chest showing, and that grippy smell of Vicks nose drops all over the place. Look, sir, don't worry about me, I said. I mean it. I'll be all right. I'm just going through a phase right now. Everybody goes through phases and all, don't they? I don't know, boy. I don't know. I hate it when somebody answers that way. Sure they do, I said. I mean it, sir. Please don't worry about me. I sort of put my hand on his shoulder. Okay, I said. Wouldn't you like a cup of hot chocolate before you go? Miss Spencer would be. I really would, but the thing is, I have to get going. I have to go right to the gym. Thanks, though. Thanks a lot, sir. Then we shook hands and all that crap. It made me feel sad as hell, though. I'll drop you a line, sir. Take care of your grip now. Goodbye, boy. After I shut the door and started back to the living room, he yelled something at me, but I couldn't exactly hear him. I'm pretty sure he yelled good luck at me. I hope not. I hope to hell not. I never yell good luck at anybody. It sounds terrible when you think about it. Chapter 3. I'm the most terrific liar you ever saw in your life. It's awful. If I'm on my way to the store to buy a magazine, even, and somebody asks me where I'm going, I'm liable to say I'm going to the opera. It's terrible. So when I told old Spencer I had to go to the gym to get my equipment and stuff, that was a sheer lie. I don't even keep my goddamn equipment in the gym. Where I lived at Pensy, I lived in the Ozenberger Memorial wing of the new dorms. It was only for juniors and seniors. I was a junior. My roommate was a senior. It was named after this guy, Ozenberger, that went to Pensy. He made a pot of dough in the undertaking business after he got out of Pensy. What he said, he started these undertaking parlors all over the country that you could get members of your family buried for about $5 a piece. You should see old Ozenberger. He probably just shoves them in a sack and dumps them in the river. Anyway, he gave Pensy a pile of dough, and they named our wing after him. The first football game of the year, he came up in the he came up to the school in this big goddamn Cadillac, and we all had to stand up in the grandstand and give him a locomotive. That's a cheer. Then, the next morning, in chapel, he made a speech that lasted about 10 hours. He started off with about 50 corny jokes just to show us what a regular guy he was. Very big deal. Then he started telling us how he was never ashamed when he was in some kind of trouble or something, to get right down on his knees and pray to God. He told us we should always pray to God, talk to Him and all, wherever we were. He told us we ought to think of Jesus as our buddy and all. He said he talked to Jesus all the time, even when he was driving his car. That killed me. I can just see the big phony bastard shifting it into first gear and asking Jesus to send him a few more stiffs. The only good part of his speech was right in the middle of it. He was telling us all about what a swell guy he was, what a hotshot and all. Then all of a sudden, this guy sitting in the row in front of me, Edgar Marsala, laid this terrific fart. It was a very crude thing to do in a chapel and all, but it was only quite amusing. It was also quite amusing. Old Marcella, he damn near blew the roof off. Hardly anybody laughed out loud, and old Ozenberger made out like he didn't even hear it. But old Thermer, the headmaster, was sitting right next to him on the rostrum and all, and you could tell he heard it. Boy, was he sore. He didn't say anything then, but the next night he made us have compulsory study hall in the academic building, and he came up and made a speech. He said that the boy that had created the disturbance in chapel wasn't fit to go to Pensy. He tried to get old Marsala to rip off another one, or we tried to get old Marsala to rip off another one, right while old Thermer was making his speech, but he wasn't in the right mood. Anyway, that's where I lived in Pensy, old Ozenberger Memorial Wing in the new dorms. It was pretty nice to go back to my room after I left old Spencer because because everybody was down at the game and the heat was on in our room for a change. It felt sort of cozy. I took off my coat and my tie and then buttoned my shirt collar, and then I put on this hat that I bought in New York that morning. It was this red hunting hat with one of these very, very long peaks. I saw it in the window of this sports store when we got out of the subway, just after I noticed I'd lost all the goddamn foils. It only cost me $1. The way I wore it, I swung the old peak way around the back. Very corny, I'll admit, but I liked it that way. I looked good in it that way. Then I got this book I was reading and sat down in my chair. There were 2 chairs in every room. I had one and my roommate, Ward Stradler, had one. The arms were in sad shape because everybody was always sitting on them, but they were pretty comfortable chairs. The book I was reading was this book I took out of the library by mistake. They gave me the wrong book and I didn't notice it till I got back to my room. They gave me Out of Africa by Isaac Denison. I thought it was quite going to stink, but it didn't. It was a very good book. I'm quite illiterate, but I read a lot. My favorite author is my brother DB, and my next favorite is Ring Rattler. Radler, Ring Lardner. My brother gave me a book by Ring Lardner for my birthday just before I went to Pensy. It had this very funny, crazy plays in it. And then it had this one story about a traffic cop that falls in love with this very cute girl that's always speeding. Only he's married, the cop, so he can't marry her or anything. Then this girl gets killed because she's always speeding. The story just about killed me. What I like best is a book that's at least funny once in a while. I read a lot of classical books like The Return of the Native and all, and I like them. And I read a lot of war books and mysteries and all, but they don't knock me out too much. What really knocks me out is a book that, when you're all done reading it, you wish the author that wrote it was a terrific friend of yours and you could call him up on the phone whenever you felt like it. That doesn't happen much though. I wouldn't mind calling this Isaac Dennison up and read Lardner, except that DB told me he's dead. You take the book of Human Bondage by Somerset Maugham, though. I read it last summer. It's a pretty good book and all, but I wouldn't want to call Somerset Maugham up. I don't know. He just isn't the kind of guy I'd want to call up, that's all. I'd rather call old Thomas Hardy up. I like the it's Eustachian vibe. Anyway, I put on my new hat and sat down and started reading that book out of Africa. I'd read it already, but I wanted to read certain parts of it over again. I'd only read about 3 pages though when I heard somebody coming through the shower curtains. Even without looking, I knew right away who it was. It was Robert Ackley, this guy that right roomed right next to me. Oh yeah, the guy that roomed because he's sleeping next to him. There was a shower right between every 2 rooms in our wing, and about 85 times a day, old Ackley barged in on me. He was probably the only guy in the whole dorm, besides me, that wasn't down at the game. He hardly ever went anywhere. He was a very peculiar guy. He was a senior and he'd been at Pensy the whole 4 years and all, but nobody ever called him anything except Ackley. Not even Herb Gale, his own roommate, ever called him Bob, or even Ack. If he ever gets married, his own wife will probably call him Ackley. He was one of those very, very tall, round shouldered guys. He was about 6'4", with lousy teeth. The whole time he roomed next to me, and I never even once saw him brush his teeth. They always looked mossy and awful, and he damn near made you sick if you saw him in the dining room with his mouth full of mashed potatoes and peas or something. Besides that, he had a lot of pimples, not just on his forehead or his chin, like most guys, but all over his whole face. And not only that, he had a terrible personality. He was also sort of a nasty guy. I wasn't too crazy about him, to tell you the truth. I could feel him standing on the shower ledge right behind my chair, taking a look to see if Stradler was around. He hated Stradler's guts, and he never came in the room if Stradler was around. He hated everybody's guts, damn him. He came down of the shower ledge and came in the room. Hi, he said. He always said it like he was he always said it like he was terrif- oh my gosh, I cannot pronounce that word. Terrifically bored or terrifically tired. I'm illiterate, just like him. He didn't want you to think he was visiting you or anything. He wanted you to think he'd come in by mistake, for God's sake. Hi, I said, but I didn't look up from my book. With a guy like Ackley, if you looked up from your book, you were a goner. You were a goner anyway, but not as quick if you didn't look up right away. He started walking around the room very slow and all, the way he always did, picking up your personal stuff or your desk or and and chiffonier. He always picked up your personal stuff and looked at it. Boy, could he get on your nerves sometimes. How was the fencing? He said. He just wanted to quit reading and enjoy himself. He didn't give a damn about the fencing. We win or what? He said. Nobody won, I said, without looking up though. What? He said. He always made you say everything twice. Nobody won, I said. I sneaked a look to see what he was fiddling around with on my chiffonier. Okay, chiffonier. He was looking at this picture of this girl I used to go around with in New York, Sally Hayes. He must have picked up that goddamn picture and looked at it at least 5,000 times since I got it. He always put it back in the wrong place too when he was finished. He did it on purpose. You could tell. Nobody won, he said. How come? I left the goddamn foils and stuff on the subway. I still didn't look up at him. On the subway, for Christ's sake. You lost him, you mean? We got on the wrong subway. I had to keep getting up to look at a goddamn map on the wall. He came over and stood right in my light. Hey, I said, I've read the same sentence about 20 times since you came in. Anybody else except Ackley would have taken the goddamn hint. Not him though. Think they'll make you pay for him? I said. No, he said. I don't know, and I don't give a damn. How about sitting down or something, Ackley kid? You're right in my goddamn life. He didn't like it when you called him Ackley kid. He was always telling me I was a goddamn kid because I was 16 and he was 18. It drove him mad when I called him Ackley kid. He kept standing there. He was exactly the kind of guy that wouldn't get out of your light when you asked him to. He'd do it, finally, but it took him a lot longer if you asked him to. What the hell are you reading? He said. Goddamn book. He shoved my book back with his hands so that he could see the name of it. Any good? He said. This sentence I'm reading is terrific. I can be quite sarcastic when I'm in the mood. He didn't get it though. He started walking around the room again, picking up all my personal stuff and Straddler's. Finally, I put my book down on the floor. You couldn't read anything with a guy like Ackley around. It was impossible. I slid way the hell down in my chair and watched old Ackley making himself at home. I was feeling sort of tired from the trip to New York and all, and I started yawning. Then I started horsing around a little bit. Sometimes I horse around quite a lot just to keep from getting bored. What I did was I pulled the old peak of my hunting hat around to the front, then pulled it way down over my eyes. That way, I couldn't see a goddamn thing. I think I'm going blind, I said in this very hoarse voice. Mother, darling, everything's going dark in here. You're nuts, I swear to God, Ackley said. Mother, darling, give me your hand. Why won't you give me your hand? For Christ's sake, grow up. I started groping around in front of me like a blind guy, but without getting up or anything. I kept saying, Mother, darling, why wouldn't you give me your hand? I was only horsing around naturally. That's like give me a bang sometimes. Besides, I know it annoyed hell out of old Ackley. He always brought out the old sadist in me. I was pretty sadistic with him quite often. Finally, I quit though. I pulled the peak around to the back again and relaxed. Who belongs to this? Ackley said. He was holding my roommate's knee supporter up to show me. That guy Ackley pick up anything. He even picked up your jock strap or something. I told him it was Straddler's, so he chucked it on Straddler's bed. He got it off Straddler's chiffonier, so he chucked it on the bed. He came over and sat down on the arm of Straddler's chair. He never sat down in a chair. He just always on the chair, always on the arm. Where the hell you get that hat? He said. New York. How much? $1. You got robbed. He started cleaning his goddamn fingernails at the end of the match. He was always cleaning his fingernails. It was funny, in a way. His teeth were always mossy looking, and his ears were always dirty as hell, but he was always cleaning his fingernails. I guess he thought that made him a very neat guy. He took another look at my hat while he was cleaning them. Up home, we wear a hat like that to shoot deer in, for Christ's sake, he said. That's a deer shooting hat. Like hell it is. I took it off and looked at it. I sort of closed one eye, like I was taking aim at it. This is a people shooting hat, I said. I shoot people in this hat. Your folks know you got kicked out yet? Nope. Where the hell's Straddler at anyway? Down at the game. He's got a date. I yawned. I was yawning all over the place. For one thing, the room was too damn hot. It made you sleepy. At Pensy, you either froze to death or you died of the heat. The great Straddler, Ackley said. Hey, lend me your scissors a second, will ya? You got him handy? No, I packed them already. They're way in the top of the closet. Get him a sec, will ya? Ackley said. I got this hangnail I want to cut off. He didn't care if you'd packed something or not and had it way in the top of the closet. I got them for him though. I nearly got killed doing it too. The second I opened the closet door, Straddler's tennis racket and its wooden press and all fell right on my head. It made a big clunk and it hurt like hell. It damn near killed old Ackley though. He started laughing in his very high falsetto voice. He kept laughing the whole time. I was taking down my suitcase and getting the scissors out for him. Something like that. A guy getting hit on the head with a rock or something tickled the pants off Ackley. You have a damn good sense of humor, Ackley kid, I told him. You know that. I handed him the scissors. Let me be your manager. I'll get you on the goddamn radio. I sat down in my chair again, and he started cutting his big, horny-looking nails. How about using the table or something, I said. Cut him over the table, will ya? I don't feel like walking on your crummy nails in my bare feet tonight. He kept right on cutting them over the floor, though. What lousy manners. I mean it. Who's Straddler's date, he said. He was always keeping tab on who Straddler was dating, even though he hated Straddler's guts. I don't know. Why? No reason. Boy, I can't stand that son of a bitch. He's one son of a bitch I really can't stand. He's crazy about you. He told me he thinks you're a goddamn prince, I said. I call people a prince quite often when I'm horsing around. It keeps me from getting bored or something. He's got this superior attitude all the time, Ackley said. I just can't stand that son of a bitch. Do you mind cutting your nails over the table? Hey, I said, I've asked you about 50. He's got this goddamn superior attitude all the time, Ackley said. I don't even think that son of a bitch is intelligent. He thinks he is. He thinks he's about the most. Ackley, for Christ's sake, will you please cut your crummy nails over the table? I've asked you 50 times. He started cutting his nails over the table for a change. The only way he ever did anything was if you yelled at him. I watched him for a while. It's nasty. Then I said, the reason you're sore at Straddler is because he said that stuff about brushing your teeth once in a while. He didn't mean to insult you, for crying out loud. He didn't say it right or anything, but he didn't mean anything insulting. All he meant was you look better and feel better if you sort of brushed your teeth once in a while. I brush my teeth. Don't give me that. No, you don't. I've seen you and you don't, I said. I didn't say it nasty though. I felt sort of sorry for him in a way. I mean, it isn't too nice, naturally, if somebody tells you you don't brush your teeth. Straddler's all right. He's not too bad, I said. You don't know him. That's the trouble. I still say he's a son of a bitch. He's a conceited son of a bitch. He's conceited, but he's very generous in some things. He really is, I said. Look, suppose for instance Straddler was wearing a tie or something that you like. Say he had a tie that you like a hell of a lot. I'm just giving you an example now. You know what he'd do? He'd probably take it off and give it to you. He really would. Or, you know what he'd do? He'd leave it on your bed or something, but he'd give you the goddamn tie. Most guys would probably just, hell, Ackley said. If I had his dough, I would too. No, you wouldn't. I shook my head. No, you wouldn't, Ackley kid. If you had his dough, you'd be one of the biggest. Stop calling me Ackley kid. God damn it. I'm old enough to be your lousy father. No, you're not. Boy, he could really be aggravating sometimes. He never missed a chance to let you know you were 16 and he was 18. In the first place, I wouldn't let you in my goddamn family, I said. Well, just cut out calling me. All of a sudden, the door opened, and old Straddler barged in a big hurry. He was always in a big hurry. Everything was a very big deal. He came over to me and gave me this two playful as hell slaps on both cheeks, which is something that can be very annoying. Listen, he said, you going out anywhere special tonight? I don't know. I might. What the hell's it doing now? Snowing? He had snow all over his coat. Yeah, listen, if you're not going out anyplace special, how about lending me your hound's tooth jacket? Who won the game? I said. It's only the half. We're leaving, Straddler said. No, no kidding. You gonna use your hound's tooth tonight or not? I spilled some crap all over my gray flannel. No, but I don't want you stretching it with your goddamn shoulders and all, I said. We were practically the same height, but he weighed about twice as much as I did. He had these very broad shoulders. I won't stretch it. He went over to the closet in a big hurry. How's your boy, Ackley? He said to Ackley. He was at least a pretty friendly guy, Straddler. It was partly a phony kind of friendly, but at least he always said hello to Ackley and all. Ackley just sort of grunted when he said, how's the boy? He wouldn't answer him, but he didn't have guts enough not to at least grunt. Then he said to me, I think I'll get going. See you later. Okay, I said. He never exactly broke your heart when he went back to his own room. Old Straddler started taking off his coat and tie and all. I think maybe I'll take a fast shave, he said. He had a pretty heavy beard. He really did. Where's your date? I asked him. He's waiting in the annex. She's waiting in the annex. He went out of the room with his toilet kit and towel under his arm. No shirt on or anything. He always walked around his bare torso because he thought he had damn good build. He did too. I have to admit it. Chapter 4. I didn't have anything special to do, so I went down to the can and chewed the rag with him while he was shaving. We were the only ones in the can because everybody was still down at the game. It was hot as hell and the windows were all steamy. There were about 10 wash bowls all right against the wall. Straddler had the middle one. I sat down on the one right next to him and started turning the cold water on and off. This nervous habit I have. Straddler kept whistling Song of India while he shaved. He had one of those weird piercing whistles that are practically never in tune, and he always picked out some song that's hard to whistle, even if you're a good whistler, like Song of India or Slaughter on 10th Avenue. He could really mess the song up. You remember I said before that Ackley was a slob in his personal habits? Well, so was Straddler, but in a different way. Straddler was more of a secret slob. He always looked all right, Straddler, but for instance, he would have seen the razor he shaved himself with. It was always rusty as hell and full of lather and hairs and crap. He never cleaned it or anything. He always looked good when he was finished fixing himself up, but he was a secret slob anyway, if you knew him the way I did. The reason he fixed himself up to look good was because he was madly in love with himself. He thought he was the handsomest guy in the Western Hemisphere. He was pretty handsome too. I'll admit that. But he was mostly the kind of handsome guy that if your parents saw his picture in your yearbook, they'd right away say, who's this boy? I mean, he was mostly a yearbook kind of handsome guy. I know a lot of guys at Pensy I thought were a lot handsomer than Stradler, but they wouldn't look handsome if you saw their pictures in the yearbook. They looked like they had big noses or their ears stuck out. I've had that experience frequently. Anyways, I was sitting on the wash bowl next to where Stradler was shaving, sort of turning the water on and off. I still had my red hunting hat on with a peak around the back and all. I really got a bang out of the hat. Hey, Stradler said, want to do me a favor? What? I said, not too enthusiastic. He was always asking you to do him a favor. You take a very handsome guy, or a guy that thinks he's a real hot shot, and they're always asking you to do him a favor. Just because they're crazy about themselves, they think you're crazy about them too, and that you're dying to do them a favor. It's sort of funny in a way. You going out tonight? He said. I might. I might not. I don't know. Why? I got about 100 pages to read for history from Monday, he said. How about writing a composition for me? For English. I'll be up in I'll be up the creek if I don't get the goddamn thing in by Monday. The reason I asked. How about it? It was very ironical. It really was. I'm the one who's flunking out of the goddamn place and you're asking me to write you a goddamn composition? I said, yeah, I know. The thing is though, I'll be up the creek if I don't get it in. Be a buddy. Be a buddy, Roo. Okay? I didn't answer him right away. Suspense is good for some bastards like Stradlin. What on? I said, anything. Anything descriptive. A room. Or a house. Or something you once lived in or something. You know, just as long as it's descriptive as hell. He gave out a big yawn while he said that, which is something that gives me a royal pain in the ass. I mean, if somebody yawns right while you, they're asking you to do them a goddamn favor, just don't do it too good, is all, he said. That son of a bitch, Hartzell, thinks you're a hotshot in English, and he knows you're my roommate. So, I mean, don't stick all the commas and stuff in the right place. That's something else that gives me a royal pain. I mean, if you're good at writing compositions and somebody starts talking about commas, Stradler was always doing that. He wanted you to think that the only reason he was lousy at writing compositions was because he stuck all the commas in the wrong place. He was a little bit like Ackley that way. I once sat next to Ackley at the basketball game. He had a terrific guy on the team, Howie Coyle, that could stink them from the middle of the floor without even touching the backboard or anything. Ackley kept saying the whole goddamn game that Coyle had a perfect build for basketball. God, how I hate that stuff. I got bored sitting on the washbowl after a while, so I backed up a few feet and started doing this tap dance just for the hell of it. I was just amusing myself. I can't really tap dance or anything, but it was a stone floor and a can, and it was good for tap dancing. I started imitating one of those guys in the movies. In one of those musicals. I hate the movies like Poison, but I get a bang imitating them. Old Stradler watched me in the mirror while he was shaving. All I need's an audience. I'm an exhibitionist. I'm the goddamn governor's son, I said. I was knocking myself out, tap dancing all over the place. He doesn't want me to be a tap dancer. He wants me to go to Oxford. But it's in my goddamn blood, tap dancing. Old Stradler laughed. He didn't have too bad a sense of humor. It's the opening night of the Ziegfeld Follies, I said. I was getting out of breath. I have hardly any wind at all. The leading man can't go on. He's drunk as a bastard. So who do they get to take his place? Me. That's who. The little old goddamn governor's son. Where'd you get that hat? Stradler said. He meant my hunting hat. He never seen it before. I was out of breath anyway, so I quit horsing around. I took my hat off and looked at it for about the 19th time. I got it in New York this morning for $1. You like it? Stradler nodded. Sharp, he said. He was only flattering me though, because right away he said, listen, are you gonna write the composition for me? I have to know. If I get the time, I will. If I don't, I won't, I said. I went over and sat down on the washbowl next to him again. Who's your date? I asked him. Fitzgerald? Hell no. I told you, I'm through with that pig. Yeah? Give her to me, boy. No kidding. She's my type. Take her. She's too old for you. All of a sudden, for no good reason, really, except that I was sort of in the mood for horsing around, I felt like jumping off the washbowl and getting old Stradler in a half Nelson. That's a wrestling hold, in case you didn't know, where you get the other guy around the neck and choke him to death, if you feel like it. So I did it. I landed on him like a goddamn panther. Cut it out, Holden, for Christ's sake, Stradler said. He didn't feel like horsing around. He was shaving and all. What'd you want to make me do? Cut my goddamn head off? I didn't let go, though. I had a pretty good half Nelson on him. Liberate yourself from my vice-like? What is that? Vice-like grip, I said. Jesus Christ. He put down his razor and all of a sudden jerked his arms up and sort of broke my hold on him. He was a very strong guy. I'm a very weak guy. Now cut the crap, he said. He started shaving himself all over again. He always shaved himself twice to look gorgeous with his crummy old razor. Who's your date if it isn't Fitzgerald? Asked him. I sat down in the washbowl next to him again. That Phillies Smith babe? No. It was supposed to be, but the arrangements got all screwed up. I got Bud Thau's girl's roommate now. Hey, I almost forgot. She knows you. Who does? My date. Yeah? I said. What's her name? I was pretty interested. I'm thinking, Jean Gallagher? Boy, I nearly dropped dead when he said that. Jane Gallagher, I said. I even got up from the wash bowl when he said that. I damn near dropped dead. You're damn right I know her. She practically lived right next door to me the summer before last. She had this big damn Doberman pinscher. That's how I met her. Her dog used to keep coming over in our, you're right, in my light, Holden, for Christ's sake, Stradler said. Yeah, you have to stand right there? Boy, was I excited, though. I really was. Where is she, I asked. I ought to go down and say hello to her or something. Where is she? In Annex? Yeah. How'd she happen to mention me? Does she go to BM now? She said she might go there. She said she might go to Shipley too. I thought she went to Shipley. How'd she happen to mention me? I was pretty excited. I really was. I don't know, for Christ's sake. Lift up, will you? You're on my towel, Stradler said. I was still on his stupid towel. Jane Gallagher, I said. I couldn't get over it. Jesus H. Christ. Old Stradler was putting Vitalis on his hair. My Vitalis. She's a dancer, I said. Ballet and all. She used to practice about 2 hours every day, right in the middle of the hottest weather and all. She was worried that it might make her legs lousy, all thick and all. I used to play checkers with her all the time. You used to play what with her all the time? Checkers. Checkers, for Christ's sake. Yeah. She wouldn't move any of her kings. What she'd do when she get a king, she wouldn't move it. She'd just leave it in the back row. She'd get them all lined up in the back row. Didn't she never use them? She just liked the way they looked when they were all in the back row. Stradler didn't say anything. That kind of stuff doesn't interest most people. Her mother belonged to the same club we did, I said. I used to caddy once in a while, just to make some dough. I'd caddied her for her mother a couple of times. She went around in about 170 for 9 holes. Stradler wasn't hardly listening. He was combing his gorgeous locks. I ought to go down and at least say hello to her, he said. Why don't you? I will in a minute. He started parting his hair all over again. It took him about an hour to comb his hair. Her mother and father were divorced. Her mother was married again to some booze hound, I said. Skinny guy with hairy legs. I remember him. He wore shorts all the time. Jane said he was supposed to be a playwright or some goddamn thing, but all I ever saw him do was booze all the time and listen to every single goddamn mystery program on the radio. And run around the goddamn house naked with Jane around and all. Yeah, Stradler said. That really interested him. About the booze hound running around the house naked with Jane around. Stradler was a very sexy bastard. She had a lousy childhood. I'm not kidding. That didn't interest Stradler, though. Only very sexy stuff interested him. Jane Gallagher. Jesus. I couldn't get her off my mind. I really couldn't. I ought to go down and say hello to her. At least. Why the hell don't you, instead of keep saying it? Stradler said. I walked over to the window, but you couldn't see out of it, and it was so steamy from all the heat in the can. I'm not in the mood right now, I said. I wasn't either. You have to be in the mood for those things. I thought she went to Shipley. I could have sworn she went to Shipley. I walked around the can for a little while. I didn't have anything else to do. Did she enjoy the game? I said. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Did she tell you we used to play checkers all the time or anything? I don't know. For Christ's sake, I only just met her, Strathler said. He finished combing his goddamn gorgeous hair. He was putting away all his crummy toilet articles. Listen, give her my regards, will you? Okay, Strathler said. But I knew he probably wouldn't. You take a guy like Strathler, they never give you your regards to people. He went back to the room, but I stuck around in the can for a while, thinking about old Jane. Then I went back to the room too. Strathler was putting on his tie in front of the mirror when I got there. He spent around half his goddamn life in front of the mirror. I sat down in my chair and sort of watched him for a while. Hey, I said, don't tell her I got kicked out, will you? Okay. That was one good thing about Strathler. You didn't have to explain every goddamn little thing with him, the way you had to do with Ackley. Mostly, I guess, because he wasn't too interested. That's really why. Ackley, it was different. Ackley was a very nosy bastard. He put on my houndstooth jacket. Jesus, now try not to stretch it all over the place, I said. I'd only worn it about twice. I won't. Where the hell's my cigarettes? On a desk. He never knew where he left anything. Under your muffler. He put them in his coat pocket. My coat pocket. I pulled the peak of my hunting hat around the front of all of a sudden for a change. I was getting sort of nervous all of a sudden. I'm quite a nervous guy. Listen, where are you going on your date with her? I asked him. You know it yet? I don't know. New York, if we have time. She only signed out for 9:30 for Christ's sake. And I didn't like the way he said it. So I said, the reason she did that, she probably just didn't know what a handsome, charming bastard you are. If she'd known, she probably would have signed up for 9:30 in the morning. Goddamn right, Strathler said. You couldn't rile him too easily. He was too conceited. No kidding now. Do that composition for me, he said. He had his coat on and he was all ready to go. Don't knock yourself out for anything, but just make it descriptive as hell, okay? I didn't answer him. I didn't feel like it. All I said was, ask her if she still keeps all her kings in the back row. Okay, Strathler said. But I knew he wouldn't. Take it easy now. He banged the hell out of the room. I sat there for about a half hour after he left. I mean, I just sat in my chair, not doing anything. I kept thinking about Jane and about Strathler having a date with her and all. It made me so nervous, I nearly went crazy. I already told you about the sexy bastard Strathler was. All of a sudden, Ackley barged in again, through the damn shower curtains, as usual. For once in my stupid life, I was really glad to see him. He took my mind off the other stuff. He stuck around till around dinner time, talking about all the guys at Pensy that he hated their guts, and squeezing these big pimples on his chin. He didn't even use his handkerchief. I don't even think the bastard a hand had a handkerchief, if you want to know the truth. I never saw him use one anyway. And then it's chapter 5. Oh, man, my throat hurts. Let's see. What do you guys think of the book so far? You guys like the mug? Yeah. It's a really good mug. Shout out to Lisi. Lisi, say your name. Lisi.
What?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. I completely forgot that this book had a lot of curse words in it. But
Sorry, Mom.
sorry, mom. Sorry, dad. Sorry, God. But it's as the kids would say, or as Nick Nack Patty Whack says, it's Pog. Okay, it's Pog. Okay, now on to chapter 5. We always had the same meal on Saturday nights at Pensy. It was supposed to be a big deal because they gave you steak. I'll bet $1,000 the reason they did that was because a lot of guys' parents came up to school on Sunday, and old Thermer probably figured everybody's mother would ask their darling what he had for dinner last night, and he'd say steak. What a racket. You should have seen the steaks. They were these little hard, dry jobs that you could hardly even cut. You always got these very lumpy mashed potatoes on steak night, and for dessert you got brown Betty, which nobody ate except maybe the little kids in the lower school that didn't know any better, and guys like Ackley that ate everything. It was nice though. When we got out of the dining room, there was about 3 inches of snow on the ground, and it was still coming down like a madman. It looked pretty as hell, and we all started throwing snowballs and horsing around all over the place. It was very childish, but everybody was really enjoying themselves. I didn't have a date or anything, so I and this friend of mine, Mal Brossard, that was on the wrestling team, decided we'd take a bus into Agerstown and have a hamburger and maybe see a lousy movie. Neither of us felt like sitting around on our ass all night. I asked Mal if he minded if Ackley came along with us. The reason I asked was because Ackley never did anything on Saturday night except stay in his room to squeeze his pimples or something. Mal said he didn't mind, but that he wasn't too crazy about the idea. He didn't like Ackley much. Anyway, we both went to our rooms to get ready and all, and while I was putting on my goloshes and crap, I yelled over and asked old Ackley if he wanted to go to the movies. He could hear me all right through the shower curtains, but he didn't answer me right away. He was the kind of guy that hates to answer you right away. Finally, he came over through the goddamn curtains and stood on the shower ledge and asked me who was going besides me. He always had to know who was going. I swear, if that guy was shipwrecked somewhere and you rescued him in the goddamn boat, he'd want to know who the guy was that was rowing it before he'd even get in. I told him Mal Brossard was going. He said, that bastard. All right, wait a second. You think he was doing you a big favor. It took him about 5 hours to get ready. While he was doing it, I went over to my window and opened it and packed the snowball with my bare hands. The snow was very good for packing. I didn't throw it at anything though. I started to throw it at a car that was parked across the street, but I changed my mind. The car looked so nice and white. Then I started to throw it at a hydrant, but that also looked too nice and white too. Finally, I didn't throw it at anything. All I did was close the window and walked around the room with the snowball, packing it harder. A little while later, I still had it with me when I and Brossard and Ackley got on the bus. The bus driver opened doors and made me throw it out. I told him I wasn't going to chuck it at anybody, but he wouldn't believe me. People never believe you. Brossard and Ackley both had seen the picture that was playing, so all we did, we just had a couple hamburgers and played the pinball machine for a little while, then took the bus back to Pensy. I didn't care about it seeing the movie anyway. It was supposed to be a comedy with Cary Grant in it and all that crap. Besides, I'd been to the movies with Brossard and Ackley before. They both laughed like hyenas at stuff that wasn't even funny. I didn't even enjoy sitting next to them in the movies. It was only about 8:45 when we got back to the dorm. Old Brossard was a bridge fiend, and he started looking around the dorm for a game. Old Ackley parked himself in my room just for a change. Only instead of sitting on the arm of Stradler's chair, he lay down on my bed, with his face right on my pillow and all. He started talking in this very monotonous voice and picking at all his pimples. I dropped about 1,000 hints, but I couldn't get rid of him. All he did was keep talking in this very monotonous voice about some babe he was supposed to have had sexual intercourse with the summer before. He'd already told me about it about 100 times. Every time he told me, it was different. One minute he'd be giving it to her in his cousin's Buick. The next minute he'd be giving it to her under some boardwalk. It was all a lot of crap, naturally. He was a virgin, if I ever saw one. I doubt if he ever even gave anybody a feel. Anybody, anyway. I feel I had to come right out and tell him that I had to write a composition for Stradler, and that he had to clear the hell out so I could concentrate. He finally did, but he took his time about it as usual. After he left, I put on my pajamas and bathrobe and my old hunting hat and started writing the composition. The thing was, I couldn't think of a room or a house or anything that described the way Stradler said he had to have. I'm not too crazy about describing rooms and houses anyway. So what I did, I wrote about my brother Ali's baseball mitt. It was a very descriptive subject. It really was. My brother Ali had this left-handed fielder's mitt. He was left-handed. The thing that was descriptive about it, though, was that he had poems written all over the fingers and the pocket and everywhere in green ink. He wrote them on it so that he'd have something to read when he was in the field and nobody was at bat. He's dead now. He got leukemia and died when we were up in Maine on July 18, 1946. You'd have liked him. He was 2 years younger than I was, but he was about 50 times as intelligent. He was terrifically intelligent. His teachers were always writing letters to my mother, telling her what a pleasure it was having a boy like Ali in their class. And they weren't just shooting the crap, they really meant it. And it wasn't just that he was the most intelligent member in the family, he was also the nicest, in lots of ways. He never got mad at anybody. People with red hair are supposed to get mad very easily, but Ali never did, and he had very red hair. I'll tell you what kind of red hair he had. I started playing golf when I was only 10 years old. I remember once, the summer I was around 12, teen off and on, and having a hunch that if I turned around all of a sudden, I'd see Ali. So I did, and sure enough, he was sitting on his bike outside the fence. There was this fence that went all around the course, and he was sitting there, about 150 yards behind me, watching me tee off. That's the kind of red hair he had. God, he was a nice kid, though. He used to laugh so hard at something he thought of at the dinner table, and he just about fell off his chair. I was only 13, and they were going to have me psychoanalyzed and all because I broke all the windows in the garage. I don't blame them. I really don't. I slept in the garage that night he died and broke all the goddamn windows with my fist just for the hell of it. I even tried to break all the windows on the station wagon we had that summer, but my hand was already broken and everything by that time, and I couldn't do it. It was a very stupid thing to do, I'll admit, but I hardly didn't even know I was doing it, and you didn't know, Ali. My hand still hurts me once in a while, and when it rains and all, I can't make a real fist anymore. Not a tight one, I mean. But outside of that, I don't care much. I mean, I'm not going to be a goddamn surgeon or violinist or anything anyway. Anyway, that's what I wrote. That's what I wrote Stradler's composition about. Old Ali's baseball mitt. I happened to have it with me in my suitcase, so I got it out and copied down the poems that were written on it. All I had to do was change Ali's name so that nobody would know it was my brother, not Stradler's. I wasn't too crazy about doing it, but I couldn't think of anything else to script it. Besides, I sort of liked writing about it. It took me about an hour because I had to use Stradler's lousy typewriter and he kept jamming on me. The reason I didn't use my own was because I lent it to a guy down the hall. It was around 10:30, I guess, when I finished it. I wasn't tired though, so I looked out the window for a while. It wasn't snowing out anymore, but every once in a while you could hear a car somewhere not being able to get started. You could also hear old Ackley snoring. Right through the goddamn shower curtains, you could hear him. He had sinus trouble and he couldn't breathe too hot when he was asleep. The guy had just about everything: sinus trouble, pimples, lousy teeth, halitosis, crummy fingernails. You had to feel a little sorry for the son of a bitch. Chapter 6. Some things are hard to remember. I'm thinking now of when Stradler got back from his date with Jane. I mean, I can't remember exactly what I was doing when I heard his goddamn stupid footsteps coming down the corridor. I probably was still looking out the window, but I swear I can't remember. I was so damn worried, that's why. When I really worry about something, I don't just fool around. I even have to go to the bathroom when I worry about something. Only I don't go. I'm too worried to go. I don't want to interrupt my worry to go. If you knew Stradler, you'd have been worried too. I've double dated with that bastard a couple times, and I know what I'm talking about. He was unscrupulous. He really was. Anyway, the corridor was all linoleum and all, and you could hear the goddamn footsteps coming right towards the room. I don't even remember where I was sitting when he came in, at the window, or in my chair, or his. I swear I can't remember. He came in gripping about how cold it was out. Then he said, "Where the hell is everybody? It's like a goddamn morgue around here." I didn't even bother to answer him. If he was so goddamn stupid not to realize it was Saturday night and everybody was out or asleep, or how for the weekend I wasn't going to break my neck telling him. He started getting undressed. He didn't say one goddamn word about Jane. Not one. Neither did I. I just watched him. All he did was thank me for letting him wear my hound's tooth. He hung it up on a hanger and put it in the closet. Then, when he was taking off his tie, he asked me if I'd written his goddamn composition for him. I told him it was over on his goddamn bed. He walked over and read it while he was unbuttoning his shirt. He stood there, reading it, and sort of stroking his bare chest and stomach with this very stupid expression on his face. He was always stroking his stomach or his chest. He was mad about himself. All of a sudden, he said, "For Christ's sake, Holden, this is about a goddamn baseball glove." "So what?" I said, cold as hell. "What do you mean, so what? I told you it had to be something in a goddamn room or a house or something. You said it had to be descriptive. What the hell is the difference if it's about a baseball glove?" God damn it. He was sore as hell. He was really furious. "You always do everything back-ass words." He looked at me. "No wonder you're flunking the hell out of here," he said. "You don't do one damn thing the way you're supposed to. I mean it. Not one thing." "All right, give it back then," I said. I went over and pulled it right out of his goddamn hand. Then I tore it up. "What the hell did you do that for?" he said. I didn't even answer him. I just threw the pieces in the wastebasket. Then I laid down on my bed, and we both didn't say anything for a long time. He got all undressed, down to his shorts, and I lay on my bed and lit a cigarette. You weren't allowed to smoke in the dorm, but you could do it late at night when everybody was asleep or out, or nobody could smell the smoke. Besides, I did it to annoy Stradler. It drove him crazy when you broke the rules. He never smoked in the dorm. It was only me. He still didn't say one single solitary word about Jane. So finally, I said, "You're you're back pretty goddamn late if she only signed that out for 9:30. Did you make her be late signing in?" He was sitting on the edge of his bed, cutting his goddamn toenails when I asked him that. "Couple minutes," he said. "Who the hell signs out for 9:30 on a Saturday night?" God, how I hated him. "Did you go to New York?" I said. "You're crazy? How the hell could we go to New York if she only signed out for 9:30? That's tough." He looked up at me. "Listen," he said. "If you're gonna smoke in the room, how about going down to the can and do it? You may be getting the hell out of here, but I have to stick around long enough to graduate." I ignored him. I really did. I ran right out, smoking like a madman. All I did was sort of turn over on my side and watch him cut his damn toenails. What a school. We were always watching somebody cut their damn toenails or squeezing their pimples or something. Did you give her my regards? I asked. Yeah. The hell he did, the bastard. What did she say? I said. Did you ask her if she still keeps all her kings in the back row? No, I didn't ask her. What the hell do you think we did all night? Play checkers, for Christ's sake? I didn't even answer him. God, how I hated him. If you didn't go to New York, where'd you go with her? I asked him. For a little while. I could hardly keep my voice from shaking all over the place. Boy, was I getting nervous. I just had a feeling something had gone funny. He was finished cutting his damn toenails. So he got up from the bed in just his damn shorts and all and started getting very damn playful. He came over to my bed and started leaning over me, taking these playful as hell socks at my shoulder. Cut it out, I said. Where'd you go with her if you didn't go to New York? Nowhere. We just sat in the goddamn car. He gave me another one of those playful, stupid little socks on the shoulder. Cut it out, I said. Whose car? Banksy's. Ed Banksy was the baseball coach at Penn State. Old Stradler was one of his pets because he was a center on the team, and Ed Banksy always let him borrow his car when he wanted it. It wasn't allowed for students to borrow faculty guys' cars, but all the athletic bastards stuck together. In every school I've gone to, all the athletic bastards stick together. Stradler kept taking these shadow punches down at my shoulder. He had this toothbrush in his hand and he put it on his mouth, in his mouth. What do you do? I said. Give her the time in Ed Banky's goddamn car. My voice was shaking something awful. What a thing to say. Want me to wash your mouth out with soap? Did you? That's a professional secret, buddy. This next part I don't remember so all I know is I got up from the bed like I was going down to the can or something, and then I tried to sock him with all my might, right smack in the toothbrush, so I would split his goddamn throat open. Only I missed. I didn't connect. All I did was sort of get him on the side of the head or something. It probably hurt him a little bit, but not as much as I wanted. It probably would have hurt him a lot, but I didn't with my right hand, and I can't make a good fist with my that hand on account of that injury I told you about. Anyway, the next thing I knew, I was on the goddamn floor and he was sitting on my chest with his face all red. That is, he had his goddamn knees on my chest and he weighed about a ton. He had a hold of my wrist too, so I couldn't take another sock at him. I'd have killed him. What the hell is the matter with you? He kept saying, and his stupid face kept getting redder and redder. Get your lousy knees off my chest, I told him. I was almost bowing. I really was. Go on. Get off of me, you crummy bastard. He wouldn't do it, though. He kept holding onto my wrist, and I kept calling him son of a bitch and all for around 10 hours. I can't hardly even remember what all I said to him. I told him he thought he could give the time to anybody he felt like. I told him he didn't even care if a girl kept all her kings in the back row or not. And the reason he didn't care was because he was a goddamn stupid moron. He hated it when you called him a moron. All morons hate it when you call him a moron. Shut up now, Holden, he said with his big, stupid red face. Just shut up now. You don't even know if her first name is Jane or Jean, you goddamn moron. Now shut up, Holden. God damn it. I'm warning you, he said. I really had him going. If you don't shut up, I'm gonna slap you one. Get your dirty, stinking moron knees off my chest. If I let you up, will you keep your mouth shut? I didn't even answer him. He said it over again. Hold it. If I let you up, will you keep your mouth shut? Yes. He got up off me, and I got up too. My chest hurt like hell from dirty knees. You're a dirty, stupid son of a bitch of a moron, I told him. That got him really mad. He shook his big, stupid finger in my face. Hold it. God damn it, I'm warning you now. for the last time. If you don't keep your yap shut, I'm going. Why should I? I said. I was practically yelling. That's just the trouble with all you morons. You never want to discuss anything. That's the way you can always tell a moron. They never want to discuss anything intelligent. Then he really let one go at me. And the next thing I knew, I was on the goddamn floor again. I don't remember if he knocked me out or anything, but I don't think so. It's pretty hard to knock a guy out, except in the goddamn movies. But my nose was bleeding all over the place. When I looked up, old Stradler was standing practically right on top of me. He had his goddamn toilet kit under his arm. Why the hell don't you shut up when I tell you to? He said. He sounded pretty nervous. He probably was scared he fractured my skull or something when I hit the floor. It's too bad I didn't. You asked for it, goddamn it, he said. Boy, did he look worried. I didn't even bother to get up. I just lay there on the floor for a while and kept calling him a moron son of a bitch. I was so mad. I was practically bawling. Listen, go wash your face, Trevor said. You hear me? I told him to go wash his own moron face, which was a pretty childish thing to say, but I was mad as hell. I told him to stop off on the way to the camp and give Miss Schmidt the time. Miss Schmidt was the janitor's wife. She was around 65. I kept sitting there on the floor till I heard old Stradler close the door and go down the corridor to the camp. Then I got up. I couldn't find my goddamn hunting hat anymore. Finally, I found it. It was under the bed. I put it on and turned the old peak around the back, the way I liked it. And then I went over and took a look at my stupid face in the mirror. I never saw such gore in your life. I had blood all over my face, my mouth and chin, and even on my pajamas and bathrobe. It partly scared me, and it was partly fascinated me as well. All that blood and all sort of made me look tough. I'd only been in about 2 fights in my life, and I lost both of them. I'm not too tough. I'm a pacifist, if you want to know the truth. I had a feeling old Ackley probably hear all the racket and was awake. So I went through the shower curtain into his room just to see what the hell he was doing. I hardly ever went over to his room. It always had a funny stink in it because it was so crummy in his personal habits. Chapter 7. Wow. I didn't think this would do so much damage to my voice. Whew. Gotta show off the mug. And in a small dug. Okay. Chapter 7. A tiny bit of light came through the shower curtains and all from our room, and I could see him lying in bed. I knew damn well he was wide awake. Ackley, I said, you awake? Yeah. It was pretty dark, and I stepped on somebody's shoe on the floor and damn near fell on my head. Ackley sort of sat up in bed and leaned on his arm. He had a lot of white stuff on his face for his pimples. He looked sort of spooky in the dark. What the hell are you doing anyway? I said. What do you mean, what the hell am I doing? I was trying to sleep before you guys started making all that noise. What the hell was the fight about anyhow? Where's the light? I couldn't find the light. I was sliding my hand all over the wall. What do you want the light for? Right next to your hand. I finally found the switch and turned it on. Old Ackley put his hand up so that the light wouldn't hurt his eyes. Jesus, he said. What the hell happened to you? He meant all the blood and all. I had a little goddamn tiff with Stradler, I said. Then I sat down on the floor. They never had any chairs in their room. I don't know what the hell they did with their chair. Listen, I said, do you feel like playing a little canasta? Oh, canasta. Do you feel like playing a little canasta? He was a canasta fiend. You're still bleeding, for Christ's sake. You better put something on it. It'll stop. Listen, you want to play a little canasta or don't you? Canasta, for Christ's sake. Do you know what time it is, by any chance? It isn't late. It's only around 11:30. Only around, actually said. Listen, I gotta get up and go to mass in the morning for Christ's sake. You guys start hollering and fighting in the middle of the goddamn. What the hell was the fighting about anyhow? It's a long story. I don't want to bore you, actually. I'm thinking about your welfare, I told him. I never discussed my personal life with him. In the first place, he was even more stupid than Stradler. Stradler was a goddamn genius next to Ackley. Hey, I said, is it okay if I sleep in Ellie's bed tonight? He won't be back till tomorrow night, will he? I knew damn well he wouldn't. Ellie went home damn near every weekend. I don't know when the hell he's coming back, Ackley said. Boy, did that annoy me. What the hell do you mean you don't know when he's coming back? He never comes back till Sunday night, does he? No, but for Christ's sake, I can't tell somebody they can sleep in his goddamn bed when they want to. That killed me. I reached up from where I was sitting on the floor and patted him on the goddamn shoulder. You're a prince, Ackley. Ackley kid. I said, you know that? No, I mean it. I can't just tell somebody they can sleep in. You're a real prince. You're a gentleman and a scholar, kid, I said. He really was, too. Do you happen to have any cigarettes by any chance? Say no, or I'll drop dead. No, I don't, as a matter of fact. Listen, what the hell was the fight about? I didn't answer him. All I did was I got up and went over and looked out to the window. I felt so lonesome all of a sudden. I almost wished I were dead. What the hell was the fight about anyhow? Ackley said for about the 15th time. He certainly was a bore about that. About you, I said. About me, for Christ's sake, yeah. I was defending your goddamn honor. Stradler said you had a lousy personality. I couldn't let him get away with that stuff. That got him excited. He did? No kidding. He did? I told him I was only kidding, and then I went over and laid down on Ellie's bed. Boy, did I feel rotten. I felt so damn lonesome. This room stinks, I said. I can smell your socks from way over here. Don't you ever send them to the laundry? If you don't like it, you know what you can do? Ackley said. What a witty guy. How about turning off the goddamn light? I didn't turn it off right away, though. I just kept laying there on Ellie's bed, thinking about Jane and all. It just drove me stark staring mad when I thought about her and Stradler parked somewhere in that fat ass Ed Banky's car. Every time I thought about it, I felt like jumping out the window. The thing is, you didn't know Stradler. I knew him. Most guys at Pensy just talked about having sexual intercourse with girls at the time, like Ackley, for instance. But old Stradler really did it. I was personally acquainted with at least 2 girls he gave the time to. That's the truth. Tell me the story of your fascinating life, Ackley kid, I said. How about turning off the goddamn light? I gotta keep up for mass in the morning. I got up and turned it off, if it made him happy. Then I lay down on Ellie's bed again. What are you gonna do? Sleep in Ellie's bed? Ackley said. He was the perfect host, boy. I may. I may not. Don't worry about it. I'm not worried about it. Only I hate like hell if Ellie came in all of a sudden and found some guy. Relax. I'm not gonna sleep here. I wouldn't abuse your goddamn hospitality. A couple of minutes later, he was snoring like a madman. I kept laying there in the dark anyway, though, trying not to think about old Jane and Stradler and the goddamn Ed Banky's car. But it was almost impossible. The trouble was, I knew the guy Stradler's technique. That made it even worse. We once double dated in Ed Banky's car, and Stradler was in the back with his date, and I was in the front with mine. What a technique that guy had. What he'd do was he'd start snowing his date in this very quiet, sincere voice, like as if he wasn't only a very handsome guy, but a nice, sincere guy too. I damn near puked listening to him. His date kept saying, no, please, please don't, please. But old Stradler kept snowing her in the Abraham Lincoln sincere voice. And finally, there'd be this terrific silence in the back of the car. It was really embarrassing. I don't think he gave that girl the time that night, but damn near, damn near. While I was laying there trying not to think, I heard old Stradler came back from the can. and go in our room. You could hear him putting away his crummy toilet articles and all, and opening the window. He was a fresh air fiend. Then, a little while later, he turned off the light. He didn't even look around to see where I was at. It was even depressing out on the street. You couldn't even hear any cars anymore. I got feeling so lonesome and rotten. I even felt like waking Ackley up. Hey, Ackley, I heard in sort of a whisper. Just Straddler couldn't hear him through the shower curtain. Ackley didn't hear me though. Hey, Ackley. He still didn't hear me. He slept like a rock. What the hell's the matter with you? He said. I was asleep for Christ's sake. Listen, what's the routine on joining a monastery? I asked him. I was sort of toying with the idea of joining one. Do you have to be a Catholic and all? Certainly you have to be a Catholic. Bastard, did you wake me up just to ask a dumb question? Go back to sleep. I wasn't going to join one anyway. The kind of luck I have, I'd probably join one with all the wrong kind of monks in it. All stupid bastards. We're just bastards. When I said that, old Ackley sat way the hell up in bed. Listen, he said, I don't care what you say about me or anything, but if you start making cracks about my goddamn religion, for Christ's sake, relax, I said. Nobody's making any cracks about your goddamn religion. I got up off Ellie's bed and started toward the door. I didn't want to hang around in that stupid atmosphere anymore. I stopped on the way, though, to pick up Ackley's hand and gave him a big, phony handshake. He pulled it away from me. What's the idea? He said. No idea. I just want to thank you for being such a goddamn prince, that's all. I said. I said it in this very sincere voice. You're aces, Ackley kid, I said. You know that? Wise guy. Someday somebody's gonna bash your. I didn't even bother to listen to him. I shut the damn door and went out in the corridor. Everybody was asleep or out or home for the weekend, and it was very, very quiet and depressing in the corridor. There was this empty box of Colino's toothpaste outside Leah and Hoffman's door, and while I walked down toward the stairs, I kept giving it a boot with these sheep-lined slipper I had. What I thought I'd do, I thought I might go down to see that old mob Brossard was doing, but all of a sudden I changed my mind. All of a sudden I decided what I'd really do, what I'd get the hell out of Quincy, right that same night and all. I mean, not wait till Wednesday or anything. I just didn't want to hang around anymore. It made me too sad and lonesome. So what I decided to do, I just decided I'd take a room in a hotel in New York, some very inexpensive hotel and just take it easy till Wednesday. Then on Wednesday, I'd go home, all rest up and feeling swell. I figured my parents probably wouldn't get old Thurmer's letter saying I'd been given the axe till maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. I didn't want to go home or anything till they got it and thoroughly digested it and all. I didn't want to be around when they first got it. My mother gets very hysterical. That's not too bad after she gets something thoroughly digested, though. Besides, I sort of needed a little vacation. My nerves were shot. They really were. Anyway, that's what I decided to do. I'd do. So I went back to the room and turned on the light to start packing and all. I already had quite a few things packed. Old Stradler didn't even wake up. I lit a cigarette and got all dressed, and then I packed these two Gladstones I have. It only took me about 2 minutes. I'm a very rapid packer. One thing about packing depressed me a little. I had to pack these brand new ice skates my mother had practically just sent me a couple of days before. That depressed me. I could see my mother going in Spalding's and asking the salesman a million dopey questions. And here I was getting the axe again. It made me feel pretty sad. She bought me the wrong kind of skates. I wanted racing skates and she bought me hockey. But it made me sad anyway. Almost every time somebody gives me a present, it ends up making me sad. After I got all packed, I sort of counted my dough. I didn't remember exactly how much I had, but I was pretty loaded. My grandmother just sent me a wad about a week before. I have this grandmother that's quite lavish with her dough. She doesn't have all her marbles anymore. She's old as hell, and she keeps sending me money for my birthday about 4 times a year. Anyway, even though I was pretty loaded, I figured I could always use a few extra bucks. You never know. So what I did was I went down the hall and woke up Frederick Woodruff, this guy I lent my typewriter to. I asked him how much he'd give me for it. He was a pretty wealthy guy. He said he didn't know. He said he didn't much want to buy it. Finally, he bought it though. It cost about 90 bucks, and all he bought it for was 20. He was sore because I'd woke him up. When I was all set to go, when I had my bags and all, I stood for a while next to the stairs and took a last look down the goddamn corridor. I was sort of crying. I don't know why. I put my red hunting hat on and turned the beak around to the back, the way I liked it. And then I yelled at the top of my goddamn voice, "Sleep tight, you morons!" I I'll bet I woke up every bastard on the whole floor. Then I got the hell out. Some stupid guy had thrown peanut shells all over the stairs, and I damn near broke my crazy neck. Chapter 8. It was too late to call up for a cab or anything, so I walked the whole way to the station. It wasn't too far, but it was cold as hell, and the snow made it hard for walking, and my Gladstones kept banging hell out of my legs. I sort of enjoyed the air and all, though. The only trouble was the cold made my nose hurt, and right under my upper lip, where old Stradler laid one on me. He'd smack my lip right on my teeth, and it was pretty sore. My ears were nice and warm, though. That hat I bought had ear laps in it, and I bought them on. And I put them on. I didn't give a damn how I looked. Nobody was around anyway. Everybody was in the sack. I was quite lucky when I got to the station because I only had to wait about 10 minutes for a train. While I waited, I got some snow in my hand and washed my face with it. I still had quite a bit of blood on. Usually, I like riding the trains, especially at night, with the lights on and the windows so black. And one of those guys coming up the aisle selling coffee and sandwiches and magazines. I usually buy a ham sandwich and about 4 magazines. If I'm on a train at night, I can usually even read one of those dumb stories in the magazine without puking. You know, one of those stories with a lot of phony, lean jawed guys named David in it, and a lot of phony girls named Linda or Marcia that are always lighting all the goddamn David pipes for them. I can even read one of those lousy stories on the train at night, usually. But this time, it was different. I just didn't feel like it. I just sort of sat and not did anything. All I did was take off my hunting hat and put it on my pocket. All of a sudden, this lady got on Trenton and sat down next to me. Practically the whole car was empty because it was pretty late and all, but she sat down next to me instead of an empty seat because she had this big bag with her and I was sitting in the front seat. She stuck the bag right out in the middle of the aisle where the conductor and everybody could trip over it. She had these orchids on, like she'd just been to a big party or something. She was around 40 or 45, I guess, but she was very good looking. Women killed me. They really do. I don't mean I'm oversexed or anything like that, although I am quite sexy. I just like them, I know. They're always leaving their goddamn bags out in the middle of the aisle. Anyway, we were sitting there, and all of a sudden she said to me, "Excuse me, but isn't that a Pensy Prep sticker?" She was looking up at my suitcase up on the rack. "Yes, it is," I said. She was right. I did have a goddamn Pensy sticker on one of my Gladstones. Very corny, I'll admit. "Oh, do you go to Pensy?" she said. She had a nice voice, a nice telephone voice mostly. She should have carried a goddamn telephone around with her. "Yes, I do," I said. "Oh, how lovely. Perhaps you know my son then, Ernest Morrow? He goes to Pensy." "Yes, I do. He's in my class." Her son was doubtless the biggest bastard that ever went to Pensy in the whole crummy history of the school. He was always going down the corridor after he had a shower, snapping his soggy old wet towel at people's asses. That's exactly the kind of guy he was. Oh, how nice, the lady said, but not corny. She was just nice and all. I must tell Ernest we met, he said. May I have your name, dear? Rudolph Schmidt, I told her. I didn't feel like giving her my whole life history. Rudolph Schmidt was the name of the janitor of my dorm. Do you like Pensy? She asked. Pensy? It's not too bad. It's not paradise or anything, but it's as good as most schools. Some of the faculty are pretty conscientious. Conscientious. Con, con, conscientious. Ernest just adores it. I know he does, I said. Then I started shooting the old crap around a little bit. He adapts himself very well to things. He really does. I mean, he really knows how to adapt himself. Do you think so? She asked me. She sounded interested as hell. Ernest? Sure, I said. Then I watched her take off her gloves. Boy, was she lousy with rocks. I just broke a nail getting out of a cab, she said. She looked up at me and sort of smiled. She had a terrifically nice smile. She really did. Most people had hardly any smile at all, or a lousy one. Ernest's father and I sometimes worry about him, he said. We sometimes feel he's not a terribly good mixer. How do you mean? Well, he's a very sensitive boy. He really never he's really never been a terribly good mixer with other boys. Perhaps he takes things a little more seriously than he should at his age. Sensitive. That killed me. That guy Morrow was about as sensitive as a goddamn toilet seat. I gave her a good look. She didn't look like any dope to me. She looked like she might have a pretty damn good idea that what a bastard she was the mother of. But you can't always tell. With somebody's mother, I mean. Mothers are slightly insane. The thing is, though, I like Morrow's mother. She was alright. Would you care for a cigarette? I asked her. She looked all around. I don't believe this is a smoker, Rudolph, she said. Rudolph, that killed me. That's all right. We can smoke till they start screaming at us, I said. She took a cigarette off me, and I gave her a light. She looked nice smoking. She inhaled and all, but she didn't wolf the smoke down the way most women around her age do. She had a lot of charm. She had quite a lot of sex appeal too, if you really want to know. She was looking at me sort of funny. I may be wrong, but I believe your nose is bleeding, dear, she said all of a sudden. I nodded and took out my handkerchief. I got hit with a snowball, one of these very icy ones. I probably would have told her what really happened, but it would have taken too long. I liked her though. I was beginning to feel sort of sorry I told her my name was Rudolph Schmidt. Old Ernie, I said. He's one of the most popular boys in Pensy. Did you know that? No, I didn't, I nodded. It really took everybody quite a long time to get to know him. He's a funny guy, a strange guy in lots of ways. Know what I mean? Like when I first met him. When I first met him, I thought he was kind of a snobbish person. That's what I thought. But he isn't. He just got his very original personality that takes you a little while to get to know him. Old Miss Morrow didn't say anything, but boy, you should have seen her. I had her glued to her seat. You take somebody's mother, all they want to hear is what a hotshot their son is. Did I really? Then I really started checking the old crap around. Did he tell you about the elections? I asked her. The class elections. She shook her head. I had her in a trance, like, I really did. Well, a bunch of us wanted old Ernie to be president of the class. I mean, he was the unanimous choice. I mean, he was the only boy that could really handle the job, I said. Boy, was I chucking it. But this other boy, Harry Fencer, was elected. And the reason he was elected, the simple and obvious reason, was because Ernie wouldn't let us nominate him. Because he's so darn shy and modest and all. He refused. Boy, he's really shy. You ought to make him try to get over that. I looked at her. Didn't he tell you about it? No, he didn't. I nodded. That's Ernie. He wouldn't. That's the one fault with him. He's too shy and modest. You really ought to get him to try and relax occasionally. Right that minute, the conductor came around for old Miss Morrow's ticket, and they gave me a chance to quit shooting it. I'm glad I shot it for a while, though. You take a guy like Morrow that's always snapping their tail at people's asses, really trying to hurt somebody with it. They don't just stay a rat while they're a kid. They stay a rat for their whole life. But I'll bet after all the crap I shot, Miss Marlowe will keep thinking of him now as this very shy, modest guy that wouldn't let us nominate him for president. She might. You can't tell. Mothers aren't too sharp about that stuff. Wouldn't you care for a cocktail? I asked her. I was feeling in the mood for one myself. We can go in the club car, all right? Dear, are you allowed to order drinks? She asked me. Not snotty, though. She was too charming and all to be snotty. Well, no, not exactly, but I can usually get them on account of my height, if I said. And I have quite a bit of gray hair. I turned sideways and showed her my gray hair. It fascinated hell out of her. Come on, join me. Why don't you? I said. I'd have enjoyed having her. I really don't think I'd better. Thank you so much, though, dear, she said. Anyway, the club car's most likely closed. It's quite late, you know. She was right. I'd forgotten all about what time it was. Then she looked at me and asked me what I was afraid she was going to ask me. Ernest wrote that he'd be home on Sunday, that Christmas vacation would start on Wednesday. He said, I hope you weren't called home suddenly because of illness in the family. She really looked worried about it. She wasn't just being nosy, you could tell. No, everybody's fine at home, I said. It's me. I have to have this operation. Oh, I'm so sorry, she said. She really was, too. I was right away sorry I'd say it, but it was too late. It isn't very serious. I have this tiny little tumor on the brain. Oh no! She put her hand up to her mouth and all. Oh, I'll be alright and everything. It's right near the outside. It's a very tiny one. They can take it out in about 10 minutes. Then I started reading this timeable I had in my pocket just to stop lying. Once I got started, I can go on for hours if I felt like it. No kidding, hours. We didn't talk too much after that. She started reading this Vogue she had with her, and I looked out the window for a while. She got off at New Work. She wished me a lot of luck with the operation and all. She kept calling me Rudolph. Then she invited me to visit Ernie during the summer at Gloucester, Massachusetts. She said their house was right on the beach and they had a tennis court and all. But I just thanked her and told her I was going to South America with my grandmother, which was really a hot one because my grandmother hardly ever even goes out of the house, except maybe to go to the goddamn matinee or something. But I wouldn't visit the son of a bitch tomorrow for all the dough in the world, even if I was desperate. Chapter 9. The first thing I did when I got off the Penn station, I went into this phone booth. I felt like giving somebody a buzz. I left my bags right outside the booth so that I could watch them, but as soon as I was inside, I couldn't think of anybody to call up. My brother DB was in Hollywood. My kid sister Phoebe goes to bed around 9 o'clock, so I couldn't call her up. She wouldn't have cared if I had woken her up, but the trouble was she wouldn't have been the one that answered the phone. My parents would be the ones, so that was out. Then I thought about giving Jane Gallagher's mother a buzz and find out when Jane's vacation started, but I didn't feel like it. Besides, it was pretty late to call up. Then I thought about calling this girl I used to go around with quite frequently, Sally Hayes, because I knew her Christmas vacation had started already. She'd written me this long, phony letter inviting me over to help her trim the Christmas tree, Christmas Eve and all. But I was afraid her mother'd answer the phone. Her mother knew my mother, and I could picture her breaking a goddamn leg to get to the phone and tell my mother I was in New York. Besides, I was crazy. I wasn't crazy about talking to old Miss Hayes on the phone. She once told Sally I was wild. She said I was wild and that I had no direction in life. Then I thought about calling up this guy that went to the Wutan school when I was there, Carl Luce, but I didn't like him much, so I ended up not calling anybody. I came out of the booth after about 20 minutes or so and got my bags and walked over to that tunnel where the cabs are and got a cab. I'm so damn absent minded. I gave the driver my regular address just out of habit and all. And I mean, I completely forgot I was going to shack up in a hotel for a couple of days and not go home till vacation started. I didn't think of it till we were halfway through the park, and I said, "Hey, do you mind turning around when you get a chance? I gave you the wrong address. I want to go back downtown." The driver was sort of a wise guy. "I can't turn around here, Mac. This here's a one way. I'll have to go all the way the Ninth Street now." I didn't want to start an argument. "Okay," I said. Then I thought about something all of a sudden. "Hey, listen," I said. "You know those ducks in the lagoon right near Central Park, South? That little lake. By any chance, do you happen to know where they go, the ducks, when it gets all frozen over? Do you happen to know by any chance?" I realized it was only one chance in a million. He turned around and looked at me like I was a madman. "What are you trying to do, bud?" He said. "Kid me?" "No, I was just interested, that's all." He didn't say anything more, so I didn't either, until we came out of the park at Ninth Street. Then he said, "All right, buddy, where to?" "Well, the thing is, I don't want to stay at any hotels on the east side where I might run into some acquaintances of mine. I'm traveling incognito," I said. I hate saying corny things like traveling incognito, but when I'm with somebody that's corny, I always act corny too. "Do you happen to know whose band's at the Taft or the New Yorker by any chance?" "No idea, Mac." "Well, take me to the Edmont then," I said. "Would you care to stop on the way and join me for a cocktail?" "On me. I'm loaded." "Can't do it, Mac. Sorry." He certainly was good company. Terrific personality. We got to the Edmont Hotel and I checked in. I'd put on my red hunting cap when I was in the cab just for the hell of it, but I took it off before I checked in. I didn't want to look like a screwball or something, which is really ironic. I didn't know then that the goddamn hotel was full of perverts and morons. Screwballs all over the place. They gave me this very crummy room with nothing to look out of the window except the other side of the hotel. I didn't care much. I was too depressed to care whether I had a good view or not. The bellboy that showed me to the room was this very old guy, around 65. He was even more depressing than the room was. He was one of those bald guys that comb all their hair over from the side to cover up the baldness. I'd rather be bald than do that. Anyway, what a gorgeous job for a guy around 65 years old, carrying people's suitcases and waiting around for a tip. I suppose he wasn't too intelligent or anything, but it was terrible anyway. After he left, I looked out the window for a while with my coat on and off. I didn't have anything else to do. You'd be surprised what was going on the other side of the hotel. They didn't even bother to pull their shades down. I saw one guy, a gray-haired, very distinguishable-looking guy, with only his shorts on, do something you wouldn't believe me if I told you. First, he put on his suitcase on the bed. Then he took out all these women's clothes and put them on. Real women's clothes, silk stockings, high-heeled shoes, brassiere, and one of those corsets with the straps hanging down and on. Then he put on this very thick black evening dress. I swear to God. Then he started walking up and down the room, taking these very small steps, the way a woman does, and smoking a cigarette and looking at himself in the mirror. He was all alone too. Unless somebody was in the bathroom, I couldn't see that much. Then in the window, almost right over his, I saw a man and a woman squirting water out of their mouth at each other. It probably was highballs, not water, but I couldn't see what they had in their glasses. Anyway, first he'd take a swallow and squirt it all over her. Then she did it to him. Then they take turns, for God's sake. You should have seen them. They were in hysterics the whole time. Like it was the funniest thing that ever happened. I'm not kidding. The hotel was lousy with perverts. I was probably the only normal bastard in the whole place, and that isn't saying much. I damn near sent a telegram to old Stradler telling him to take the first train to New York. He'd have been the king of the hotel. The trouble was, the kind of junk is sort of fascinating to watch, even if you don't want it to be. For instance, that girl that was getting water squirted all over her face, she was pretty good looking. I mean, that's my big trouble. In my mind, I'm probably the biggest sex maniac you ever saw. Sometimes I can think of very crummy stuff I wouldn't mind doing if the opportunity came up. I can even see how it might be quite a lot of fun in a crummy way, and if you were both sort of drunk and all, to get a girl and squirt water or something all over each other's faces. The thing is, I don't like that idea. It stinks if you analyze it. I think if you don't really like a girl, you shouldn't horse around with her at all. And if you do like her, then you're supposed to like her face. And if you like her face, you got to be careful about doing crummy stuff to it, like squirting water all over it. It's really too bad that so much crummy stuff is a lot of fun sometimes. Girls aren't too much help either when you start trying to not to get too crummy. When you start trying not to spoil anything really good. I knew this one girl a couple of years ago that was even crummier than I was. Boy, was she crummy. We had a lot of stuff though for a while in a crummy way. Sex is something I really don't understand too hot. You never know where the hell you are. I keep making up these sex rules for myself, and then they break them right away. Last year, I made a rule that I was going to quit horsing around with girls that deep down gave me a pain in the ass. I broke it, though the same week I made it, the same night, as a matter of fact. I spent the whole night necking with a terrible phony named Anne Louise Sherman. Sex is something I just don't understand. I swear to God, I don't understand. I started toying with the idea while I kept standing there of giving old Jane a buzz. I mean, calling her long distance at BM, where she went instead of calling up her mother to find out when she was coming home. You weren't supposed to call students up late at night, but I had it all figured out. I was going to tell whoever answered the phone that I was her uncle. I'm going to say her aunt had just gotten killed in a car accident and I had to speak to her immediately. It wouldn't have worked too. It would have worked too. Oh my gosh. The only reason I didn't do it was because I wasn't in the mood. If you're not in the mood, you can't do stuff right. After a while, I sat down in a chair and smoked a couple of cigarettes. I was feeling pretty horny. I have to admit it. Then all of a sudden, I got this idea. I took out my wallet and started looking for this address a guy I met at a party last summer that went to Princeton gave me. Finally, I found it. It was all a funny color from my wallet, but you could still read it. It was the address of this girl that wasn't exactly a whore or anything, but that didn't mind doing it once in a while. This Princeton guy told me. He brought her to a dance at Princeton once, and they nearly kicked him out for bringing her. She used to be a burlesque stripper or something. Anyway, I went over to the phone and gave her a buzz. Her name was Faith Cavendish, and she lived at the Stanford Arms Hotel on 65th and Broadway. A dump, no doubt. For a while, I didn't think she was home or something. Nobody kept answering. Then finally, somebody picked up the phone. Hello, I said. I made my voice quite deep so that she wouldn't suspect my age or anything. I have a pretty deep voice anyway. Hello, this woman's voice said. None too friendly either. Is this Miss Faith Cavendish? Who's this? She said. Who's calling me up at this crazy goddamn hour? That sort of scared me a little bit. Well, I know it's quite late, I said in a very mature voice and all. I hope you'll forgive me, but I'm very anxious to get in touch with you. I said in I said it suave as though. I really did. Who is this? She said. Well, you don't know me, but I'm a friend of Eddie Birdsells. He suggested that if I were in town sometime, we'd ought to get together for a cocktail or two. Who? You're a friend of who? Boy, she was a real tigress over the phone. She was damn near yelling at me. Edmund Burnsell. Eddie Birdsell, I said. I couldn't remember if his name was Edmund or Edward. I only met him once at a goddamn stupid party. I didn't know anybody by that name, Jack. And if you think I enjoy being woken up in the middle, Eddie Birdsell from Princeton, I said. You could tell she was running the name over in her head, in her mind and all. Birdsell. Birdsell from Princeton College? That's right, I said. You from Princeton College? Well, approximately. Oh, well, how is Eddie? She said. This is certainly a peculiar time to call a person up, though. Jesus Christ. He's fine. He asked to be remembered to you. Well, thank you. Remember him to him. Remember me to him, he said. He's a grand person. What's he doing now? She was getting friendlier as hell all of a sudden. Oh, you know, same old stuff, I said. How the hell did I know what he was doing? I hardly knew the guy. I didn't even know if he was still in Princeton. Look, I said, would you be interested in meeting me for a cocktail somewhere? By any chance, do you have any idea what time it is? What's your name, anyhow? May I ask? She was getting an English accent all of a sudden. You sound a little on the young side. Thank you for the compliment, I said, suave as hell. Holding Coffee was my name. I should have given her a funny name, but I didn't think of it. Well, look, Mr. Caulfield, I'm not in the habit of making engagements in the middle of the night. I'm a working gal. Tomorrow's Sunday, I told her. Well, anyway, I gotta get my beauty sleep. You know how it is. I thought we might have just one cocktail together. It isn't too late. Well, you're very sweet, she said. Where are you calling from? Where are you at now, anyways? Me? I'm in a phone booth. Oh, she said. Then there was a very long pause. Well, I'd like awfully to get together with you sometime, Mr. Caulfield. You sound very attractive. You sound like a very attractive person. But it is late. I could come to your place. Well, ordinary, I'd say grand. I mean, I'd love to have you drop off for a cocktail, but my roommate happens to be ill. She's been laying here all night without a wink of sleep. She just this minute closed her eyes and all. I mean, oh, that's too bad. Where are you stopping at? Perhaps we could get together for cocktails tomorrow. I can't make it tomorrow. Tonight's the only time I can make it. What a dope I was. I shouldn't have said that. Oh, well, I'm awfully sorry. I'll say hello to Eddie for you. Will you do that? I hope you enjoy your stay in New York. It's a grand place. I know it is. Thanks. Good night, I said. Then I hung up. Boy, I really fouled? Oh, I really fouled that up. I should have at least made it for cocktails or something. Chapter 10. It was still pretty early. I'm not sure what time it was, but it wasn't too late. The one thing I hate to do is go to bed when I'm not even tired. So I opened my suitcases and took out a clean shirt, and then I went into the bathroom and washed and changed my shirt. What I thought I'd do, I thought I'd go downstairs and see what the hell was going on in the lavender room. They had this nightclub, the lavender room, in the hotel. While I was changing my shirt, I damn near gave my kid sister Phobia a buzz though. I suddenly felt like talking to her on the phone. Somebody with a sense and all. but I couldn't take a chance on giving her a buzz because she was only a little kid and she wouldn't have been up, let alone anywhere near the phone. I thought of maybe hanging up if my parents answered, but that wouldn't have worked either. They know it was me. My mother always knows it's me. She's psychic, but I certainly wouldn't have minded shooting the crap with old Phoebe. Is it Phoebe or Phoebe? I'm gonna say Phoebe. I think it's better. Phoebe for a while. You should see her. You never saw a little kid so pretty and smart in your whole life. She's really smart. I mean, she's had all A's ever since she started school. As a matter of fact, I'm the only dumb one in the family. My brother DB's a writer now, and my brother Ali, the one who died, that I told you about, was a wizard. I'm the only really dumb one. But you ought to see old Phoebe. She has this sort of red hair, a little bit like Ali was, that's very short in the summertime. In the summertime, she sticks it behind her ears. She has nice, pretty long little ears. In the wintertime, it's pretty long though. Sometimes my mother braids it and sometimes she doesn't. It's really nice though. She's only 10. She's quite skinny like me, but nice skinny. Roller skate skinny. I watched her once from the window when she was crossing over Fifth Avenue to go to the park, and that's what she is, roller skate skinny. You'd like her. I mean, if you tell old Phoebe something, she knows exactly what the hell you're talking about. I mean, you can even take her anywhere with you. If you take her to a lousy movie, for instance, she knows it's a lousy movie. If you take her to a pretty good movie, she knows it's a pretty good movie. DB and I took her to see this French movie, The Baker's Wife, with Raymond in it. It killed her. Her favorite is the 39 Steps, though with Robert Donat. She knows the whole goddamn movie with by heart because I've taken her to see it about 10 times. When old Donat comes up in this Scotch farmhouse, for instance, when he's running away from the cops and all, Phoebe will say right out loud in the movie, right when the Scotch guy in the picture says it, "Can you eat the herring?" She knows all the talk by heart. And when this professor in the picture, that's really a German spy, sticks up his little finger with part of the middle joint missing to show Robert Donnet, old Phoebe beats him to it. She holds her little finger at me in the dark, right in front of my face. She's all right. You like her. The only trouble is she's a little too affectionate sometimes. She's very emotional for a child. She really is. Something else she does, she writes books all the time. Only she doesn't finish them. They're all about some kid named Hazel Weatherfield. Only old Phoebe spells it Hazel. Hasley? No, spells it differently. Old Hazel Weatherfield is a girl detective. She's supposed to be an orphan, but her old man keeps showing up. Her old man's always a tall, attractive gentleman, about 20 years of age. That kills me. Old Phoebe. I swear to God, you'd like her. She was very smart, even when she was a very tiny little kid. When she was a very tiny little kid, I and Allie used to take her to the park with us, especially on Sundays. Allie had this sailboat he used to like to fool around with on Sundays, and we used to take old Phoebe with us. She'd wear white gloves and walk right between us like a lady and all. And when Allie and I were having some conversation about things in general, old Phoebe would be listening. Sometimes you'd forget she was around because she was such a little kid, but she'd let you know. She'd interrupt you all the time. She'd give Allie and I a push or something and say, "Who? Who said that? Bobby or the lady?" And we'd tell her who said it, and she said, "Oh," and go right on listening now. She killed Allie too. I mean, he liked her too. She's 10 now, and not such a tiny little kid anymore. But she still kills everybody. Everybody with a sense, anyway. Anyway, she was somebody you always felt like talking to on the phone. But I was too afraid my parents would answer. and then they'd find out I was in New York and kicked out of Penn, you know. So I just finished putting on my shirt. Then I got all ready and went down the elevator to the lobby to see what was going on. Except for a few pimpy looking guys and a few hoary looking ladies, blondes actually, the lobby was pretty empty. But you could hear the band playing in the lavender room, and so I went in there. It wasn't very crowded, but they gave me a lousy table anyway. Way in the back, I should have waved the buck under the head waiter's nose. In New York, boy, money really talks. I'm not kidding. The band was putrid. Buddy Singer, very brassy, but not good brassy, corny brassy. Also, there were very few people around my age in that place. In fact, nobody was around my age. They were mostly old, show-offy looking guys with their dates, except at the table right next to me. At the table right next to me, there was the three girls around 30 or so. The whole three of them were pretty ugly, and they all had on the kind of hats that you knew they didn't really live in New York. But one of them, the blonde one, wasn't too bad. She was sort of cute, the blonde one, and I started giving her the old eye a little bit. But just then the waiter came up for my order. I ordered a scotch and soda and told him not to mix it. I said it fast as hell because if you hem and haw, they think you're under 21 and won't sell you any intoxicating liquor. I had trouble with him anyway, though. I'm sorry, sir, he said. But do you have some verification of your age? Your driver's license, perhaps? I gave him the very cold stare like he insulted the hell out of me and asked, do I look like I'm 21? I'm sorry, sir, but we have our. Okay, okay, I said. I figured the hell with it. Bring me a Coke. He started to go away, but I called him back. Can't you stick a little rum in it or something? I asked him. I asked him very nicely now. I can't sit in a corny place like this, cold sober. Can't you stick a little rum in it or something? I'm very sorry, sir, he said, and beat it on me. I didn't hold it against him, though. They lose their job if they get caught selling to a minor. I'm a goddamn minor. I started giving the three witches at the time. That the three witches. Jeez. I started giving the three witches at the next table the eye again. It's like I started giving. Oh, that is the blonde one. The other two were strictly from hunger. I didn't do it crudely though. I just gave all three of them this very cold glance and all. What they did though, the three of them, when I did it, they started giggling like morons. They probably thought I was too young to give anybody the once over. That annoyed the hell out of me. You'd have thought I would want to marry them or something. I should have given them the freeze after they did that. But the trouble was, I really felt like dancing. I'm very fond of dancing sometimes, and that was one of the times. So all of a sudden, I sort of leaned over and said, would any of you girls care to dance? I didn't ask them crudely or anything, very suave, in fact. But god damn it, they thought that was a panic too. Started giggling some more. I'm not kidding. They were three little real morons. Come on, I said. I'll dance with you one at a time, alright? How about it? Come on. I really felt like dancing. Finally, the blonde one got up to dance with me because you could tell I was really talking to her. And we walked out to the dance floor. The other two ghouls nearly had hysterics when we did. I certainly must have been very hard up to even bother with any of them. But it was worth it. The blonde was some dancer. She was one of the best dancers I ever danced with. I'm not kidding. Some of these very stupid girls can really knock you out on the dance floor. You take a really smart girl, and half the time she's trying to lead you around the dance floor, or else she's such a lousy dancer. The best thing to do is to stay at the table and just get drunk with her. You really can dance, I told the blonde one. You ought to be a pro. I mean it. I danced with a pro once, and you're twice as good as she was. Did you ever hear of Marco and Miranda? What? She said. She wasn't even listening to me. She was looking all around the place. I said, did you ever hear of Marco and Miranda? I don't know. No, I don't know. Well, they're dancers. She's a dancer. She's not too hot though. She does everything she's supposed to, but she's not so hot anyway. You know, when a girl's really a terrific dancer, would you say? She said. She wasn't listening to me even. Her mind was wandering all over the place. I said, "Do you know when a girl's really a terrific dancer?" Uh huh. Well, where I have my hand in your back, if I think there isn't anything underneath my hand, no can, no legs, no feet, no anything, then the girl's really a terrific dancer. She wasn't listening though, so I ignored her for a while. We just danced. God, could the dopey girl dance? Buddy Singer and his stinking band was playing just one of those things, and even they couldn't ruin it entirely. It's a swell song. I didn't try any trick stuff while we danced. I hate a guy that does a lot of show off tricky stuff on the dance floor. But I was moving her around plenty, and she stayed right with me. The funny thing is, I thought she was enjoying it too, till all of a sudden she came out with this very dumb remark. I and my girlfriend saw Peter Lorre last night, she said, the movie actor, in person. He was buying a newspaper. He's cute. You're lucky, I told her. You're really lucky. You know that? She was really a moron. But what a dancer. I could hardly stop myself from sort of giving her a kiss on the top of her dopey head, right where the part is and all. She got sore when I did it. Hey, what's the idea? Nothing. No idea. You really can dance, I said. I have a kid sister that's only in the goddamn fourth grade. You're about as good as she is, and she can dance better than anybody living or dead. Watch your language if you don't mind. What a lady. Boy, a queen for Christ's sake. Where are you, where are you girls from? I asked. She didn't answer me though. She was busy looking around for old Peter Lorre to show up, I guess. Where are you girls from? I asked her again. What? She said, where are you girls from? Don't answer if you don't feel like it. I don't want you to strain yourself. Seattle, Washington, she said. She was doing me a big favor to tell me. You're a very good conversationalist, I told her. You know that? What? I let it drop. It was over her head anyway. Do you feel like jitterbugging a little bit if you play a fast one? Not corny jitterbug, but jump or anything. Just nice and easy. Everybody, everybody all sat down when they play a fast one, except the old guys and the fat guys, and we'll have plenty of room. Okay? It's immaterial to me, she said. Hey, how old are you anyhow? That annoyed me for some reason. Oh, Christ's sake, don't spoil it, I said. I'm 12 for Christ's sake. I'm big for my age. Listen, I told you about that. I don't like that type of language, she said. If you're going to use that type of language, I can go sit down with my girlfriends. I apologized like a madman because the band was starting a fast one. She started jitterbugging with me, but just very nice and easy, not corny. She was really good. All you had to do was touch her, and she turned around, her pretty little butt twist. All you had to do was touch her, and she turned around, her pretty little butt twitched so nice and all. She knocked me out. I mean it. I was about half in love with her by the time we sat down. That's the thing about girls. Every time they do something pretty, even if they're not much to look at, or even if they're sort of stupid, you fall half in love with them. And then you never know where the hell you are. Girls, Jesus Christ, they can drive you crazy. They really can. They didn't invite me to down at their table, mostly because they were too ignorant. But I sat down anyway. The blonde I'd been dancing with name was Bernice something, Krabs or Krebs. The two ugly ones named were Marty and Laverne. Laverne? I told them my name was Jim Steele, just for the hell of it. Then I tried to get them in a little intelligent conversation, but it was practically impossible. You had to twist their arms. You could hardly tell which was the stupidest of the three of them. And the whole three of them kept looking all around the goddamn room, like as if they expected a flock of goddamn movie stars to come in any minute. They probably thought movie stars always hung out in the lavender room when they came in to New York instead of the Stork Club or El Morocco, and all. Anyway, it took me about half. It took me about a half hour to find out where they all work and all in Seattle. They all worked in the same insurance office. I asked them if they liked it, but do you think they could get all intelligent? You can get an intelligent answer out of those three dopes. I thought the two ugly ones, Marty and Laverne, were sisters, but they got very insulted when I asked them. You could tell neither one of them wanted to look like the other one, and you couldn't blame them. But it was very amusing anyway. I danced with them all, the whole three of them, one at a time. The one ugly one, Laverne, wasn't too bad a dancer, but the other one, old Marty, was murder. Old Marty was like dragging a Statue of Liberty around the floor. The only way I could even half enjoy myself dragging her around was if I amused myself a little. So I told her I just saw Gary Cooper, the movie star, on the other side of the floor. Where? She asked me, excited as hell. Where? Oh, you just missed him. He just went out. Why didn't you look when I told you? She practically stopped dancing and started looking over everybody's heads to see if she could see him. Oh, shoot, she said. I just about broken her heart. I really had. I was sorry as hell I kidded her. Some people you shouldn't kid, even if they deserve it. Here's what was very funny though. When we got back to the table, old Marty told the other two that Gary Cooper had just gone out. Boy, old Laverne and Bernice nearly committed suicide when they heard that. They got all excited and asked Marty if she'd seen him and all. Old Mart said she'd only got a glimpse of him. That killed me. The bar was closing up for the night, so I bought them all two drinks apiece, quick before it closed, and I ordered two more cokes for myself. The guy on the table was lousy with glasses. The only ugly one, Laverne, just kept kidding me because I was only drinking cokes. She had a sterling sense of humor. She and old Marty were drinking Tom Collins's in the middle of December for God's sake. They didn't know any better. The blonde one, old Bernice, was drinking bourbon and water. She was really putting it away too. The whole three of them kept looking for movie stars and the whole time. They hardly talked, even to each other. Old Marty talked more than the other two. She kept saying these very corny, boring things like calling the can the little girl's room. And she thought Buddy Singer's poor old beat up clarinet player was really terrific when he stood up and took a couple of ice cold hot licks. She called his clarinet a licorice stick. Was she corny? The other ugly one, Laverne, thought she was a very witty type. She kept asking me to call up my father and ask him what he was doing tonight. She kept asking me if my father had a date or not. 4 times she asked me that. She was certainly witty. Old Bernice, the blonde one, didn't say hardly anything at all. Every time I asked her something, she said, "What?" That kind of gets on your nerves after a while. All of a sudden, when they finished the drink, all three of them stood up on me and said they had to go to bed. They said they were going to get up early to see the first show at Radio City Music Hall. I tried to get them to stick around for a while, but they wouldn't. So we said goodbye and all. I told them I'd look them up in Seattle sometime if I ever got there, but I doubt if I ever will. Look them up, I mean. With cigarettes and all, the check came to about 13 bucks. I think they should have at least offered to pay for the drinks they had before I joined them. I couldn't have let them, naturally, but they should have at least offered. I didn't care much, though. They were so ignorant, and they had those sad, fancy hats on and all. And that business about getting up early to see the first show at Radio City Music Hall depressed me. If somebody, some girl in an awful looking hat, for instance, come all the way to New York from Seattle, Washington, for God's sake, and ends up getting up early in the morning to see goddamn first show of Radio City Music Hall, it makes me so depressed. I can't stand it. I'd have bought the whole three of them 100 drinks if only they hadn't told me that. I left the lavender room pretty soon after they did. They were closing it up anyway, and the band had quit a long time ago. In the first place, it was one of those places that are very terrible to be in unless you have somebody good to dance with, or unless the waiter lets you buy real drinks instead of just Cokes. There isn't any nightclub in the world you can sit in for a long time unless you can at least buy some liquor and get drunk, or unless you're with some girl that really knocks you out. Chapter 11. Oh, yeah, nearly, well, not really nearly halfway there. All of a sudden, on my way out to the lobby, I got old Jane Gallagher on the brain again. I got her on, and I couldn't get her off. I sat down in this vomity looking chair in the lobby and thought about her and Stradler sitting in the goddamn Ed Banky's car and thought I was pretty damn sure. And though I was pretty damn sure old Stradler hadn't given her the time, I know old Jane like a book. I still couldn't get her off my brain. I knew her like a book. I really did. I mean, besides checkers, she was quite fond of all athletic sports, and after I got to know her, the whole summer long we played tennis together almost every morning and golf almost every night afternoon. I really got to know her quite intimately. I don't mean it was anything physical or anything, it wasn't. But we saw each other all the time. You don't always have to get too sexy to get to know a girl. The way I met her, this Doberman pincher she had used to come over and relieve himself on our lawn, and my mother got very irritated by it. She called up Jane's mother and made a big stink about it. My mother can make a very big stink about the kind of stuff. Then what happened a couple of days later, I saw Jane laying on her stomach next to the swimming pool at the club, and I said hello to her. I knew she lived in the house next to ours, but I never conversed with her before or anything. She gave me the big freeze when I said hello that day, though. I had a hell of a time convincing her that I didn't give a good goddamn where give what that makes no. I didn't give a good goddamn where her dog relieved himself. He couldn't do it in the living room for all I cared. Anyway, after that, Jane and I got to be friends and all. I played golf with her the same afternoon. She lost 8 balls, I remember. 8. I had a terrible time getting her to at least open her eyes when she took a swing at the ball. I improved her game immensely, though. I'm a very good golfer. If I had to, if I had, if I told you would would I go around him, you probably wouldn't believe me. I almost was once in a movie short, but it changed my mind at the last minute. I figured that anybody that hates the movies as much as I do, I'd be a phony if I let them stick me in a movie short. She was a funny girl, old Jane. I wouldn't exactly describe her as strictly beautiful. She knocked me out, though. She was sort of muckle mouse. I mean, when she was talking, she got excited about something. Her mouth sort of went in about 50 directions, her lips and all. That killed me. She never really closed it at all the way, her mouth. It was almost just a little bit open, especially when she got in her golf stance or when she was reading a book. She was always reading and she read very good books. She read a lot of poetry and all. She was the only one outside my family that I ever showed Allie's face palm to, with all the poems written on it. She never met Allie or anything, because that was her first summer in Maine. Before that, she went to Cape Cod, but I told her quite a lot about him. She was interested in that kind of stuff. My mother didn't like her too much. I mean, my mother always thought Jane and her mother were sort of snubbing her or something when they didn't say hello. My mother saw them in the village a lot because Jane used to drive to the market with her mother in this LaSalle convertible they had. My mother didn't think Jane was pretty even. I did, though. I just liked the way she looked, that's all. I remember this one afternoon. It was the only time old Jane and I ever got close to necking even. It was a Saturday and it was raining like a bastard out, and it was over at her house on the porch. They had this big screen in porch. We were playing checkers. I used to kid her once in a while because she wouldn't take her kings out of the back row. But I didn't kid her much though. You never wanted to kid Jane too much. I think I really like it best when you can kid the pants off a girl with the opportunity arises. But it's a funny thing. The girl I like best are the ones I never feel much like kidding. Sometimes I think they'd like it if you kidded them. In fact, I know they would. But it's hard to get started once you've known them a pretty long time and never kidded them. Anyway, I was telling you about that afternoon Jenny and I came close to necking. I was raining like it was raining like hell, and we were out on her porch, and all of a sudden, this booze hound, her mother was married to, came out on the porch and asked Jane if there were any cigarettes in the house. I didn't know him too well or anything, but he looked like the kind of guy that wouldn't talk to you much unless he wanted something off you. He had a lousy personality. Anyway, old Jane wouldn't answer him when he asked her if she knew where there were any cigarettes. So the guy asked her again, but she still wouldn't answer him. She didn't even look up from the game. Finally, the guy went inside the house. When he did, I asked Jane what the hell was going on. She wouldn't even answer me then. She made out like she was concentrating on her next move in the game and all. Then all of a sudden, this tear flopped down on the checkerboard. On one of the red squares, boy, can still see it. She just rubbed it in the board with her fingers. I don't know why, but it bothered the hell out of me. So what I did was I went over and made her move on the glider so that I could sit down next to her. I practically sat down in her lap, as a matter of fact. Then she really started cry. And the next thing I knew, I was kissing her all over, anywhere. Her eyes, her nose, her forehead, her eyebrows and all, her ears, her mouth, her whole face except her mouth and all. She sort of wouldn't let me get to her mouth. Anyway, it was the closest we ever got to necking. After a while, she got up and went in and put on this red and white sweater she had that knocked me out, and we went to a goddamn movie. I asked her on the way if Mr. Coudet, that was the booze hound's name, had ever tried to get wise with her. She was pretty young, but she had a terrific figure. I wouldn't have put it past that Coudet bastard. She said no. I never did find out what the hell was the matter. Some girls who practically never find out what's the matter. I don't want you to get the idea she was a goddamn icicle or something, just because we never necked her or horsed around much. She wasn't. I held hands with her all the time, for instance. That doesn't sound like much, I realized, but she was terrific to hold hands with. Most girls, if you hold hands with them, their goddamn hands dies on you, or else they think that, or else they think they have to keep moving their hand all over the time, as if they were afraid they'd bore you or something. Jane was different. We'd get into a goddamn movie or something, and right away we'd start holding hands, and we wouldn't quit till the movie was over. And without changing the position or making a big deal out of it. You never even worried, Miss Jane, whether your hand was sweaty or not. All you knew was you were happy. You really were. One other thing I just thought of, one time in this movie, Jane did something that just about knocked me out. The newsreel was on or something, and all of a sudden I felt this hand on the back of my neck, and it was Jane's. It was a funny thing to do. I mean, she was quite young and all, and most girls, if you see them putting their hand on the back of somebody's neck, they're around 25 or 30, and usually they're doing it to their husband or their little kid. I do it to my kid sister, Phoebe, once in a while, for instance. But if a girl's quite young and all, and she does it, it's so pretty, it just about kills you. Anyway, that's what I was thinking about while I sat in the vomity looking chair in the lobby. Old Jane. Every time I got to the part about her out with well, every time I got to the part about her out with Stradler in damn Ed Banksy's chair, it almost drove me crazy. I knew she wouldn't let me go to the first base with her, but it drove me crazy anyways. I didn't even like to talk about it, if you want to know the truth. There was hardly anybody in the lobby anymore. Even all the hoary looking blondes weren't around anymore. And all of a sudden, I felt like getting the hell out of the place. It was too depressing. And I wasn't tired or anything. So I went up to my room and put on my coat. I also took a look out the window to see if all the perverts were still in action, but the lights and all were out now. I went down in the elevator again and got a cab and told the driver to take me down to Ernie's. Ernie's is this nightclub in Greenwich Village that my brother DB used to go quite frequently before he went out to Hollywood and prostituted himself. He used to take me with him once in a while. Ernie's a big fat colored guy that plays the piano. He's a terrific snob and he won't hardly even talk to you unless you're a big shot or celebrity or something. But he can really play the piano. He's so good, he's almost corny in fact. I don't exactly know what I mean by that, but I mean it. I certainly like to hear him play, but sometimes you feel like turning his goddamn piano over. I think it's because sometimes when he plays, he sounds like the kind of guy that wouldn't talk to you unless you're a big shot. Chapter 12. The cab I had was a really old one that smelled like someone you'd toss his cookies in it. I always get those vomity kind of cabs if I go anywhere late at night. What made it worse, it was so quiet and lonesome out, even though it was Saturday night. I didn't see hardly anybody on the street. Now and then you just saw a man and a girl crossing the street with their arms around each other's waists and all, or a bunch of hoodlummy looking guys and their dates, all of them laughing like hyenas at something you could you could bet wasn't funny. New York's terrible when somebody laughs on the street very late at night. You can hear it for miles. It makes you feel so lonesome and depressed. I kept wishing I could go home and shoot the bull for a while with old Phoebe. But finally, after I was riding a while, the cab driver and I sort of struck up a conversation. His name is Horwitz. He was a much better guy than the other driver I'd had. Anyway, I thought maybe he might know about the ducks. Hey, Horwitz, I said, you ever pass by the lagoon in Central Park? Down by Central Park South? The what? The lagoon. The little lake like there, where the ducks are, you know? Yeah, what about it? Well, you know the ducks that swim around it in the springtime and all. Do you know what happened? Do you happen to know where they go in the wintertime by any chance? Where who goes? The ducks. Do you know by any chance? I mean, does somebody come around in a truck or something and take them away, or do they fly away by themselves and go south or something? Old Horwitz turned all the way around and looked at me. He was a very impatient type guy. He wasn't a bad guy though. How the hell should I know? He said. How the hell should I know a stupid thing like that? Well, don't get sore about it, I said. He was sore about it or something. Who's sore? Nobody's sore. I stopped having a conversation with him if he was going to get so damn touchy about it. But he started it up again himself. He turned all the way around again and said, the fish don't go no place. They stay right where they are, the fish, right in the goddamn lake. The fish, that's different. The fish is different. I'm talking about the ducks, I said. What's different about it? Nothing's different about it, Horowitz said. Everything he said, he sounded sore about something. It's tougher for the fish, the winter and all, than it is for the ducks, for Christ's sake. Use your head, for Christ's sake. I didn't say anything for about a minute. Then I said, all right, what do they do, the fish and all, when that whole little lake's a solid block of ice, people skating on it and all? All the Horwitz turned around again. What the hell you mean? What do they do? He yelled at me. They stay right where they are, for Christ's sake. They can't just ignore the ice. They can't just ignore it. Who's ignoring it? Nobody's ignoring it, Horwitz said. He got so damn excited and all. I was afraid he was going to drive the cab right into the lamppost or something. They live right in the goddamn ice. It's their nature, for Christ's sake. They get frozen right in one position for the whole winter. Yeah? What do they eat then? I mean, if they're frozen solid,
they can't swim around like looking for food and all. Their bodies, for Christ's sake. What's the matter with you? Their bodies take in nutrient and all, right through the goddamn seaweed and crap that's in the eyes. They got their pores open the whole time. That's their nature, for Christ's sake. See what I mean? He turned way the hell around again and to look at me. Oh, I said. I let it drop. I was afraid he was going to crack the damn taxi up or something. Besides, he was such a touchy guy. It wasn't a pleasure discussing anything with him. Would you care to stop off and have a drink with me somewhere? I said. He didn't answer me though. I guess he was still thinking. I asked him again, though. He was a pretty good guy, quite amusing and all. I ain't got no time for no liquor, bud, he said. How the hell old are you anyways? Why ain't you home in bed? I'm not tired. When I got out in front of Ernie's and paid the fare, old Hurwitz brought up the fish again. He certainly had it on his mind. Listen, he said, if you was a fish, Mother Nature'd take care of you, wouldn't she? Right? Don't you think the fish just die? You don't think them fish just die when it gets to winter, do you? No, but you're goddamn right they don't, Horowitz said, and drove off like a bat out of hell. He was about the touchiest guy I ever met. Everything he said made him sore. Even though it was so late, old Ernie's was jam-packed, mostly with prep school jerks and college jerks. Almost every damn school in the world gets out earlier for Christmas vacation than the schools I go to. You could hardly check your coat. It was so crowded. It was pretty quiet though because Ernie was playing the piano. It was supposed to be something holy, for God's sake. When he sat down at the piano, nobody's that good. About three couples besides me were waiting for tables. They were all shoving and standing on tiptoes to get a look at old Ernie while he played. He had a big damn mirror in front of the piano with this spotlight on him so that everybody could watch his face while he played. You couldn't see his fingers while he played, just this big old face. Big deal. I'm not too sure what the name of the song was that he was playing when I came in, but whatever it was, he was really stinking it up. He was playing all these dumb, show-offy ripples in the high notes, and a lot of other very tricky stuff that gives me a pain in the ass. You should have heard the crowd though. When he was finished, you should have heard the crowd though when he was finished. You would have puked. They went mad. They were exactly the same morons that laugh like hyenas in the movies and stuff that isn't funny. I swear to God, if I were a piano player or an actor or something and all those dopes thought I was terrific, I'd hate it. I wouldn't even want them to clap for me. People always clap for the wrong things. If I were a piano player, I'd play it in the goddamn closet. Anyway, when he was finished and everybody was clapping their heads off, old Ernie turned around on the stool and gave this very phony, humble bow, like as if he was a hell of a humble guy, besides being a terrific piano player. It was very phony. I mean, him being such a big snob and all. In a funny way, though, I felt sort of sorry for him when he was finished. I don't even think he knows anymore when he's playing right or not. It isn't his fault. I probably blame all those dopes that clap their heads up. They'd foul up anybody if you gave them a chance. Anyway, it made me feel depressed and lousy again, and I damn near got my coat back and went back to the hotel. But it was too early and I didn't feel much like playing all alone. They finally got me this stinking table right up against the wall and behind the goddamn post where you couldn't see anything. It was one of those tiny little tables that if the people at the next table didn't get up to let you by, and they never do, the bastards, you practically have to climb into your chair. I ordered a scotch and soda, which is my favorite drink, next to frozen daiquiris. If you were only around 6 years old, you could get liquor at Ernie's. The place was so dark and all, and besides, nobody cared how old you were. You could even be a dope fiend and nobody cared. I was surrounded by jerks. I'm not kidding. At this other tiny table, right to my left, practically on top of me. There were these funny looking guys and this funny looking girl. They were around my age, or maybe just a little older. It was funny. You could see they were being careful as hell not to drink up the minimum too fast. I listened to their conversation for a while because I didn't have anything else to do. He was telling her about some pro football game he'd seen that afternoon. He gave her every single goddamn play in the whole game. I'm not kidding. He was the most boring guy I've ever listened to. And you could tell his date wasn't even interested in the goddamn game. But she was even funnier looking than he was, so I guess she had to listen. Really ugly girls have it tough. I feel so sorry for them sometimes. Sometimes I can't even look at them, especially if they're with some dopey guy that's telling them all about a goddamn football game. On my right, I'm in my right, the conversation went even worse though. On my right, there was this very Joe Yale looking guy in a gray flannel suit and in a suit and one of those flibby looking tattersall vests. All those Ivy League bastards look alike. My father wants me to go to Yale or even Princeton, but I swear I wouldn't go to one of those Ivy League colleges if I was dying, for God's sake. Anyway, this Joe Yale looking guy had a terrific looking girl with him. Boy, she was good looking. But you should have heard the conversation they were having. In the first place, they were both slightly crooked. What he was doing, he was giving her a feel under the table, and at the same time telling her all about some guy in his dorm that had eaten a whole bottle of aspirin and nearly committed suicide. His date kept saying to him, "Oh, how terrible. Don't, darling, please, don't. Not here." Imagine giving somebody a feel and telling them about a guy committing suicide at the same time. They killed me. I suddenly began to feel like a prize horse's ass, though sitting there all by myself. There wasn't anything to do except smoke and drink. What I did do though, I told the waiter to ask old Ernie if he'd care to join me for a drink. I told him to tell him I was DB's brother. I don't think he ever even gave him my message though. Those bastards never give your message to anybody. All of a sudden, this girl came up to me and said, "Holden Caulfield." Her name was Lillian Simmons. My brother DB used to go around with her for a while. She had very big knockers. "Hi," I said. I tried to get up naturally, but it was some job getting up in a place like that. She had some Navy officer with her that looked like he had a poker up his ass. "How marvelous to see you," old Lillian Simmons said. "Strictly a phony. How's your big brother?" That's all she really wanted to know. "He's fine. He's in Hollywood." "In Hollywood? How marvelous. What's he doing?" "I don't know. Writing?" I said. I didn't feel like discussing it. You could tell she thought it was a big deal, his being in Hollywood. Almost everybody does. Mostly people who never read any of the stories. It drives me crazy though. "How exciting," old Lillian said. Then she introduced me to the Navy guy. His name was Commander Block or something. He was one of those guys that think they're being a pansy if they don't break around 40 or your fingers when they shake hands with you. God, I hate that stuff. "Are you all alone, baby?" old Lillian asked me. She's blocking up the whole goddamn traffic in the aisle. You could tell she liked to block up a lot of traffic. This waiter was waiting for her to move out of the way, but she didn't even notice him. It was funny. You could tell the waiter didn't like her much, and you could tell even the Navy guy didn't like her much, even though he was dating her. And I didn't like her much. Nobody did. You had to feel sort of sorry for her in a way. "Don't you have a date, baby?" she asked me. I was standing up now, and she didn't even tell me to sit down. She was the type that keeps you standing up for hours. "Isn't he handsome?" she said to the Navy guy. "Holden, you're getting handsomer by the minute." The Navy guy told her to come on. He told her they were blocking up the whole aisle. "Holden, come join us," old Lillian said. "Bring your drink." "I was just leaving," I told her. "I have to meet somebody." You could tell she was trying to get in good with me so that I'd tell old DB about it. "Well, you little so-and-so, I'll write for you. Tell your big brother I hate him when you see him." Then she left. The Navy guy and I told each other we were glad to have met each other, which always kills me. I'm always saying glad to have met you to somebody I'm not at all glad I met. If you want to stay alive, you have to say that stuff though. After I told her I had to meet somebody, I didn't have any goddamn choice except to leave. I could have I couldn't even stick around to hear old Ernie play something halfway decent. But I certainly wasn't going to sit down at a table with old Lillian Simmons and that Navy guy and be bored to death. So I left. It made me mad though when I was getting my coat. People are always ruining things for you. Chapter 13. I walked all the way back to the hotel, 41 gorgeous blocks. I didn't do it because I felt like walking or anything. It was more because I didn't feel like getting in and out of another taxi cab. Something you get tired of riding in taxi cabs the same way you get tired riding in elevators. All of a sudden, you have to walk, no matter how far or how high up. When I was a kid, I used to walk all the way up to our apartment very frequently, 12 stories. You wouldn't even know it had snowed at all. There was hardly any snow on the sidewalks, but it was freezing cold, and I took my red hunting hat out of my pocket and put it on. I didn't give a damn how I looked. I even put the ear laps down. I wish I knew who'd swiped my gloves at Pensy because my hands were freezing. Now, not that I'd have done much about it, even if I had known. I'm one of those very yellow guys. I try not to show it, but I am. For instance, if I'd found out that at Pensy who'd stolen my gloves, I probably would have gone down to the crook's room and said, "Okay, how about handing over those gloves?" Then the crook that had stolen them probably would have said, his voice very innocent and all, "What gloves?" Then what I probably would have done, have gone in his closet, found a glove somewhere, hidden in his goddamn galoshes or something, for instance. I have taken them out and showed them to the guy and said, "I suppose these are your goddamn gloves?" Then the crook probably would have given me this very phony innocent look and said, "I never saw those gloves before in my life. If they're yours, take them. I don't want the goddamn things." Then I probably would have just stood there for about 5 minutes. I'd have the damn gloves right in my hand and all, but I'd feel like I ought to sock the guy in the jaw or something, break his goddamn jaw. Only I wouldn't have the guts to do it. I just stand there, trying to look tough. What I might do, I might say something very cutting and snotty to rile him up instead of socking him in the jaw. Anyway, if I did say something very cutting and snotty, he'd probably get up, come over to me and say, "Listen, Caulfield, are you really calling me a crook?" Then instead of saying, "You're goddamn right I am, you dirty crooked bastard," all I'd probably would have said would be, "All I know is my goddamn gloves were in your goddamn galoshes." Right away then, the guy would know for sure that I wasn't going to take a sock at him. And he probably would have said, "Listen, let's get this straight. Are you calling me a thief?" Then I probably would have said, "Nobody's calling anybody a thief. All I know is my gloves were in your goddamn galoshes." It could go on like that for hours. Finally, though, I leave his room without even taking a sock at him. I probably go down to the cannon, sneak a cigarette, and watch myself getting tougher in the mirror. Anyways, that's what I thought about the whole way back to the hotel. It's not fun to be yellow. Maybe I'm not all yellow. I don't know. I think maybe I'm just partly yellow and partly the type that doesn't give much of a damn if they lose their gloves. One of my trouble is I never cared too much when I lose something. It used to drive my mother crazy when I was a kid. Some guys spend days looking for something they lost. I never seemed to have anything that if I lost, I cared too much. Maybe that's why I'm partly yellow. It's no excuse though. It really isn't. What you should be is not yellow at all. if you're supposed to sock somebody in the jaw and you sort of feel like doing it, you should do it. I'm just not good at it though. I'd rather push a guy out the window or chop his head off with an axe than sock him in the jaw. I hate fistfights. I don't mind getting hit so much, although I'm not crazy about it naturally. But what scares me most in fistfights is the guy's face. I can't stand looking at the other guy's face. Is my trouble. I wouldn't be so bad if you could if you could both be blindfolded or something. It's a funny kind of yellowness when you come to think of it, but it's yellowness, all right. I'm not kidding myself. The more I thought about my gloves and my yellowness, the more depressed I got, and I decided while I was walking and all to stop off and have a drink somewhere. I'd only had 3 drinks at Ernie's, and I didn't even finish the last one. One thing I have, it's a terrific capacity. I can drink all night, not even show it if I'm in the mood. Once at Wutan school, this other boy, Raymond Goldfarb, and I bought a pint I bought a pint of scotch and drank it in the chapel one Saturday night, where nobody see us. He got stinking, but I hardly didn't even show it. I just got very cool and nonchalant. I puked before I went to bed, but I didn't really have to. I forced myself. Anyway, before I go to the hotel, I started to go in this dumpy looking bar, but 2 guys came out drunk as hell and wanted to know where the subway was. One of them was this very Cuban looking guy, and he kept breathing his stinking breath in my face while I gave him directions. I ended up not even going in the damn bar. I just went back to the hotel. The whole lobby was empty. It smelled like 50 million dead cigars. It really did. I wasn't asleep or anything, but I was feeling sort of lousy, depressed and all. I almost wished I was dead. Then all of a sudden, I got in this big mess. The first thing when I got into the elevator guy said to me, "Interested in having a good time, fella? Or is it too late for you?" "How do you mean?" I said. I didn't know what he was driving at or anything. "Interested in a little tale tonight?" "Me?" I said, which was a very dumb answer, but it's quite embarrassing when somebody comes right up and asks you a question like that. "How old are you, Chief?" the elevator guy said. "Why?" 22. "Uh-huh. Well, how about it? You interested? $5 a throw. $15 a whole night." He looked at his wristwatch. "Till noon. Give $5 a throw, $15 till noon." "Okay," I said. It wasn't against my principles and all, but I was feeling so depressed I didn't even think. That's the whole trouble. When you're feeling very depressed, you can't even think. "Okay, what? A throw or till noon?" "I gotta know. Just a throw." "Okay, what room you in?" I looked at the red thing with my number on it and my key. 1222, I said. I was already sort of sorry I didn't let things start rolling, but it was too late now. "Okay, I'll send a girl up in about 15 minutes. He opened the doors and got out. "Hey, is she good looking?" I asked him. "I don't want an old bag. No old bag. Don't worry about it, Chief." "How do I pay?" "Her," he said. "Let's go, Chief." He shut the doors and practically right in my face. I went to my room and put some water on my hair, but you can't really comb a crew cut or anything. Then I got tested to see if my breath stank from so many cigarettes and the scotch and sodas I drank at Ernie's. All you do is hold your breath under your mouth and blow your breath up toward the old nostrils. It didn't seem to stink much, but I brushed my teeth anyway. Then I put on another clean shirt. I knew I didn't have to get all dolled up for a prostitute or anything, but it sort of gave me something to do. I was a little nervous. I was starting to feel pretty sexy and all, but I was a little nervous anyway. If you want to know the truth, I'm a virgin. I really am. I've had quite a few opportunities to lose my virginity and all, but I've never got around to it yet. Something always happens. For instance, if you're at a girl's house, her parents always come home at the wrong time, or you're afraid they will. Or if you're in the backseat of somebody's car, there's always somebody's date in the front seat. Some girl, I mean, that always wants to know what's going all over the whole goddamn car. I mean, some girl in front keeps turning around to see what the hell's going on. Anyway, something always happens. I came quite close to doing it a couple of times though. One time in particular, I remember. Something went wrong though. I don't even remember what anymore. Thing is, most of the time when you're coming pretty close to doing it with a girl that isn't a prostitute or anything, I mean, she keeps telling you to stop. The trouble with me is I stop. Most guys don't. I can't help it. You never know whether they really want you to stop, or whether they're just scared as hell, or whether they're just telling you to stop so that if you do go through it, the blame will be on you, not them. Anyway, I keep stopping. The trouble is, I get to feeling sorry for them. I mean, most girls are so dumb and all. After you neck them for a while, you can really watch them losing their brains. You take a girl when she really gets passionate, she just hasn't any brains. I don't know. They tell me to stop, so I stop. I always wish I hadn't after I take them home, but I keep doing it anyway. Anyway, while I was putting on another clean shirt, I sort of figured this was a big chance in a way. I figured if she was a prostitute and all, I could get in some practice on her in case I ever get married or anything. I worry about this stuff sometimes. I read this book once at the Wutan school that had this very sophisticated, suave, sexy guy in it. Monsieur Blacard was his name. I can still remember. It was a lousy book, but got this Blacard guy was pretty good. He had this big chartia and all on the Riviera in Europe. And all he did in his spare time was beat women off with the club. He was a real great rack and all, but he knocked women out. He said in this one part that a woman's body is like a violin and all, and that it takes a terrific musician to play it right. It was a very corny book, I realized that, but I couldn't get that violin stuff out of my mind anyway. In a way, that's why I sort of wanted to get some practice in case I ever get married. Caulfield and his magic violin, boy, it's corny. I realized, but it isn't too corny. I wouldn't mind being pretty good at that stuff. Half the time, if you really want to know the truth, when I'm horsing around with a girl, I have a hell of a lot of trouble just finding what I'm looking for God's sake, if you want to know what I mean. Take this girl that I just missed having sexual intercourse with, that I told you about. It took me about an hour to just get her goddamn brassiere off. By the time I did get it off, she was about ready to spit in my eye. Anyway, I kept walking around the room, waiting for this prostitute to show up. I kept hoping she'd be good looking. I didn't care too much though. I sort of just wanted to get it over with. Finally, somebody knocked on the door, and when I went to open it, I had my suitcase right in the way, and I fell over it and damn near broke my knee. I always pick a gorgeous time to fall over a suitcase or something. When I opened the door, this prostitute was standing there. She had a polo coat and no hat. She was sort of blonde, but you could tell she dyed her hair. She wasn't an old bag though. How do you do? I said. Suave as hell, boy. You the guys Maurice said? She asked him. She didn't seem too goddamn friendly. Is he the elevator boy? Yeah, she said. Yes, I am. Come in, won't you? I said. I was getting more and more nonchalant as it went along. I really was. She came in and took her coat off right away and sort of chucked it on the bed. She had a green dress underneath, then sort of sat down sideways on the chair that went with the desk in the room and started jiggling her foot up and down. She crossed her legs and started jiggling this one foot up and down. She was very nervous for a prostitute. She really was. I think it was because she was young as hell. She was around my age. I sat down in the big chair next to her and offered her a cigarette. I don't smoke, she said. She had a tiny little weeny whiny voice. You could hardly hear her. She never said thank you either when you offered her something. She just didn't any bother better. She just didn't know any better. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jim Steele. You got a watch on you? She said. She didn't care what the hell my name was, naturally. Hey, how old are you anyways? Me? 22. Like fun you are. It's a funny thing to say. It sounded like a real kid. You think a prostitute and all would say like hell you are, or cut the craps instead of like fun you are. How old are you? I asked. Old enough to know better, she said. She was really witty. You got a watch on you? She asked me again. And then she stood up and pulled her dress over her head. I certainly felt peculiar when she did that. I mean, she did it so sudden and all. I know you're supposed to feel pretty sexy when somebody gets up and pulls their dress over their head, but I didn't. Sexy was about the last thing I was feeling. I was I felt more depressed than sexy. You got a watch on you, hey? No, no, I don't, I said. Boy, was I feeling peculiar. What's your name? I asked her. All she had on was a pink slip. It was really quite embarrassing. It really was. Sunny, she said. Let's go, hey? Don't you feel like talking for a while? I asked her. It was a childish thing to say, but I was feeling so damn peculiar. Are you in a very big hurry? She looked at me like I was a madman. What the heck you want to talk about? She said. I don't know. Nothing special. I just thought perhaps you might care to chat for a while. She sat down in the chair next to the desk again. She didn't like it, though. You could tell. She started jiggling her foot again. Boy, she was a nervous girl. Would you care for a cigarette now? I said. I forgot she didn't smoke. I don't smoke. Listen, if you're gonna talk, do it. I got things to do. I couldn't think of anything to talk about, though. I thought of asking her how she got to be a prostitute and all, but I was scared to ask. She probably wouldn't have told me anyway. You didn't come from New York, do you? I asked. Finally, that's all I could think of. Hollywood, she said. Then she got up and went over to where she put her dress down on the bed. You got a hanger? I don't want to get my dress all wrinkly. It's brand clean. Sure, I said right away. I was only too glad to get up and do something. I took her dress over the closet and hung it up for her. It was funny. It made me feel sort of sad when I hung it up. I thought of her going into a store and buying it, and nobody in the store knowing she was a prostitute and all. Soon, the salesman probably just thought she was a regular girl when she bought it. It made me feel sad as hell. I don't know why exactly. I sat down again and tried to keep the old conversation going. She was a lousy conversationalist. Do you work every night? I asked her. It sounded sort of awful after I said it. Yeah. She was talking all around. She was walking all around the room. She picked up the menu off the desk and read it. What do you do during the day? She sort of shrugged her shoulders. She was pretty skinny. Sleep. Go to the show. She put down the menu and looked at me. Let's go, honey. Or, let's go, honey. Let's go, hey. I haven't got off. Look, I said. I don't feel very much like myself tonight. I've had a rough night. Honest to God. I'll pay you and all, but do you mind very much if we don't do it? Do you mind very much? The trouble was, I just didn't want to do it. I felt more depressed than sexy, if you want to know the truth. She was depressing. Her green dress hanging in the closet and all. And besides, I don't think I could ever do it with somebody that sits in a stupid movie all day. I really don't think I could. She came over to me with this funny look on her face, like as if she didn't believe me. What's the matter? She said. Nothing's the matter. Boy, was I getting nervous. Thing is, I had an operation very recently. Yeah? Where? On my, what do you call it? My clavichord? Yeah. Yeah? Where the hell is that? The clavichord. The clavichord? He's saying clavichord, but I think he means clavicle. The clavichord. I said, well, actually, it's in the spinal canal. I mean, it's quite a ways down in the spinal canal. Yeah? She said, that's tough. Then she sat down on the goddamn lap. Oh my goddamn lap. You're cute. She made me so nervous, I just kept on lying my head off. I'm still recuperating, I told her. You look like a guy in the movies. You know? Who's this? You know who I mean. What the heck's his name? I don't know. I said. She wouldn't get off my goddamn lap. Sure, you know. He was in that picture with Melvine Douglas. The one that was Melvine Douglas' kid brother that falls off this boat. You know who I mean. No, I don't. I go to the movies as seldom as I can. Then she started getting funny, crude and all. Do you mind cutting it out? I'm not in the mood. I just told you I just had an operation. She didn't get up from my lap or anything, but she gave me this terrifically dirty look. Listen, she said, I was sleeping when the crazy Maurice woke me up. If you think I said I'd pay you for coming and all, I really will. I have plenty of dough. It's just that I'm practically just recovering from a very serious. What the heck did you tell that crazy Maurice you wanted a girl for then? If you just had a goddamn operation and your goddamn what do you call it, huh? I thought I'd be feeling a lot better than I do. I was a little premature in my calculations. No kidding. I'm sorry. If you'll just get up a second, I'll get my wallet. I mean it. She was sore as hell, but she got up. She got up off my goddamn lap so that I could go over it and get my wallet off the chiffonier. I took out a $5 bill and handed it to her. Thanks a lot, I told her. Thanks a million. This is 5. It costs 10. She was getting funny, you could tell. I was afraid something like this would happen. I really was. Maurice said 5, I told her. He said 15 till noon, and only 5 for a throw. 10 for a throw. He said 5. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I really am, but that's all I'm going to shell out. She sort of shrugged her shoulders the way she did before, and then she said, very cold, do you mind frock? Getting me my frock, or would it be too much trouble? She's a pretty spooky kid. Even with the little bitty voice she said she had, she could sort of scare you a little bit. If she'd been a big old prostitute with a lot of makeup on her face and all, she wouldn't have been half as spooky. I went and got her dress for her. She put it on and all, and then she picked up her polo coat off the bed. So long, crumb bum, she said. So long, I said. I didn't thank her or anything. I'm glad I didn't. Chapter 14. After old Sonny was gone, I sat in a chair for a while and smoked a couple of cigarettes. It was getting daylight outside. Boy, I felt miserable. I felt so depressed, you can't imagine. What I did, I started talking sort of loud to Ali. I do that sometimes when I get very depressed. I keep telling him to go home and get his bike and meet me in front of Bobby Fallon's house. Bobby Fallon used to live quite near us in Maine. This is years ago. Anyway, what happened was one day Bobby and I were going over to Lake Sedabago on our bikes. We were going to take our lunches and all, and our BB guns. We were kids and all, and we thought we could shoot something with our BB guns. Anyway, Ali heard us talking about it, and he wanted to go, and I wouldn't let him. I told him he was a child. So once in a while now, when I get very depressed, I keep saying to him, okay, go home and get your bike and meet me in the front of Bobby's house. Hurry up. It wasn't that I didn't used to take him with me when I went somewhere. I did, but that one day I didn't. He didn't get sore about it. He never got sore about anything, but I kept thinking about it anyway. When I get very depressed, finally though, I got undressed and got in bed. I felt like praying or something when I was in bed, but I couldn't do it. I can't always pray when I feel like it. In the first place, I'm sort of an atheist. I like Jesus and all, but I don't care too much for most of the other stuff in the Bible. Take the disciples, for instance. They didn't know the hell out of me, if you want to know the truth. They were all right after Jesus was dead and all, but while he was alive, they were about as much use to him as a hole in the hand and the head. All they did was keep letting him down. I like almost anybody in the Bible better than the disciples. If you want to know the truth, the guy I like best in the Bible next to Jesus was that lunatic and all that lived in the tombs and kept cutting himself with stones. I like him 10 times as much as the disciples, that poor bastard. I used to get in quite a few arguments about it when I was at the Wooton school with this boy that lived down the corridor, Arthur Childs. Old Childs was a Quaker and he read the Bible all the time. He was a very nice kid, and I liked him. but I could never see eye to eye with him lot on a lot of stuff in the Bible, especially the disciples. He kept telling me if I didn't like the disciples, then I didn't like Jesus at all. He said that because Jesus picked the disciples, you were supposed to like them. I said I knew he picked them, but that he picked them at random. I said he didn't have time to go around analyzing everybody. I said I wasn't blaming Jesus or anything. It wasn't his fault that he didn't have any time. I remember I asked old Childs he thought if he thought Judas, the one that betrayed Jesus and all, went to hell after he committed suicide. Child said certainly. That's exactly where I disagree with him. I said I bet $1,000 that Jesus never sent old Judas to hell. I still would too if I would have $1,000. I think any one of the disciples would have sent him to hell and all, and fast too. But I bet anything Jesus didn't do it. Old Child said that trouble with me was that I didn't go to church or anything. He was right about that in a way. I don't. In the first place, my parents are different religions, and all the children in our family are atheists. If you want to know the truth, I can't even stand ministers. The ones they've had at every school I've gone to, they all have this holy Joe voice when they start giving their sermons. God, I hate that. I don't see why the hell they can't talk in their natural voice. It sounds so phony when they talk. Anyway, when I was in bed, I couldn't pray worth a damn. Every time I got started, I kept picturing old Sonny calling me a crumb bum. Finally, I sat up in bed and smoked another cigarette. It tasted lousy. I must have smoked around 2 packs since I left Pensy. All of a sudden, while I was laying there smoking, somebody knocked on the door. I kept hoping it wasn't my door they were knocking on, but I knew damn well it was. I don't know how I knew, but I knew. I knew who it was too. I'm psychic. Who's there? I said. I was pretty scared. I'm very yellow about those things. They just knocked again, louder. Finally, I got out of bed with just my pajamas on and opened the door. I didn't even have to turn the light on in the room because it was already daylight. Old Sonny and Maurice, the pimpy elevator guy, were standing there. What's the matter? What do you want? I said. Boy, my voice was shaking like hell. Nothing much, old Maurice said. Just $5. He did all the talking for the two of them. Old Sonny just stood there next to me, next to him, with her mouth open and all. I paid her already. I gave her $5. Ask her, I said. Boy, with my voice shaking. It's $10, Chief. I told you that. $10 for a throw, $15 till noon. I told you that. You did not tell me that. You said $5 a throw. You said $15 till noon, all right? But I distinctly heard you. Open up, Chief. What for? I said. God, my heart was damn near beating me out the room. I wish I was dressed at least. It's terrible to be in just your pajamas when something like this happens. Let's go, Chief, old Murray said. Then he gave me a big shove with his crummy hand. I damn near fell over my can. He was a huge son of a bitch. The next thing I knew, he and old Sonny were both in the room. They acted like they owned the damn place. Old Sonny sat down on the window sill. Old Marie sat down in the big chair and loosened his collar and all. Like this. He wearing this elevator operator's uniform. Boy, was I nervous. All right, Chief, let's have it. I gotta get back to work. I told you about the 10th time. I don't owe you a cent. I already gave her the 5. Cut the crap. Now, let's have it. Why should I give her another $5? I said. My voice was cracking all over the place. You're trying to chisel me. Old Maurice unbuttoned his whole uniform. All he had on underneath was a phony shirt collar, but no shirt or anything. He had a big, fat, hairy stomach. Nobody's trying to chisel nobody, he said. Let's have it, Chief. No. When I said that, he got up from his chair and started walking towards me and out. He looked like he was very, very tired or very, very bored. God, was I scared. I sort of had my arms folded. I remember it wouldn't have been so bad, I don't think, if I hadn't had just my goddamn pajamas on. Let's have it, Chief. He came right up to where I was standing. That's all he could say. Let's have it, Chief. He was a real moron. No. Chief, you're gonna force me in a roughing you up a little bit. I don't want to do it, but that's the way it looks, he said. You owe us $5. I don't owe you $5, I said. If you rough me up, I'll yell like hell. I'll wake up everybody in the hotel, the police and all. My voice was shaking like a bastard. Go ahead, yell your goddamn head off. Fine, old Marie said. Want your parents to know you spent the night with a whore? High class kid like you? He was pretty sharp in his calming way. He really was. Leave me alone. If you said 10, it'd be different, but you distinctly, are you gonna let us have it? He had me right up against the damn door. He was almost standing on top of me, his crummy old hair, hairy stomach and all. Leave me alone. Get the hell out of my room, I said. I still had my arms folded and all. God, what a jerk I was. Then Sunny said something for the first time. Hey, Maurice, want me to get his wallet? She said. It's right. It's right on the whatchamacallit. Yeah, get it. Leave my wallet alone. I already got it, Sunny said. She waved $5 at me. See? All I'm taking is the $5 you owe me. I'm no crook. All of a sudden I started to cry. I'd give anything if I hadn't, but I did. No, you're no crooks. You're just stealing five. Shut up, old Marie said, and gave me a shove. Leave me alone. Leave him alone, hey, Sonny said. Come on, hey. We got the dough he owes us. Let's go, come on. Hey, I'm coming, old Marie said, but he didn't. I mean it, Maurice. Hey, leave him alone. Who's hurting anybody? He said, innocent as hell. Then what he did, he snapped his fingers very hard on my pajamas. I wouldn't tell you where he snapped it, but it hurt like hell. I told him he was a goddamn dirty moron. What's that? He said. He put his hand behind his ear like a death cry. What's that? What am I? I was still sort of crying. I was so damn mad and nervous and all. You're a dirty moron, I said. You're a stupid chiseling moron, and in about 2 years you'll be the one of those scraggly guys that come up to you on the street and ask for a dime for coffee. You have snot all over your dirty, filthy overcoat, and you'll be. Then he smacked me. I didn't even try to get out of the way or duck or anything. All I felt was a terrific punch in my stomach. I wasn't knocked out or anything though, because I remember looking up from the floor and seeing them both go out of the door and shut it. Then I stayed on the floor a fairly long time. Sure the way I did with Stradler, only this time I thought I was dying. I really did. Thought I was drowning or something. The trouble was, I could hardly breathe. When I did finally get up, I had to walk to the bathroom all doubled up and holding onto my stomach and all. But I'm crazy. I swear to God I am. About halfway to the bathroom, I sort of started pretending I had a bullet in my guts. Old Maurice had plugged me. Now I was on the way to the bathroom to get a good shot of Bourbon or something to steady my nerves and help me really go into action. I picture myself coming out of the goddamn bathroom, dressed and all, with my automatic in my pocket and staggering around a little bit. Then I'd walk downstairs instead of using the elevator. I'd hold onto the banister and all, with the blood trickling out of the side of my mouth and a little at a time. What I'd do, I'd walk down a few floors, holding onto my guts, blood leaking all over the place, and then I'd ring the elevator bell. As soon as old Maurice opened the door, he'd see me with the automatic in my hand, and he'd start screaming at me in his very high-pitched voice, yellow belly voice, to leave me alone. Then I'd plug him anyway, 6 shots right through his fat, hairy belly. Then I'd throw my automatic to the elevator shaft, after I'd wipe off all the fingerprints and all. Then I'd crawl back to my room and call up Jane and have her come over and bandage up my guts. I pictured her holding a cigarette from me to smoke while I was bleeding and all. The goddamn movies. They can ruin you. I'm not kidding. I stayed in the bathroom for about an hour, taking a bath and all. Then I got back in bed. It took me quite a while to get to sleep. I wasn't even tired, but finally I did. What I really felt like, though, was committing suicide. I felt like jumping off the bed window. I probably would have done it too if I'd been sure somebody had covered me up as soon as I landed.
I didn't want a bunch of stupid rubbernecks looking at me while I was all gory. Chapter 15. I didn't sleep too long because I think it was only around 10 o'clock when I woke up. I felt pretty hungry as soon as I had the cigarette. The last thing I'd eaten was those two hamburgers I had with Brossard and Ackley when we went into the Agerson town to the movies. That was a long time ago. It seemed like 50 years ago. The phone was right next to me, and I started to call down and have them send up some breakfast, but I was sort of afraid they might send it up with old Maurice. If you think I was dying to see him again, you're crazy. So I just laid around in bed for a while and smoked another cigarette. I thought of giving old Jane a buzz to see if she was home yet and all, but I wasn't in the mood. What I did do, I gave old Sally Hayes a buzz. She went to Mary A. Woodruff, and I knew she was home because I'd had this letter from her a couple weeks ago. I wasn't too crazy about her, but I'd known her for years. I used to think she was quite intelligent in my stupidity. The reason I did was because she knew quite a lot about the theater and plays and literature and all that stuff. If somebody knows quite a lot about things, it takes you quite a while to find out whether they're really stupid or not. It took me years to find out in old Sally's case. I think I'd have known it out a lot sooner if we hadn't necked so damn much. My big trouble is, I always sort of think whoever I'm necking is a pretty intelligent person. It hasn't got a goddamn thing to do with it, but I keep thinking it anyway. Anyway, I gave her a buzz. First, the maid answered, then her father. Then she got on. Sally, I said. Yes, who is this? She said. She was quite a little phony. I'd already told her father who it was. Holden Caulfield. How are you? Holden, I'm fine. How are you? Swell. Listen, how are you anyway? I mean, how's school? Fine, she said. I mean, you know. Swell. Well, listen, I was wondering if you were busy today. It's Sunday, but there's always one or two matinees going on Sunday. Benefits on that stuff. Would you care to go? I'd love to. Grand. Grand. If there's one word I hate, it's grand. It's so phony. For a second, I was tempted to tell her to forget about the matinee, but we chewed the fat for a while. That is, she chewed it. You couldn't get a word in edgewise. First, she told me about how some Harvard guy, who probably was a freshman, but she didn't say naturally, that was rushing hell out of her, calling her up night and day. Night and day, that killed me. Then she told me about some other guy, some West Point cadet. I was cutting his throat over her too. Big deal. I told her to meet me under the clock at the Biltmore at 2 o'clock, and not to be late because the show probably started at 2:30. She was always late. Then I hung up. She gave me a pain in the ass, but she was very good looking. After I made the date with old Sally, I got out of bed and got dressed and packed my bag. I took a lot I took a look out the window before I left the room, though, to see how all the perverts were doing, but they all had their shades down. They were the height of modesty in the morning. I went down to the elevator and checked out. I didn't see old Maurice around anywhere. I didn't break my neck looking for him naturally, the bastard. I got a cab outside the hotel, but I didn't have the faintest damn idea where I was going. I had no place to go. It was only Sunday, and I couldn't go home till Wednesday or Tuesday the soonest. And I certainly didn't feel like going to another hotel and getting my brains beat out. So what I did, I told the driver to take me to the Grand Central Station. It was right near Baltimore, where I was meeting Sally later, and I figured what I'd do, I'd check my bags in one of those strong boxes that they give you a key to.
then get some breakfast. I was sort of hungry. Well, I was in the cab. I took out my wallet and sort of counted my money. I don't remember exactly what I had left, but it was no fortune or anything. I spent a king's ransom in about 2 lousy weeks. I really had. I'm a goddamn spendthrift at heart, but I don't spend, I lose. Half the time, I sort of even forget to pick up my change at restaurants and nightclubs and now. It drives my parents crazy. You can't blame them. My father's quite wealthy though. I don't know how much he makes. He's never discussed that stuff with me, but I imagine quite a lot. He's a corporation lawyer. Those boys really haul it in. Another reason I know he's quite well off, he's always investing money in shows on Broadway. They always flop though, and they drive my mother crazy when he does it. She hasn't felt too healthy since my brother Ali died. She's very nervous. That's another reason why I hated like hell for her to know that I got axed again. After I put my bags in one of those strong boxes at the station, I went into this little sandwich bar and had breakfast. I had quite a lot of breakfast for me. Orange juice, bacon and eggs, toast and coffee. Usually I just drink some orange juice. I'm a very light eater. I really am. That's why I'm so damn skinny. I was supposed to be on this diet where you eat a lot of starches and crap to gain weight and all, but I didn't ever do it. When I'm out somewhere, I generally just eat a Swiss cheese sandwich and a malted milk. It isn't much, but you get quite a lot of vitamins in the malted milk. HB coffee, Holden vitamin coffee. While I was eating my eggs, these two nuns with suitcases and all, I guess they were moving to another convent or something that, well, tired. I guess they were moving to another convent or something, and were waiting for a train. Came in and sat down next to me at the counter. They didn't seem to know what the hell to do with their suitcases, so I gave them a hand. There were these very inexpensive looking suitcases, the ones that aren't genuine leather or anything. It isn't important, I know, but I hate it when somebody has cheap suitcases. It sounds terrible to say, but I can't even get to hate somebody just looking at them if they have cheap suitcases with them. Something happened once. For a while, when I was in Elton Hills, I roomed with this boy, Dick Slagle, that had these very inexpensive suitcases. He used to keep them under the bed instead of on the rack, so that nobody'd see them standing next to mine. It depressed holy hell out of me, and I kept wanting to throw mine out of or something, or even trade with him. Mine came from Mark Cross, and they were genuine cowhide and all that crap. And I guess they cost quite a pretty penny. But it was a funny thing. Here's what happened. What I did, I finally put my suitcase under my bed instead of on the rack, so that old Slagle wouldn't get a goddamn inferiority complex about it. But here's what he did. The day after I put mine under my bed, he took them out and put them back on the rack. The reason he did it, and it took me a while to find out, was because he wanted people to think my bags were his. He really did. He was a very funny guy that way. He was always saying snotty things about them, my suitcases, for instance. He kept saying they were too new or bourgeois. Bourgeois? Oh. That was his favorite goddamn word. He read it somewhere or heard it somewhere. Everything I had was bourgeois as hell. Even my fountain pen was bourgeois. He borrowed it off me all the time, but it was bourgeois. I feel like I'm saying it wrong, but it was bourgeois anyway. We only roomed together for about 2 months. Then we both asked to be moved. The funny thing was, I sort of missed him after we moved because he had a hell of a good sense of humor and we had a lot of fun sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised if he missed me too. At first, he only used to be kidding when he called myself bourgeois, and I didn't give a damn. It was sort of funny, in fact. Then, after a while, you could tell he wasn't kidding anymore. The thing is, it's really hard to be roommates with someone if your suitcases are much better than theirs. if yours are really good once and theirs aren't. You think if they're intelligent enough, the other person, and have a good sense of humor, they that they don't give a damn whose suitcases are better, but they do. They really do. It's one of the reasons why I roomed with a stupid bastard like Stradler. At least his suitcases were as good as mine. Anyway, these two nuns were sitting next to me, and we sort of struck up a conversation. The one right next to me had one of those straw baskets that you see nuns and Salvation Army babes collecting dough with around around Christmas time. You see them standing on corners, especially on Fifth Avenue, in front of the big department stores and all. Anyway, the ones next to me dropped hers on the floor, and I reached down and picked it up for her. I asked her if she was out collecting money for charity. She said no. She said she couldn't get it in her suitcase when she was packing it, and she was just carrying it. She had a very nice smile, a pretty nice smile, when she looked at you. She had a big nose, and she had on these glasses with sort of iron rims that aren't too attractive, but she had a hell of a kind face. I thought if you were taking up a collection, I told her, I would have a small contribution. I could make a small contribution. You could keep the money for when you do take up a collection. Oh, how very kind of you, she said. And the other one, her friend, looked over at me. The other one was reading a little black book while she drank her coffee. It looked like a Bible, but it was too skinny. It was a Bible type book, though. All the two of them were eating for breakfast was toast and coffee. That depressed me. I hate it if I'm eating bacon and eggs or something and somebody else is just eating toast and coffee. They let me give them $10 as a contribution. They kept asking me if I was sure I could afford it and all. I told them I had quite a bit of money with me, but they didn't seem to believe me. They took it though, finally. The both of them kept thanking me so much it was embarrassing. I swung the conversation around to general topics and asked them where they were going. They said they were school teachers and that they just come from Chicago and that they were going to start teaching at some convent on 168th Street or 186th Street or one of those streets way the hell uptown. The one next to me with the iron glasses said she taught English and her friend taught history and American government. Then I started wondering like a bastard what the one sitting next to me that taught English thought about being a nun and all. When she was reading certain books for English. Books not necessarily with a lot of sexy stuff in them, but books with lovers and all in them. Take Old Eustacia by in The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. She wasn't too sexy or anything, but even so, you couldn't help wondering what a nun maybe thinks about when she reads about old Eustacia. I didn't say anything though, naturally. All I said was English was my best subject. Oh, really? Oh, I'm so glad, the one with the glasses that taught English said. What have you read this year? I'd be very interested to know. She was really nice. Well, most of the time we were on the Anglo-Saxons, Beowulf and Old Grendel, and Lord Randall, my son, and all those things. But we had to read outside books for the extra credit once in a while. I read The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy and Romeo and Juliet and Julius. Oh, Romeo and Juliet, lovely. Didn't you just love it? She certainly didn't sound much like a nun. Yes, I did. I liked it a lot. There were a few things I didn't like about it, but it was quite moving on the whole. What didn't you like about it? Can you remember? To tell you the truth, it was sort of embarrassing in a way to be talking about Romeo and Juliet with her. I mean, that play gets pretty sexy in some parts, and she was a nun and all, but she asked me, so I discussed it with her for a while. Well, I'm not too crazy about Romeo and Juliet. I mean, I like them, but I don't know. They get pretty annoying sometimes. I mean, I felt much sorrier when old Mercutio, whatever, got killed than when Romeo and Juliet did. The thing is, I never liked Romeo too much after Mercutio gets stabbed by that other man. Juliet's cousin, what's his name? Tybalt. That's right, Tybalt. I said, I almost forgot that guy's name. It was Romeo's fault. I mean, I liked him the best in the play, old Mercutio. I don't know. All those Montagues and Capulets, they're all right, especially Juliet. Mercutio, it's hard to explain. He was very smart and entertaining and all. The thing is, it drives me crazy if somebody gets killed, especially somebody very smart and entertaining and all. And it's somebody else's fault. Romeo and Juliet, at least it was their own fault. What school do you go to? She asked. She probably wanted to get off the subject of Romeo and Juliet. I told her Pensy, and she heard of it. She said it was a very good school. I let it pass though. Then the other one, the one that taught history and government, said they'd better be running along. I took their check off them, but they didn't. They wouldn't let me pay it. The one with the glasses made me give it back to her. You've been more than generous, she said. You're a very sweet boy. She certainly was nice. She reminded me a little bit of old Ernest Morrow's mother, the one I met on the train, when she smiled mostly. We've enjoyed talking to you so much, she said. I said I enjoyed talking to them a lot too. I meant it too. I'd have enjoyed it even more, though, I think, if I hadn't been sort of afraid the whole time I was talking to them that they'd all of a sudden try to find out if I was a Catholic. Catholics are always trying to find out if you're a Catholic. It happens to me a lot. I know, partly because my last name is Irish, and most people of Irish descent are Catholics. As a matter of fact, my father was a Catholic once. He quit, though, when he married my mother. But Catholics are always trying to find out if you're a Catholic, even if you don't know your last name. I knew this one Catholic boy who was Shani when I was at Wutan school. He was the first boy I ever met there. He and I were sitting in the first two chairs outside the goddamn infirmary the day school opened, waiting for our physicals, and we sort of struck up this conversation about tennis. He was quite interested in tennis, and so was I. He told me he went to the nationals at Forest Hills every summer, and I told him I did too. And then we talked about certain hotshot tennis players for quite a while. He knew quite a lot about tennis for a kid his age. He really did. Then after a while, right in the middle of the goddamn conversation, he asked me, do you happen to know where the Catholic church is in town, by any chance? The thing was, you could tell by the way he asked me that he was trying to find out if I was Catholic. He really was. Not that he was prejudiced or anything, but he just wanted to know. He was enjoying the conversation about tennis and all, but you could tell he would have enjoyed it more if I was Catholic and all. That kind of stuff drives me crazy. I'm not saying it ruined our conversation or anything, it didn't. But it sure as hell didn't do it any good. That's why I was glad those two nuns didn't ask if I was Catholic. It wouldn't have spoiled the conversation if they had, but it would have been different probably. I'm not saying I blame Catholics. I don't. I'd be the same way probably if I was Catholic. It's just like those suitcases I was telling you about in a way. All I'm saying is that it's no good for a nice conversation. That's all I'm saying. Then they got up to go, the two nuns. I did something very stupid and embarrassing. I was smoking a cigarette, and when I stood up to say goodbye to them, by mistake, I blew some smoke in their face. I didn't mean to, but I did it. I apologized like a madman. They were very polite and nice about it, but it was very embarrassing anyway. After they left, I started getting sorry that I only given them $10 for their collection. But the thing was, I made that date to go to a matinee with old Sally Haynes, and I needed to keep some though for the tickets and stuff. I was sorry anyway though. Goddamn money. It always ends up making you blue as hell. Oh. Chapter 16. After I had my breakfast, it was only around noon, and I wasn't meeting old Sally till 2 o'clock. So I started taking this long walk. I couldn't stop thinking about those two nuns. I kept thinking about the beat up old straw basket they went around collecting money with when they weren't teaching school. I kept trying to picture my mother or somebody, or my aunt, or Sally Hayes' crazy mother, sitting outside my department store and collecting dough for poor people in a beat up old straw basket. It was hard to picture. Not so much my mother, but those other two. My aunt's pretty charitable. She does a lot of Red Cross work and all, but she's very well dressed and all. And when she does anything charitable, she always very well dressed and has lipstick on and all that crap. I couldn't picture her doing anything for charity if she had to wear black clothes and no lipstick while she was doing it. And old Sally's Hayes' mother, Jesus Christ. The only way she could go around with the basket collecting dough would be if everybody kissed her ass for her when they made a contribution. If they just dropped their dough in her basket, they walked away without saying anything to her, ignoring her now. She'd quit in about an hour. She'd get bored. She'd hand in her basket and then go someplace swanky for lunch. That's what I like about those nuns. You could tell for one thing that they never went anywhere swanky for lunch. It made me so damn sad when I thought about it. They're never going anywhere swanky for lunch or anything. I knew it wasn't too important, but it made me sad anyway. I started walking over toward Broadway just for the hell of it, because I hadn't been over there in years. Besides, I wanted to find a record store that was open on Sunday. There was this record I wanted to get for Phoebe called Little Shirley Beans. It was a very hard record to get. It was about a little kid that wouldn't go out of the house because two of her front teeth were out, and she was ashamed of. She was ashamed to. I heard it at Pensy. A boy that lived on the next floor had it, and I tried to buy it off him because I knew it would knock old Phoebe out, but he wouldn't sell it. It was a very old, terrific record that this colored girl singer, Estelle Fletcher, made about 20 years ago. She sings it very Dixieland and whorehouse, and it doesn't sound all at all mushy. If a white girl was singing it, she'd make it sound cute as hell. But old Estelle Fletcher knew what the hell she was doing, and it was one of the best records I ever heard. I figured I'd buy it in some store that was open on Sunday, and then I'd take it up to the park with me. It was Sunday, and Phoebe goes to roller skating in the park on Sundays quite frequently. I knew where she hung out, mostly. It wasn't as cold as it was the day before, but the sun still wasn't out, and it wasn't too nice for walking. But there was one nice thing. This family that you could tell just came out of some church were walking right in front of me. A father, a mother, and a little kid about 6 years old. They looked sort of poor. The father had on one of those pearly gray hats that poor guys wear a lot when they want to look sharp. He and his wife were just walking along, talking, not paying any attention to their kid. The kid was swell. He was walking in the street instead of on the sidewalk, but right next to the curb. He was making out like he was walking in a very straight line, the way kids do, and the whole time he kept singing and humming. I got up closer so I could hear what he was singing. He was singing that song, If a Boy Catch a Body Coming Through the Rye. He had a pretty little voice too. He was just singing for the hell of it, you could tell. The cars zoomed by, brakes screeched all over the place. His parents paid no attention to him, and he kept on walking next to the curb singing, If a Boy Catch a Body Coming Through the Rye. It made me feel better. It made me feel not so depressed anymore. Broadway was mobbed and messy. It was Sunday and only about 12 o'clock, but it was mobbed anyway. Everybody was on their way to the movies, the Paramount or the Astor or the Strand or the Capitol or one of those crazy places. Everybody was all dressed up because it was Sunday, and that made it worse. But the worst part was that you could tell they all wanted to go to the movies. I couldn't stand looking at them. I couldn't understand going to the movies because there's nothing else to do. But when somebody really wants to go and even walks fast so as to get there quicker, then it depresses hell out of me. Especially if I see millions of people standing in one of those long, terrible lines all the way down the block, waiting with this terrific patience for seats and all. Boy, I couldn't get off that goddamn Broadway fast enough. I was lucky. The first record store I went into had a copy of Old Little Shirley Beans. They charged me $5 for it because it was so hard to get, but I didn't care. Boy, it made me so happy all of a sudden. I could hardly wait to get to the park to see if old Phoebe was around so that I could give it to her. When I came out of the record store, I passed this drugstore and I went in. I figured maybe I'd give old Jane a buzz and see if she was home for vacation yet. So I went to the phone booth and called her up. The only trouble was her mother answered the phone, so I had to hang up. I didn't feel like getting involved in a long conversation and all with her. I'm not crazy about talking to girls and mothers on the phone anyway. I should have at least asked her if Jane was home yet, though. It wouldn't have killed me, but I didn't feel like it. You really have to be in the mood for that stuff. I still had to get those damn theater tickets, so I bought a paper and looked up to see what shows were playing. On account of it was Sunday, there was only about 3 shows playing. So what I did was I went over and bought 2 orchestra seats for I Knew My Love. It was a benefit performance or something. I didn't much want to see it, but I knew old Sally, the queen of the phonies, would start drooling over the place when I told her I had tickets for that because the Lunts were in it and all. She liked shows that were supposed to be very sophisticated and dry and all, with the Lunts and all. I don't. I don't like any shows very much. If you want to know the truth, they're not as bad as movies, but they're certainly not to rave about. In the first place, I hate actors. They never act like people. They just think they do. Some of the good ones do in a very slight way, but not in a way that's fun to watch. And if any actor is really good, you can always tell he knows he's good, and that spoils it. You take Sir Lawrence Oliver, for example. I saw him in Hamlet. DB took Phoebe and I to see it last year. He treated us to lunch first, and then he took us. He'd already seen it, and the way he talked about it at lunch, I was anxious as hell to see it too. But I didn't enjoy it much. I just didn't see what's so marvelous about Sir Lawrence Oliver. That's all. He has a terrific voice, and he's a hell of a handsome guy. He's very nice to watch when he's walking around, or walking or dueling or something. Well, he wasn't at all the way DB said Hamlet was. He was too much like a goddamn general instead of a sad, screwed up type guy. The best part in the whole picture was when old Ophelia's brother, the one who gets to duel with Hamlet at the very end, was going away with his father was giving him a lot of advice. While the father kept giving him a lot of advice, old Ophelia was sort of horsing around with her brother, taking his dagger out of his holster and teasing him and all, while he was trying to look interested in the bull his father was shooting. That was nice. I got a big bang out of that. But you don't see that kind of stuff much. The old thing, old Phoebe, the only thing old Phoebe liked was when Hamlet patted this dog on the head. She thought that was funny and nice, and it was. What I'll have to do is I'll have to read that play. The trouble with me is I always have to read that stuff by myself. If an actor acts it out, I hardly listen. I keep worrying about whether he's going to do something phony every minute. After I got the tickets to the lunch show, I took a cab up to the park. I should have taken a subway or something because I was getting slightly low on dough, but I wanted to get off the damn Broadway as fast as I could. It was lousy in the park. It wasn't too cold, but the sun still wasn't out, and there didn't look like there was anything in the park except dog crap and globs, spit, and cigar butts from old men. And the benches all looked like they'd been wet if you sat down on them. It made you depressed, and every once in a while, for no reason, you got goose flesh while you walked. It didn't seem at all like Christmas was coming soon. It didn't seem like anything was coming. But I kept walking over the mall anyway, because that's where Phoebe usually goes when she's in the park. She likes to skate near the bandstand. It's funny. That's the same place I used to like to skate when I was a kid. When I got there, though, I didn't see her around anywhere. There were a few kids around skiing and all, and 2 boys were playing flies up with a softball, but no Phoebe. I saw one kid about her age though, sitting on a bench all by herself, tightening her skates, tightening her skates. I thought maybe she might know Phoebe and could tell me where she was or something. So I went over and sat down next to her and asked, "Do you know Phoebe Caulfield by any chance?" "Who?" she said. All she had on was jeans and about 20 sweaters. You could tell her mother made them for her because they were lumpy as hell. Phoebe Caulfield, she lives on 71st Street. She's in the fourth grade over it. You know Phoebe? Yeah, I'm her brother. You know where she is? She's in Miss Collins' class, isn't she? The kid said. I don't know. Yes, I think she is. She's probably in the museum then. We went last Saturday, the kid said. Which museum? I asked her. She shrugged her shoulders, sort of. I don't know, she said. The museum. I know, but the one where the pictures are or the one where the Indians are? The one where the Indians. Thanks a lot, I said. I got up and started to go, but then I suddenly remembered it was Sunday. This is Sunday, I told the kid. She looked up at me. Oh, then she isn't. She was having a hell of a time tightening her skate. She didn't have any gloves on or anything, but her hands were all red and cold. I gave her a hand with it. Boy, I hadn't had a skate key in my hand for years. It didn't feel funny though. You could put a skate key in my hand 50 years from now in a pitch dark, and I'd still know what it was. She thanked me and all, and when I had it tightened for her, she's a very nice kid, polite little kid. God, I love it when a kid's nice and polite when you tighten their skate for them or something. Most kids are. They really are. I asked her if she'd care to know a hot chocolate. She'd care to have a hot chocolate or something with me, but she said no, thank you. She said she had to meet her friend. Kids always have to meet their friends. That kills me. Even though it was Sunday and Phoebe couldn't be there with her class or anything, and even though it was so damp and lousy out, I walked all the way through the park over to the Museum of Natural History. I knew that was the museum the kid with the skate key meant. I knew the whole museum routine like a book. Phoebe went to the same school I went to when I was a kid, and we used to go there all the time. We had this teacher, Miss Ugly Tinger, that took us there damn near every Saturday. Sometimes we looked at the animals, and sometimes we looked at the stuff the Indians had made in ancient times, pottery and straw baskets and all stuff like that. I get very happy when I think about it. Even now, I remember after we looked at all the Indian stuff, usually we went to see some movie in the big auditorium, Columbus. They were always showing Columbus discovering America, having one hell of a time getting old Ferdinand and Isabella to lend him the dough to buy ships with, and then the sailors muttoning on him and all. Nobody gave too much of a damn about old Columbus, but you always had a lot of candy and gum and stuff with you, and the inside of the auditorium had such a nice smell. It always smelled like it was raining outside, even if it wasn't, and you were in the old, nice, dry, cozy place in the world. I love that damn museum. I remember you had to go through the Indian room to go to the auditorium. It was a long, long room, and you were only supposed to whisper. The teacher would go first, then the class. You'd be 2 rows of kids, and you'd have a partner. Most of the time, my partner was a girl named Gertrude Levine. She always wanted to hold your hand, and her hand was always sticky or something, or sweaty or something. The floor was all stone, and if you had some marbles in your hand and you dropped them, they bounced like a madman all over the floor and made a hell of a racket. And the teacher would hold the class and go back to see what the hell was going on. She never got sore though. Miss Agali Tinger. Then you'd pass by this long, long Indian war canoe, about as long as 3 goddamn Cadillacs in a row, with about 20 Indians in it. Some of them paddling, some of them just standing around like looking tough, and they all had war paint all over their face. There was one very spooky guy in the back of the canoe with a mask on. He was the witch doctor. He gave me the creeps, but I liked him anyway. Another thing,
If you touched one of the paddles or anything, like you were passing, one of the guards would say to you, "Don't touch anything, children." But he always said it in a nice voice, not like a goddamn cop or anything. Then we'd pass by his big glass case with Indians inside it, rubbing sticks together to make a fire, and a squaw weaving a blanket. The squaw that was weaving the blanket was sort of bending over, and you could see her bosom, We all used to sneak a good look at it, even the girls, because they were only little kids and they didn't have any more bosom than we did. Then, just before you went inside the auditorium, right near the doors, you passed the Eskimo. He was sitting over a hole in this icy lake, and he was fishing through it. You had about 2 fish right next to the hole, and in that he'd already caught. Boy, that museum was full of glass cases. There were even more upstairs with deer inside them, drinking at water holes, and birds flying south for the winter. The birds nearest you were all stuffed and hung up on wires, and the ones in back were just painted on the wall. But they all looked like they were really flying south. And if you bent your head down and sort of looked at them upside down, then they looked in an even bigger hurry to fly south. The best thing, though, in that museum was that everything always stayed right where it was. Nobody moved. You could go there 100,000 times, and Eskimo would still be just finished catching up those 2 fish, and the birds would still be on their way south. The deers would still be drinking out of the water hole with their pretty antlers and their pretty skinny legs, and the squaw with the naked bosom would still be weaving that same blanket. Nobody'd be different. The only thing that would be different would be you. Not that you'd be so much older or anything. It wouldn't be that exactly. You'd just be different, that's all. You'd have an overcoat on this time, or the kid that was your partner in life the last time had got scarlet fever and you'd have a new partner. Or you'd have a substitute taking the class instead of Miss Aglitinger. Or you heard your mother and father having a terrific fight in the bathroom. Or you just passed by one of those puddles in the street with gasoline rainbows in them. I mean, you'd be different in some way. I can't explain what I mean. And even if I could, I'm not sure I'd feel like it. I took my old hunting hat out of my pocket while I walked and put it on. I knew I wouldn't meet anybody that knew me, and it was pretty damn out. I kept walking and walking, and I kept thinking about old Phoebe going to the museum on Saturday, and the way I used to. I thought how she'd see the same stuff on Saturday, and the way I used to. I thought how she'd see the same stuff I used to see, and how she'd be different every time she saw it. It didn't exactly depress me to think about it, but it didn't make me feel gay as hell. It didn't make me feel gay as hell either. Certain things they should stay the way they are. You have to be able to stick them in one of those big glass cases and just leave them alone. I know it's impossible, but it's too bad anyway. Anyway, I kept thinking about it all the time, all that while I walked. I passed by the playground and stopped and watched a couple very tiny kids on the seesaw. One of them was sort of fat, and I put my hand on the skinny kid's end to sort of even up the weight, but you could tell they didn't want me around, so I left them alone. Then a funny thing happened. When I got to the museum, all of a sudden, I wouldn't have gone inside for $1,000,000. It just didn't appeal to me. And here I walked through the whole goddamn park and looked forward to it and all. If Phoebe'd be there, I probably would have, but she wasn't. So all I did in front of the museum was get a cab and go down to Baltimore. I didn't feel much like going. I made a damn day with Sally though. Chapter 17. Yeah, I need water.
I was way early when I got there, so I just sat down on one of those leather couches right near the clock in the lobby and watched the girls. A lot of schools were home for vacation already, and there were about a million girls sitting and standing around waiting for their dates to show up. Girls with their legs crossed, girls with their legs not crossed, girls with terrific legs, girls with lousy legs, girls that looked like swell girls, girls that looked like they'd been bitches if you knew them. It was really nice sightseeing, if you know what I mean. In a sort of, in a way, it was sort of depressing too, because you kept wondering what the hell would happen to all of them. When they got out of school and college, I mean, you figured most of them would probably marry dopey guys. Guys that always talk about how many miles they get to a gallon in their goddamn cars. Guys that get sore and childish as well if you beat them at golf or even just some stupid game like ping pong. Guys that are very mean. Guys that never read books. Guys that are very boring. But I have to be careful about that. I mean, about calling certain guys bores. I don't understand boring guys. I really don't. When I was at Elkton Hills, I roomed for about 2 months with this boy, Harris Macklin. He was very intelligent and all, but he was one of the biggest bores I ever met. He had one of these very raspy voices, and he never stopped talking, practically. He never stopped talking, and what was awful was he never said anything you'd want to hear in the first place. But he could do one thing. The son of a bitch could whistle better than anybody I ever heard. He'd be making his bed or hanging up stuff in the closet. He was always hanging up stuff in the closet. It drove me crazy, and he'd be whistling while he did it. If he wasn't talking in this raspy voice, he could even whistle classic stuff, but most of the time he just whistled jazz. He could take something very jazzy like Tin Roof Blues and whistle it so nice and easy, right while he was hanging stuff up in the closet, that it could kill you. Naturally, I never told him I thought he was a terrific whistler. I mean, you don't just go up to somebody and say, "You're a terrific whistler." But I roomed with him for about 2 whole months, even though he bored me till I was half crazy, just because he was such a terrific whistler, the best I ever heard. So I don't know about bores. Maybe you shouldn't feel too sorry if you see some swell girl getting married to them. They don't hurt anybody, most of them. Maybe they're secretly all terrific whistlers or something. Who the hell knows? Not me. Finally, old Sally started coming up the stairs, and I started down to meet her. She looked terrific. She really did. She had on this black coat and sort of a black beret. She hardly ever wore a hat, but that beret looked nice. The funny part is, I felt like marrying her the minute I saw her. I'm crazy. I didn't even like her that much, and yet all of a sudden, I feel like I was in love with her and wanted to marry her. I swear to God, I'm crazy. I admit it. Oh, then she said, "It's marvelous to see you. It's been ages." She had one of those very loud, embarrassing voices when you meet her somewhere. She got away with it because she was so damn good looking, but it always gave me a pain in the ass. "Swell to see you," I said. I meant it too. "How are you anyway?" "Absolutely marvelous. Am I late?" I told her no, but she was around 10 minutes late, as a matter of fact. I didn't give a damn though. All that crap they have in the cartoons and the Saturday Evening Post, showing guys on street corners looking sore as hell because their dates are late. That's bunk. If a girl looks swell when she meets you, who gives a damn if she's late? Nobody. We'd better hurry, I said. The show starts at 2:40. We started going downstairs to where the taxis were, or what are we going to see? She said. I don't know. The Luns? It's all I could get tickets for. The Luns. Oh, marvelous. I told you she'd go mad when she heard it was for the Luns. We horsed around a little bit in the cab on the way over to the theater. At first, she didn't want to because she had lipstick on and all, but I was, but I was being seductive as hell, and she didn't have any alternative. Twice, when the goddamn cab stopped short in traffic, I damn near fell off the seat. These damn drivers never even look where they're driving. I swear they don't. Then, just to show you how crazy I am, when we were coming out of this big clinch, I told her I loved her and all. It was a lie, of course, but the thing is, I meant it when I said it.
I'm crazy. I swear to God, I'm crazy. Oh, darling, I love you too, she said. Then, right in the same damn breath, she said, promise me you'll let your hair grow. Crew cuts are getting corny, and your hair's so lovely. Lovely, my ass. The show wasn't as bad as some I've seen. It was on the crappy side, though. It was about 500,000 years in the life of this old couple. It starts out when they're young and all, and the girl's parents don't want her to marry the boy, but she marries him anyway. Then they keep getting older and older. The husband goes to war, and the wife was his brother's, has his brothers that's a drunkard. I couldn't get very interested. I mean, I didn't care too much when anybody in the family died or anything. They were all just a bunch of actors. The husband and wife were a pretty nice old couple, very witty and all, but I couldn't get interested in them. For one thing, they kept drinking tea or some goddamn thing all through the play. Every time you saw them, some butler was shoving some tea in front of them, or the wife was pouring it for somebody. And everybody kept coming in and going out all the time. You got dizzy watching people sit down and stand up. Alfred Lunt and Lion Fontaine were the old couple, and they were very good, but I didn't like them too much. They were different, though, I'll say that. They didn't act like people, and they didn't act like actors. It's hard to explain. They acted more like they knew they were celebrities and all. I mean, they were good, but they were too good. When one of them got finished making a speech, the other one had said something very fast right after it. It was supposed to be like people really talking and interrupting each other and all. The trouble was, it was too much like people talking and interrupting each other. They acted a little bit the way old Ernie down in the village plays the piano. If you do something good, then after a while, if you don't watch it, you start showing off. And then you're not as good anymore. But anyway, they were the only ones in the shows, the Lunts, I mean, that looked like they had any real brains. I have to admit it. At the end of the first act, we went out with all the other jerks for a cigarette. What a deal that was. You never saw so many phonies in all your life. Everybody smoking their ears off and talking about the play so that everybody could hear and nobody and know how shocked they were. Some dopey movie actor was standing near us having a cigarette. I don't know his name, but he always plays the part of a guy in a war movie that gets yellow before it's time to go over to the top. He was with some gorgeous blonde, and the two of them were trying to be all very blasé, like as if he didn't even know people were looking at him. Modest as hell. I got a big bang out of it. Old Sally didn't talk much except to rave about the Lunts because she was busy rubbering and being charming. Then all of a sudden, she saw some jerk she knew on the other side of the lobby. Some guy in one of those very dark gray flannel suits and one of those checkered vests, strictly Ivy League. Big deal. He was standing next to the wall, smoking himself to death and looking bored as hell. Old Sally kept saying, I know that boy from somewhere. She always knew somebody, any place you took her, or thought she did. She kept saying that till I got bored as hell. I said to her, why don't you go on over and give him a big soul kiss if you know him? He'll enjoy it. She got sore when I said that. Finally, though, the jerk noticed her and came over and said hello. You should have seen the way they said hello. You you'd have thought they hadn't seen each other in 20 years. You'd have thought they'd been taking the same bath in the same bathtub or something when they were little kids. Old buddy moves. It was nauseating. The funny part was they probably met each other just once at some funny old party. Finally, when they were all done slobbering around, old Sally introduced us. His name was George something. I don't even remember. And he went to Andover. Big deal. You should have seen him when old Sally asked him how he liked the play. He was the kind of a phony that have to give themselves room when they answer somebody's question. He stepped back and stepped right on the lady's foot behind him. He probably broke every tone in her body. He said the play itself was no masterpiece, but that the Lunts, of course, were absolute angels. Angels. For Christ's sake, angels. That killed me. Then he and old Sally started talking about a lot of people they both knew. It was the funniest conversation you ever heard in your life. They both kept thinking of places as fast as they could, and then they'd think of somebody that lived there and mention their name. I was all set to puke when it was time to go sit down again. I really was. And then when the next act was over, they continued their goddamn boring conversation. Kept thinking of more places and more names of people that lived there. The worst part was the jerk had one of those very phony Ivy League voices, one of those very tired, snobby voices. He sounded just like a girl. He didn't hesitate to horn in on my date, that bastard. I even thought for a minute that he was going to get in the goddamn cab with us when the show was over because he walked about 2 blocks with us. But he had to meet a bunch of phonies for cocktails, he said. I could see them all sitting around some bars, their goddamn checkered vests, criticizing shows and books, and women's and those tired, snobby voices. They kill me, those guys. Sort of hated old Sally by the time we got in the cab after listening to that phony Andover bastard for about 10 hours. I was all set to take her home and all, I really was, but she said, I have a marvelous idea. She was always having marvelous ideas. Listen, she said, what time do you have to be home for dinner? I mean, are you in a terrible hurry or anything? Do you have to be home any special time? Me? No. No special time, I said. Truer word was never spoken, boy. Why? Let's go ice skating at Radio City. That's the kind of idea she always had. Ice skating at Radio City? You mean right now? Just for an hour or so. Don't you want to? If you don't want to. I didn't say I didn't want to. Sure, if you want to. Do you mean it? Don't just say it if you don't mean it. I mean, I don't give a darn one way or another. Not much she didn't. You can rent those darling little skating skirts, old Sally said. Jeanette Colts did it last week. That's why she was so hot to go. She wanted to see herself in one of those little skirts that just come down over the butt and all. So we went. So we went, and after they gave us our skirts, they gave Sally this little blue butt twitcher of a dress to wear. She really did look damn good in it, though. I had, I have to admit it. And don't think she didn't know it. She kept walking around so that I'd see how cute her little ass looked. It did look pretty cute, though. I have to admit it. The funny part was, we were the worst skiers on the whole goddamn ring. I mean, the worst. There were some Lulus too. Old Sally's ankles kept bending until they were practically on the ice. They not only looked stupid as hell, but they probably hurt like hell too. I know mine did. Mine were killing me. We must have looked gorgeous. And what made it worse, there were at least a couple hundred rubbernecks that didn't have anything better to do than stand around and watch everybody fall all over themselves. Do you want to go get a table inside and have a drink or something? I said to her finally. That's the most marvelous idea you've had all day, she said. She was killing herself. It was brutal. I really felt sorry for her. We took off our goddamn skates and went inside this bar where you can get drinks and watch the skaters in just your stocking feet. As soon as we sat down, old Sally took off her gloves and I gave her a cigarette. She wasn't looking too happy. The waiter came up and I ordered a Coke for her. She didn't drink, and a scotch and a soda for myself, but the son of a bitch wouldn't bring me one, so I had a Coke too. Then I sort of started lighting matches. I do that quite a lot when I'm in a certain mood. I sort of let them burn till I can't hold them anymore. Then I drop them in the ashtray. It's a nervous habit. Then all of a sudden, out of a clear blue sky, old Sally said, Look, I have to know. Are you or aren't you coming over to help me trim the tree Christmas Eve? I have to know. She was still being snotty on account of her ankles when she was skating. I wrote you I would. You've asked me that about 20 times. Sure I am. I mean, I have to know, she asked. She said. She started looking all around the goddamn room. All of a sudden, I quit lighting matches and sort of leaned nearer to her
over the table. I had quite a few topics on my mind. Hey Sally, I said. What? She said. She was looking at some girl on the other side of the room. Did you ever get fed up? I said. I mean, did you ever get scared that everything was going to go lousy unless you did something? I mean, do you like school and all that stuff? It's a terrific bore. I mean, do you hate it? I know it's a terrific bore, but do you hate it, is what I mean. Well, I don't exactly hate it. You always have to, well, I hate it. Boy, do I hate it, I said. But it isn't just that, it's everything. I hate living in New York and all. The taxi cabs and Madison Avenue buses with the drivers and all always yelling at you to get out at the rear doors and being introduced to phony guys that call the lunch angels and going up and down in elevators when you just want to go outside and guys fitting your pants all the time in Brooks and people always don't shout please, old Sally said, which was very funny because I wasn't even shouting. Take cars, I said. I said it in this very quiet voice. Take most people. They're crazy about cars. They worry if they get a little scratch on them, and they're always talking about how many miles they get to the gallon. And if they get a brand new car already, they start thinking about trading it for one of those even newer. That's even newer. I don't even like old cars. I mean, they don't interest me. I'd rather have a goddamn horse. A horse is at least human, for God's sake. A horse, you can at least. I don't know what you're even talking about, Sally said. You jump from one. You know something, I said? You're probably the only reason I'm in New York right now, or anywhere. If you weren't around, I'd probably be someplace way the hell off, in the woods or some goddamn place. You're the only reason I'm around practically. You're sweet, she said. But you could tell she wanted me to change the damn subject. You have to go to the boys' school sometime. Try it sometime. I said, it's full of phonies, and all you do is study so that you can learn enough to be smart enough to to be able to buy a goddamn Cadillac sometime. And you have to keep making believe you give a damn if the football team loses. And all you do is talk about girls and liquor and sex all day. And everybody sticks together in these dirty little goddamn cliques. The guys that are on the basketball team stick together. The Catholics stick together. The goddamn intellectuals stick together. The guys that play bridge stick together. Even the guys that belong to the goddamn Book of the Month club stick together. If you try to have a little intelligence, now listen, old Sally said. Lots of guys get more out of school than that. I agree. I agree they do, some of them. But that's all I get out of it. See? That's my point. That's exactly my goddamn point, I said. I don't get hardly anything out of anything. I'm in bad shape. I'm in lousy shape. You certainly are. Then all of a sudden, I got this idea. Look, I said, here's my idea. How would you like to get the hell out of here? Here's my idea. I know this guy down in Greenwich Village that we can borrow his car for a couple of weeks. He used to go to the same school I did, and he still owes me $10. What we could do is tomorrow morning we could drive up to Massachusetts and Vermont and all around there. See, it's beautiful as hell up there. It really is. I was getting excited as hell the more I thought about it, and I sort of reached over and took out old Sally's goddamn hand. What a goddamn fool I was. No kidding, I said. I have about $180 in the bank. I can take it out when it opens in the morning, and then I could go down and get this guy's car. No kidding. We'll stay in these cabin camps and stuff like that till the dough runs out. Then when the dough runs out, I could get a job somewhere, and we could live somewhere with a brook and all that. Later on, we could get married or something. I could chop all our own wood in the wintertime and all. Honest to God, we could have a terrific time. What'd you say? Come on. What'd you say? Will you do it with me? Please. You can't just do something like that, she said. She sounded sore as hell. Why not? Why the hell not? Stop screaming at me, please, she said, which was crap because I wasn't even screaming at her. Why can't you? Why not? Because you can't, that's all. In the first place, we're both practically children. And did you ever stop to think what you'd do if you didn't get a job when your money ran out? We'd starve to death. The whole thing's so fantastic. It isn't fantastic.
I'd get a job. Don't worry about that. You don't have to worry about that. What's the matter? Don't you want to go with me? Say so if you don't. It isn't that. It isn't that at all, old Sally said. I was beginning to hate her in a way. We'll have oodles of time to do those things. All those things. I mean, after you go to college and all, and if we should get married and all, there'll be oodles of marvelous places to go to. You're just, no, there wouldn't be. There wouldn't be oodles of places to go at all. It'd be entirely different, I said. I was getting depressed as hell again. What? She said. I can't hear you. One minute you scream at me, and the next I said no. There wouldn't be marvelous places to go to after I went to college and all. Open your ears. It'd be entirely different. We'd have to go downstairs in elevators with suitcases and stuff. We'd have to phone up everybody and tell them goodbye and send them postcards from hotels and all. We'd be working in some office, making a lot of dough, riding to work in cabs and Madison Avenue buses, and writing newspapers and playing bridge all the time, and going to the movies and seeing a lot of stupid shorts, coming attractions and newsreels. Christ Almighty! Just always a dumb horse race, and some dame breaking a bottle over a ship, and some chimpanzee riding a goddamn bicycle with pants on. It wouldn't be the same at all. You don't see what I mean at all. Maybe I don't. Maybe you don't either, old Sally said. We both hated each other's guts by that time. You could see there wasn't any sense trying to have an intelligent conversation. I was sorry as hell I'd started it. Come on, let's get out of here, I said. You give me a royal pain in the ass if you want to know the truth. Boy, did she hit the ceiling when I said that. I know I shouldn't have said that, and I probably wouldn't have ordinarily, but she was depressing the hell out of me. Usually, I never say crude things like that to girls. Boy, did she hit the ceiling. I apologized like a madman, but she wouldn't accept my apology. She was even crying, which scared me a little bit because I was a little afraid she'd go home and tell her father I called her a pain in the ass. Her father was one of those big silent bastards, and he wasn't too crazy about me anyway. He once told old Sally I was too goddamn noisy. No kidding, I'm sorry, I kept telling her. You're sorry. That's very funny, she said. She was still sort of crying, and all of a sudden I did feel sort of sorry. I'd say it. Come on, I'll take you home, no kidding. I can go home by myself, thank you. If you think I'd let you take me home, you're mad. No boy ever said that to me in my entire life. The whole thing was sort of funny in a way, if you thought about it. And all of a sudden, I did something I shouldn't have. I laughed. And I have one of those very loud, stupid laughs. I mean, if I ever sat behind myself in a movie or something, I'd probably lean over and tell myself to please shut up. It made old Sally madder than ever. I stuck around for a while, apologizing and trying to get her to excuse me, but she wouldn't. She kept telling me to go away and leave her alone, so finally I did. I went inside and got my shoes and stuff. I left without her. I shouldn't have, but I was pretty goddamn fed up by that time. If you want to know the truth, I don't even know why I started all that stuff with her. I mean, about going away somewhere to Massachusetts or Vermont and all. I probably wouldn't have taken her even if she wanted to go with me. She wouldn't have been anybody to go with. The terrible part though is that I meant it when I asked her. That's the terrible part. I swear to God, I'm a madman. Chapter 18. When I left the skating rink, I felt sorry, sort of hungry, so I went in this drugstore and had a Swiss cheese sandwich and a malted, and then I went to the phone booth. I thought maybe I might give old Jane another buzz to see if she was home yet. I mean, I had the whole evening free, and I thought I'd give her a buzz, and if she was home yet, take her dancing or something somewhere. I never danced with her or anything the whole time I knew her. I saw her dancing though. She looked like a very good dancer. It was at this 4th of July dance at the club. I didn't know her too well then, and I didn't think I ought to cut it in on her date. She was dating this terrible guy, Al Pike, that went to Chaute. I didn't know him too well, but he was always hanging around the swimming pool. He wore this white latex kind of swimming trunks, and he was always going off the high dive. He did the same lousy old half gainer all day long. It was the only dive he could do, but he thought he was very hot stuff. All muscles and no brains. Anyway, that's who Jane dated that night. I couldn't understand it. I swear I couldn't. After we started going around together, I asked her how much she could date a show off bastard like him. Like, all Mike, all Pike. Jane said he wasn't a show off. She said he had an inferiority complex. She acted like she felt sorry for him or something, and she wasn't just putting it on. She meant it. It's a funny thing about girls. Every time you mention some guy that's strictly a bastard, very mean or very conceited and all, and when you mention it to the girl, she would tell you he has an inferiority complex. Maybe he has, but that still doesn't keep him from being a bastard, in my opinion. Girls, you never know what they're going to think. I once got this girl, Roberta Walsh's roommate, a date with a friend of mine. His name is Bob Robinson, and he really had an inferiority complex. You could tell he was very ashamed of his parents and all because they said he don't and she don't and stuff like that, and they were very wealthy. They weren't very wealthy, but he wasn't a bastard or anything. He was a very nice guy. But this Roberta Walsh's roommate didn't like him at all. She told Roberta he was too conceited, and the reason she thought he was too conceited was because he happened to mention to her that he was captain of the debating team. A little thing like that, and she thought he was conceited. The trouble with girls is, if they like a boy, no matter how big a bastard he is, they'll say he has an inferiority complex, and if they don't like him, no matter how nice of a guy he is, or how big an inferiority complex he has, they'll say he's conceited. Even smart girls do. Anyway, I gave old Jane a buzz again, but her phone didn't answer, so I had to hang up. Then I had to look through my address book to see who the hell might be available for the evening. The trouble was, though, my address book only has about 3 people in it. Jane and this man, Mr. Antolini, that was my teacher at Elkton Hills, and my father's office number. I kept forgetting to put people's names in. So what I did finally, I gave old Carl Luce a buzz. He graduated from Moontown School after I left. He was about 3 years older than I was, and I didn't like him too much. But he was one of those very intellectual guys. He had the highest IQ of any boy at Wutan, and I thought he might want to have dinner with me somewhere and have a slightly intellectual conversation. He was very enlightening sometimes, so I gave him a buzz. He went to Columbia now, but he lived on 65th Street and all, and I knew he'd be home. When I got him on the phone, he said he couldn't make it for dinner, but that he'd meet me for a drink at 10 o'clock at the Wicker Bar on 54th. I think he was pretty surprised to hear from me. I once called him a fat ass phony. I had quite a bit of time to kill till 10 o'clock, so what I did, I went to the movies at Radio City. It was probably the worst thing I could have done, but it was near and I couldn't think of anything else. I came in when the goddamn stage show was on. The Rockettes were kicking their heads up the way they do when they're all in line, their arms are around each other's waists. The audience applauded like mad, and some guy behind me kept saying to his wife, "You know what that is? That's precision." He killed me. Then, after the Rockettes, a guy came out in a tuxedo and roller skates on and started skating around under a bunch of old little tables and telling jokes while he did it. He was a very good skater and all, but I couldn't enjoy it much because I kept picturing him practicing to be a guy that roller skates on the stage. It seemed so stupid. I guess I just wasn't in the right mood. Then after him, they had this Christmas thing they have at Radio City every year. All these angels start coming out of the boxes and everywhere. Guys carrying crucifixes and stuff all over the place. And a whole bunch of them, thousands of them, singing, "Come all ye faithful," like mad. Big deal. It's supposed to be religious as hell, I know, and very pretty and all, but I can't see anything religious or pretty, for God's sake, about a bunch of actors carrying crucifixes all over the stage. When they were all finished and started going out the boxes again, you could tell they could hardly wait to get a cigarette or something. I saw it with old Sally Hayes the year before, and she kept saying how beautiful it was, the costumes and all. I said only Jesus probably would have puked if he could see it. All those fancy costumes and all. Sally said I was a sacrilegious atheist. I probably am. The thing Jesus really would have liked would be the guy that played the kettle drums in the orchestra. I've watched that guy since I was about 8 years old. My brother Ali and I, if we were with our parents enough, we used to move our seats and go way down so we could watch him. He's the best drummer I've ever saw. He only gets a chance to bang them a couple of times during the whole piece, but he never looks bored when he isn't doing it. Then, when he does bang them, he does it so nice and sweet, and with this nervous expression on his face. One time, when we went to Washington with my father, Ali sent him a postcard, but I'll bet he never got it. We weren't too sure how to address it. After the Christmas thing was over, the goddamn picture started. It was so putrid I couldn't take my eyes off it. It was about this English guy, Alex something, that was in the war and loses his memory in the hospital and all. He comes out of the hospital carrying a cane and limping all over the place, all over London, not knowing who the hell he is. He's really a dude, but he doesn't know it. Then he meets this nice, homey, sincere girl getting on the bus. Her goddamn hat blows off and he catches it. And then they go upstairs and sit down and start talking about Charles Dickens. He's both their favorite author and all. He's carrying this copy of Oliver Twist, and he's carrying this copy of Oliver Twist, and so is she. I could have puked. Anyway, they fell in love right away on account that they're both so nuts about Charles Dickens and all. And he helps her run her publishing business. She's a publisher, the girl. Only she's not doing so hot because her brother's a drunkard and he spends all their dough. He's a very bitter man, the brother, because he was a doctor in the war and now he can't operate anymore because his nerves are shot. So he boozes all the time. But he's pretty witty and all. Anyway, old Alec writes a book and this girl publishes it and they both make it a hat full of dough on it. They're all set to get married when this other girl, Marcia, shows up. Marcia was Alex's fiance after he lost his memory, and she recognizes him when he's in this store autographing books. She tells Alex he's really a duke and all, but he doesn't believe her and doesn't want to go with her to visit her mother and all. His mother's blind as a bat, but the other girl, the homey one, makes him go. She's very noble and all, so he goes. But he still doesn't get his memory back, even when his Great Dane jumps all over him and his mother sticks his finger all over his face and brings him this teddy bear he used to slobber on when he was a kid. But then one day, some kids are playing cricket on the lawn and he gets smacked in the head with a cricket ball. Then, right away, he gets his goddamn memory back and he goes in and kisses his mother on the forehead and all. Then he starts being a regular dude again and forgets all about the homie babe that has the publishing business. I'd tell you the rest of the story, but I might puke if I did. It isn't that I'd spoil it for you or anything. There isn't anything to spoil, for Christ's sake. Anyway, it ends up with Alec and the homie babe getting married, and the brother that's a drunkard gets his nerves back and operates on Alex's mother so she can see again. And then the drunkard brother and old Marcia go for each other. It ends up with everybody at this long dinner table laughing their asses off because the Great Dane comes in with a bunch of puppies. Everybody thought it was a male, I suppose, or some goddamn thing. All I can say is, don't see it if you don't want to puke all over yourself. The part that got me was there was a lady sitting next to me that cried all through the goddamn picture. The funnier it got, the more she cried.
You'd have thought she did it because she was kind-hearted as hell, but I was sitting right next to her, and she wasn't. She had this little kid with her that was bored as hell and had to go to the bathroom, but she wouldn't take him. She kept telling him to sit still and behave himself. She was about as kind-hearted as a goddamn wolf. You take somebody that cries their goddamn eyes off out over phony stuff in the movies, and 9 times out of 10, they're mean bastards at heart. I'm not kidding. After the movie was over, I started walking down to the Wicker Bar where I was supposed to meet old Carl Luce. And while I walked, I sort of thought about war and all. Those war movies always do that to me. I don't think I could do it if I had to go to war. I really couldn't. It wouldn't be too bad if they just take you out and shoot you or something, but you have to stay in the army so goddamn long. That's the whole trouble. My brother DB was in the army for 4 goddamn years. He was in the war too. He landed on D-Day and all, but I really think he hated the army worse than the war. It was practically a child at the time. But I remember when he used to come home on furlough, furlough, and all he did was lie on his bed practically. He hardly ever even came in the living room. Later, when he went overseas and was in the war and all, he didn't get wounded or anything, and he didn't have to shoot anybody. All he had to do was drive some cowboy general around all day in a goddamn command car. He once told Ali and I that if he'd had to shoot anybody, he wouldn't have known which direction to shoot in. He said the army was practically full of bastards as the Nazis were. I remember Ali once asked him, wasn't it sort of good that he was in the war because he was a writer and it gave him a lot to write about and all. He made Ali go get his baseball mitt and then he asked him who was the best war poet, Rupert Brooke or Emily Dickinson. Ali said Emily Dickinson. I don't know too much about it myself because I don't read much poetry, but I do know it drive me crazy if I had to be in the army and be with a bunch of guys like Ackley and Stradler and old Maurice all the time, marching with them and all. I was in the Boy Scouts once for about a week, and I couldn't even stand looking at the back of the guy's neck in front of me. They kept telling you to look at the back of the guy's neck in front of you. I swear, if there was ever another war, they better just take me out and stick me in the front of the firing squad. I wouldn't object. What gets me about DB though, he hated the war so much, and yet he got me to read this book, A Farewell to Arms, last summer. He said it was so terrific. That's what I can't understand. It had this guy in it named Lieutenant Henry that was supposed to be a nice guy and all. I don't see how DB could hate the army and war and all so much and still like a phony like that. I mean, for instance, I don't see how he could like a phony book like that and still like that one by Ring Lardner or that other one he's so crazy about, The Great Gatsby. DB got sore when I said that and said I was too young and all to appreciate it, but I don't think so. I told him I like Ring Lardner and The Great Gatsby and all. I did too. I was crazy about The Great Gatsby, old sport. That killed me. Anyway, I'm sort of glad they got the atomic bomb invented. If there's ever another war, I'm going to sit right the hell on top of it. I'll volunteer for it. I swear to God I will. Chapter 19. Oh my gosh, my throat's very parched. All right. Oh gosh, I'm gonna get water. Woo. Woo. I'm gonna get water. I'll be back.
Oh, that's right. Hydrate or what hydrate or dehydrate. It's not gonna sound good if I have a bad voice. So shut up. I mean, this one's not finished. It's just like the. Whew, it's the coffee at the bottom. I don't know how to explain it. It doesn't taste good. Man. Let's see. It's already 3. And I'm still going. Hmm? Gimana? Yeah, no, it's water. It's because my throat's getting sappy. No, it's fine. Oh, I fell asleep. Don't worry about it. Your loud water break woke me up. Oh, I'm so sorry. But I'm going to continue. I didn't want to sound bad. No, I didn't get in trouble. She just went to get water. I just didn't want to sound bad for the rest of the book. All right. Just one more sip. Ooh. It's about to get exciting. 19. In case you don't live in New York, the Wicker Bar is in this sort of swanky hotel, the Sedan Hotel. I used to go there quite a lot, but I don't anymore. I gradually cut it out. It's one of those places that are supposed to be very sophisticated and all the phonies are coming in the window. They used to have these 2 French babes, Tina and Janine, come out and play the piano and sing about 3 times every night. One of them played the piano, strictly lousy, and the other one sang. And most of the songs were either pretty dirty or in French. The one that sang, old Janine, was always whispering in that goddamn microphone before she sang. She'd say, and now we like to give you our impression of Volivao Francais. It is the story of a little French girl who comes to a big city, just like New York, and falls in love with a little boy from Brooklyn. We hope you like it. Then, when she was all done whispering and being cute as hell. She'd sing some dopey song, half in English and half in French, and drive all the phonies in the place mad with joy. If you sat around there long enough, you'd hear all the phonies applauding and all. You got to hate everybody in the world. I swear you did. The bartender has a louse too. What's a louse? Too. He was a big snob. He didn't talk to you at all hardly, unless you were a big shot or a celebrity or something. If you were a big shot or a celebrity or something, then he was even more nauseating. He'd go up to you and say, with this big charming smile, like he was a hell of a swell guy if you knew him, "Wow, how's Connecticut?" or "How's Florida?" It was a terrible place. I'm not kidding. I cut out going there entirely, gradually. It was pretty early when I got there. I sat down at the bar. It was pretty crowded, and I had a couple of scotch and sodas, and I had a couple of scotch and sodas before old Luce even showed up. I stood up when I ordered them so they could see how tall I was and not think I was a goddamn minor. Then I watched the phonies for a while. Some guy next to me was snowing hell out of the babe he was with. He kept telling her she had an aristocratic. She had aristocratic hands? What does that mean? That killed me. The other end of the bar was full of flits. They weren't too flitty looking. I mean,
didn't have their hair too long or anything, but you could tell they were flits anyway. Finally, old Luz showed up. Old Luz, what a guy. He was supposed to be my student advisor when I was at Wutan. The only thing he ever did though was give me sex talks and all late at night when there was a bunch of guys in his room. He knew quite a bit of sex, especially perverts and all. He was always telling us about a lot of creepy guys that go around having affairs with sheep and guys that go around with girls pantsuit in the lining of their hats and all that, and flits and lesbians. Old Luce knew how every flit and lesbian in the United States was. All you had to do was mention somebody, anybody, and old Luce would tell you if he was a flit or not. Sometimes it was hard to believe the people he said were flits and lesbians, all movie actors like that. Some of the ones he said were flits were even married, for God's sake. You'd sleep saying to him, you mean Joe Blow's a flit? Joe Blow? That big tough guy that plays gangsters and cowboys all the time? Old Luce would say, certainly. He was always saying certainly. He said it didn't matter if a guy was married or not. He said, flit. Oh, I was confused. I didn't know what a flit was. Oh, flit and lesbian means. Oh, I'm sorry. He said it didn't matter if a guy was married or not. He said half the married guys in the world were flits and didn't even know it. He said you could turn into one particularly overnight if you had all the traits and all. He used to scare the hell out of us. He kept waiting to turn into I kept waiting to turn into a flit or something. The funny thing about old Luce, I used to think he was sort of flitty himself in a way. He was always saying, try this for size, and then he'd goose the hell out of you while you were going down the corridor. And whenever he came to the can, he always left the goddamn door open and talked to you while you were brushing your teeth or something. That stuff's sort of flitty. It really is. I've known quite a few real flits at school and all, and they're always doing stuff like that. And that's why I always had my doubts about old Bruce. He was a pretty intelligent guy, though. He really was. He never said hello or anything when he met you. The first thing he said when he sat down was that he could only stay for a couple of minutes. He said he had a date. Then he ordered a dry martini. He told the bartender to make it very dry and no olive. Hey, I got a flip for you, I told him, at the end of the bar. Don't look now. I've been saving him for you. Very funny. Same old Caulfield. When are you going to grow up? I bored him a lot. I really did. He amused me though. He's one of those guys that sort of amused me a lot. How's your sex life? I asked him. He hated you to ask him stuff like that. Relax, he said. Just sit back and relax, for Christ's sakes. I am relaxed, I said. How's Colombia? You like it? Certainly I like it. If I didn't like it, I wouldn't have gone there, he said. He could be pretty boring himself sometimes. What are you majoring in? I said. Perverts? I was only horsing around. What are you trying to be? Funny? No, I'm only kidding, I said. Listen, hey, Luz, you're one of these intelligent guys. I need your advice. I'm in a terrific. He let out this big groan on me. Listen, Coffee, if you want to sit here and have a quiet, peaceful drink and a quiet, peaceful convert. All right, I said. Relax. You could tell he didn't feel like discussing anything serious with me. That's the trouble with these intellectual guys. They never want to discuss anything serious unless they feel like it. So all I did was I started discussing topics in general with him. No kidding. How's your sex life? I asked him. You still going around with the same babe you used to at Moontown? The one with the terrific. Good God, no, he said. How come? What happened to her? I haven't the faintest idea. For all I know, since you asked, she's probably the whore of New Hampshire by this time. That isn't nice. If she was decent enough to let you go sexy with her all the time, you at least shouldn't talk about her that way. Oh God, old Louis said. Is there going to be a typical coffee conversation? I want to know right now. No, I said. This isn't nice anyway. No, I said, but it isn't nice anyway. If she was decent and nice enough to let you, must we pursue this horrible trend of thought? I didn't say anything. I was sort of afraid he'd get up and leave on me if I didn't shut up. So all I did was I ordered another drink. I felt like getting stinking drunk. Who are you going around with now? I asked him. You feeling like telling me? Nobody you know. Yeah, but who? I might know her. Girl lives in the village, Scopal trees, if you must know. Yeah? No kidding. How old is she? I've never asked her, for God's sake. Well, around how old? I would imagine she's in her late 30s, Olu said. In her late 30s? Yeah? You like that? I asked him. You like him that old? The reason I was asking was because he really knew quite a bit about sex and all. He was one of those few guys I knew that did. He lost his virginity when he was only 14. Jeez. In Nantucket. He really did. I like a mature person, if that's what you mean. Certainly. You do? Why? No kidding. They better for sex and all? Listen, let's get one thing straight. I refuse to answer any typical Caulfield questions tonight. When in hell are you going to grow up? I didn't say anything for a while. I let it drop for a while. Then old Luce ordered another martini and told the bartender to make it a lot drier. Listen, how long have you been going around with her? This sculpture babe, I asked him. I was really interested. Did you know her when you were at Wuntan? Hardly. She just arrived in this country a few months ago. She did? Where's she from? She happens to be from Shanghai. No kidding. She's Chinese for Christ's sake? Obviously. No kidding. Do you like that? Her being Chinese? Obviously. Why? I'd be interested to know. I really would. I certainly happen to find Eastern philosophy more satisfactory than Western, since you ask. Jeez, oh my gosh. You did? You do? What do you mean philosophy? You mean sex and all? You mean it's better in China? That what you mean? Not necessarily in China, for God's sake. The East, I said. Must we go on with this inane conversation? Listen, I'm serious, I said. No kidding. Why is it better than in the East? It's too involved to go into, for God's sake. Oh, Lewis said. They simply happen to regard sex as both a physical and a spiritual experience. If you think I'm, so do I. So do I regard it as a, what do you call it, a physical and spiritual experience and all. I really do. But it depends on who the hell I'm doing it with. If I'm doing it with somebody I don't even, not so loud for God's sake, Caulfield. If you can't manage to keep your voice down, let's drop the whole, all right, but listen, I said. I was getting excited and I was talking a little too loud. Sometimes I talk a little too loud when I get excited. This is what I mean though, I said. I know it's supposed to be physical and spiritual and artistic and all, but what I mean is you can't do it with everybody, every girl you neck with and all, and make it come out that way. Can you? Let's drop it, old Lewis said. Do you mind? All right, but listen. Take you and this Chinese babe. What's so good about you two? Drop it, he said. I was getting a little too personal. I realized that. But that was one of the annoying things about Luce. When we were at Wutan, he'd make you describe the most personal stuff that happened to you. But if you started asking him questions about himself, he got sore. These intellectual guys don't like to have an intellectual conversation with you unless you're running the whole thing. They always want you to shut up when they shut up and go back to your room when they go back to their room. When I was at Wutan, old Louis just used to hate it. You really could tell he did when after he was finished giving his sex talk to a bunch of us in his room, we stuck around and chewed the fat by ourselves for a while. I mean, the other guys and myself. In some days, somebody else's room. Old Louis hated that. He always wanted everybody to go back to their own room and shut up when he was finished being the big shot. The thing he was afraid of somebody would say something smarter than he had. He really amused me. Maybe I'll go to China.
My sex life is lousy, I said. Naturally. Your mind is immature. It is. It really is. I know. I said. You know what the trouble with me is? I can never get really sexy. I mean, really sexy with a girl I don't like a lot. I mean, I have to like her a lot. If I don't, I sort of lose my goddamn desire for her and all. Boy, it really screws up my sex life. Something awful. My sex life stinks. Naturally, it does. For God's sake, I told you last time I saw you. I saw you what you need. I told you the last time I saw you what you need. You mean to go to the psychoanalyst? And all? I said, that's what he told me I ought to do. His father was a psychoanalyst and all. It's up to you, for God's sake. In none of my goddamn business. It's none of my goddamn business what you do with your life. I didn't say anything for a while. I was thinking, supposing I went to your father and had him am I saying that right? Psychoanalyze me and all. I said, what would he do to me? I mean, what would he do to me? He wouldn't do a goddamn thing to you. He simply talked to you and you talk to him, for God's sake. For one thing, he'd help you recognize the patterns of your mind. The what? The patterns of your mind. Your mind runs in, listen, I'm not giving an elementary course in psychoanalysis. If you're interested, call him up and make an appointment. If you're not, don't. I couldn't care less, frankly. I put my hand on his shoulder. Boy, he amused me. You're a real friendly bastard, I told him. You know that? He was looking at his wristwatch. I have to tear, he said, and stood up. Nice seeing you. He got to the bartender and told him to bring him his check. Hey, I said, just before he beat it, did your father ever psychoanalyze you? Me? Why do you ask? No reason. Did he, though? Has he? Not exactly. He helped me to adjust myself to a certain extent. But an extensive analysis hasn't been necessary. Why don't you ask? No reason. Oh, why do you ask? No reason. I was just wondering. Well, take it easy, he said. He was leaving his tip and all, and he was starting to go. Have just one more drink, I told him. Please. I'm lonesome as hell. No kidding. He said he couldn't do it, though. He said he was late now, and then he left. Oh, Luz. He was strictly a pain in the ass, but he certainly had a good vocabulary. He had the largest vocabulary of any boy at Wutan when I was there. They gave us a test. Well, glad to see that you guys are back. Whew. Chapter 20. I kept sitting there getting drunk and waiting for old Tina and Janine to come out and do their stuff, but they weren't there. A fleeting looking guy with wavy hair came out and played piano, and then this new babe, Valencia, came out and sang. She wasn't any good, but she was better than old Tina and Janine, and at least she sang good songs. The piano was right next to the bar where I was sitting and all, and old Valencia was standing practically right next to me. I sort of gave her the old eye, but she pretended she didn't even see me. I probably wouldn't have done it, but I was getting drunk as hell. When she was finished, she beat it out of the room so fast I didn't even get a chance to invite her to join me for a drink. So I called the head waiter over. I told him to ask old Valencia if she'd care to join for a drink. He said he would, but he probably didn't even give her my message. People will never give your message to anybody. Boy, I sat at the goddamn bar till around 1 o'clock or so, getting drunk as a bastard. I could hardly see straight. The one thing I did, though, I was careful as hell not to get boisterous or anything. I didn't want anybody to notice me or anything or ask how old I was. But boy, I could hardly see straight. When I was really drunk, I started to that stupid business with the bullet in my guts again. I was the only guy at the bar with a bullet in the guts. I kept putting my hand under my jacket, on my stomach and all, to keep the blood from dripping all over the place. I didn't want anybody to know I was even wounded. I was concealing the fact that I was a wounded son of a bitch. Finally, I felt like giving old Jane a buzz to see if she was home yet. So I paid my check and all. When I left the bar and went out where the telephones were, then I left the bar and went out where the telephones were. I kept keeping my hand under my jacket to keep the blood from dripping. But boy, was I drunk. But when I got inside the phone booth, I wasn't much in the mood anymore to give old Jane a buzz. I was too drunk, I guess. So what I did, I gave old Sally Hayes a buzz. I had to dial about 20 times before I got the right one. Boy, was I blind. Hello, I said when somebody answered the goddamn phone. I sort of yelled it. I was so drunk. Who is this? This very cold lady's voice. This is me, Holding Caulfield. Let me speak, Sally, please. She's asleep. This is Sally's grandmother. Why are you calling at this hour, Holden? Do you know what time it is? Yeah. Want to talk to Sally. Very important. Put her on. Sally's asleep, young man. Call her tomorrow. Good night. Wake her up. Wake her up. Hey, attaboy. Then there was a different voice. Holden, this is me. It was old Sally. What's the big idea? Sally, that you? Yes, stop screaming. Are you drunk? Yeah. Listen, hey. I'll come over Christmas Eve, okay? Trim a goddamn tree for ya, okay? Okay, hey, Sally? Yes, you're drunk. Go to bed now. Where are you? Who's with you? Sally? I'll come over and trim a tree for you, okay? Okay, hey? Yes. Go to bed now. Where are you? Who's with you? Nobody. Me, myself, and I. Boy, was I drunk. I was even holding onto my guts. They got me. Rocky's mom got me. You know that? Sally, you know that? I can't hear you. Go to bed now. I have to go. Call me tomorrow. Hey, Sally, you want me to trim a tree for you? You want me to? Huh? Yes. Good night. Go home and go to bed. She hung up on me. Good night. Good night, Sally, baby. Sally, sweetheart, darling. I said, can you imagine how drunk I was? I hung up too then. I figured she'd probably just came home from a date. I pictured her out with the lunch and all somewhere. That Andover jerk. All of them swimming around in a goddamn pot of tea and saying sophisticated stuff to each other and being charming and phony. I wish to God I hadn't even phoned her. When I'm drunk, I'm a madman. I stayed in the damn phone booth for quite a while. I kept holding onto the phone sort of so I wouldn't pass out. I was feeling too marvelous to tell you the truth. Finally, though, I came out and went to the men's room, staggering around like a moron, and filled one of the wash bowls with cold water. Then I dunked my head in it, right up to the ears. I didn't even bother to dry it or anything. I just let the son of a bitch drip. Then I walked over to this radiator by the window and sat down on it. It was nice and warm. It felt good because I was shivering like a bastard. It's a funny thing. I always shiver like hell when I'm drunk. I didn't have anything else to do, so I kept sitting on the radiator and counting these little white squares on the floor. I was getting soaked. About a gallon of water was dripping down my neck, getting all over my collar and tie and all. But I didn't give a damn. I was too drunk to give a damn. Then pretty soon, the guy that played the piano for old Valencia, this very wavy-haired, flitty-looking guy, came in to comb his golden locks. We sort of struck up a conversation while he was combing it, except that he wasn't too goddamn friendly. Hey, you gonna see that Valencia babe when you go back into the bar? It's highly probable, he said. Wee bastard. All I ever meet is wee bastards. Listen, give her my compliments. Ask her if that goddamn waiter gave her my message, will you? Why don't you go home, Mac? How old are you anyway? 86. Listen, give her my compliments, okay? Why don't you go home, Mac? Not me. Boy, you can play that goddamn piano, I told him. I was just flattering him. He played the piano stinking, if you want to know the truth. You ought to go on the radio, I said. Handsome chap like you. All those goddamn golden locks. You need a manager? Go home, Mac, like a good guy. Go home and hit the sack.
Not home, no home to go to. No kidding. You need a manager? He didn't answer me. He just went out. He was all through combing his hair and patting it and all, so he left, like Stradler. All these handsome guys are the same. When they're done combing their goddamn hair, they beat it on you. When I finally got down off the radiator and went out to the hat check room, I was crying and all. I don't know why, but I was. I guess it was because I was feeling so damn depressed and lonesome. Then, when I went out to the check room, I couldn't find my goddamn check. The hat check girl was very nice about it though. She gave me my coat anyway, and my little Shirley Beans record. I still had it with me and all. I gave her $1 for being so nice, but she wouldn't take it. She kept telling me to go home and go to bed. I sort of tried to make a date with her for when she got through working, but she wouldn't do it. She was old enough to be my mother and all. I showed her my goddamn gray hair and told her I was 42. I was only horsing around naturally. She was nice though. I showed her my goddamn red hunting hat and she liked it. She made me put it on before I went out because my hair was still pretty wet. She was alright. I didn't feel too drunk anymore when I went outside, but it was getting very cold out again. And my teeth started chattering like hell. I couldn't make them stop. I walked over to Madison Avenue and started to wait around for a bus because I didn't have hardly any money left and I had to start econ- economizing on cabs and all. But I don't feel like getting on a damn bus. And besides, I don't even know where I was supposed to go. So what I did, I started walking over to the park. I figured I'd go by that little lake and see where the hell the ducks were doing. So if they were around or not. I still don't know if they were around or not. It wasn't far over to the park, and I didn't have any place else special to go to. I didn't even know where I was going to sleep yet, so I went. I wasn't tired or anything. I just felt blue as hell. Then something terrible happened just as I got into the park. I dropped old Phoebe's record. It broke into about 50 pieces. It was in this big envelope and all, but it broke anyway. I damn near cried. It made me feel so terrible, but all I did was I took the pieces out of the envelope and put them in my coat pocket. They weren't any good for anything, but I didn't feel like just throwing them away. Then I went to the park. Boy, was it dark. I've lived in New York all my life, and I know Central Park like the back of my hand because I used to roller skate there all the time and ride my bike when I was a kid. But I had the most terrific trouble finding that lagoon that night. I knew right where it was. It was right near Central Park South and all, but I still couldn't find it. I must have been drunker than I thought. I kept walking and walking and it kept getting darker and darker and spookier and spookier. I didn't see one person the whole time I was in the park. I'm just as glad. I probably would have jumped about a mile if I had. Then finally I found it. What it was partly frozen and partly not frozen, but I couldn't see any ducks around. I walked all around the whole damn park. The lake, I damn near fell in once, in fact, but I didn't see a single duck. I thought maybe if they were around, they might be asleep or something near the edge of the water, near the grass and all. That's how I nearly fell in, but I couldn't find any. Finally, I sat down on this bench where it wasn't so goddamn dark. Boy, I was still shivering like a bastard, and the back of my hair, even though I had my hunting hat on, was sort of full of little hunks of ice. That worried me. I thought probably I'd get pneumonia and die. I started picturing millions of jerks coming to my funeral and all. My grandfather from Detroit that keeps calling out the numbers of the streets when you ride on a goddamn bus with you, and my aunt. I have about 50 aunts and all my lousy cousins. What a mob that be there. They all came when Allie died, the whole goddamn stupid bunch of them. I have this one stupid aunt with halitosis that kept saying how peaceful he looked lying there. DB told me. I wasn't there. I was still in the hospital. I had to go to the hospital and all after I hurt my hand. Anyway, I kept worrying that I was getting pneumonia with all those hunks of ice in my hair, and that I was going to die. I felt sorry as hell for my mother and father, especially my mother because she still isn't over my brother, Ali, yet. I kept picturing her now, knowing what to do with all my suits and athletic equipment and all. The only good thing, I knew she wouldn't let old Phoebe come to my goddamn funeral because she was only a little kid. That was the only good part. Then I thought about the whole bunch of them sticking me in the goddamn cemetery and all, with my name on this tombstone and all, surrounded by dead guys. Boy, when you're dead, they really fix you up. I hope to hell when I do die someday. So, I hope to hell when I do die, somebody has sense enough to just dump me in the river or something. Anything except sticking me in the goddamn cemetery. People coming and putting a bunch of flowers on your stomach on Sunday and all of that crap. Who wants flowers when you're dead? Nobody. When the weather's nice, my parents go out quite frequently and stick a bunch of flowers on old Allie's grave. I went with them a couple of times, but I cut it out. In the first place, I certainly don't enjoy seeing him in that crazy cemetery, surrounded by dead guys and tombs and all. It wasn't too bad when the sun was out, but twice, we were there when it started to rain. It was awful. It rained on his lousy tombstone, and it rained on the grass on his stomach. It rained all over the place. All the visitors that were visiting the cemetery started running like hell to their cars. That's what nearly drove me crazy. All the visitors could get in their cars and turn on their radios and then go someplace nice for dinner. Except everybody except Ali. I couldn't stand it. I knew it's only his body and all that's in the cemetery and his soul's in heaven and all that crap, but I couldn't stand it anyway. I just wish he wasn't there. You didn't know him. If you known him, you know what I mean. It's not too bad when the sun's out, but the sun only comes out when it feels like coming out. After a while, just to get my mind off getting pneumonia and all, I took out my dough and tried to count it in the lousy life in the street lamp. All I had was 3 singles and 5 quarters and a nickel left. Boy, I spent a fortune since I left Pensy. Then what I did, I went down near the lagoon and I sort of skipped the quarters and the nickels across it where it wasn't frozen. I don't know why I did it, but I did it. I guess I thought I'd take my mind off getting pneumonia and dying. It didn't though. I started thinking of how old Phoebe would feel if I got pneumonia and died. It was a childish way to think, but I couldn't stop myself. She'd feel pretty bad if something like that happened. She likes me a lot. I mean, she's quite fond of me. She really is. Anyway, I couldn't get that off my mind. So finally, what I figured I'd better sneak home and see her in case I died and all. I had my door key with me and all, and I figured what I'd do, I'd sneak in the apartment very quiet and all, and just sort of chew the fat with her for a while. The only thing that worried me was our front door. It creaks like a bastard. It's a pretty old apartment house, and the superintendent's a lazy bastard, and everything creaks and squeaks. I was afraid my parents might hear me sneaking in, but I decided I'd try it anyhow. So I got the hell out of the park and went home. I walked all the way. It wasn't too far, and I wasn't tired or even drunk anymore. It was just very cold and nobody around anymore. Chapter 21. The best break I had in years when I got home the regular night, elevator boy Pete wasn't on the car.
Some new guy I've never seen was on the car. So I figured that if I didn't bump smack into my parents and all, I'd be able to say hello to old Phoebe and then beat it, and nobody even know I'd been around. It was really a terrific break. What made it even better, the new elevator boy was sort of on the stupid side. I told him in this very casual voice to take me up to the Dicksteins. The Dicksteins were these people that had the other apartment on our floor. I'd already taken off my hunting hat so as not to look suspicious or anything. I went in the elevator like I was in a terrific hurry. He had the he had the elevator doors all shut and all, and was all set to take me up. And then he turned around and said, "They ain't in. They're at a party on the 14th floor." That's all right. I'm supposed to wait for them. I'm their nephew. He gave me this sort of stupid, suspicious look. "You better wait in the lobby, fella," he said. "I'd like to. I really would," I said. "But I had a bad leg. I have to hold it in a certain position. I think I'd better sit down in the chair outside the door." He didn't know what the hell I was talking about, so all he said was, "Oh," and took me up. Not bad, boy. It's funny. All you have to do is say something stupid and something nobody understands, and they'll do practically anything you want them to. I got off our floor, limping like a bastard, and then started walking over towards the Dickensteins. Then, when I heard the elevator door shut, I turned around and went over to our side. I was doing all right. I didn't even feel drunk anymore. Then I took out my door key and opened our door, quiet as hell. Then, very, very carefully and all, I went inside and closed the door. I really should have been a crook. It was dark as hell in the foyer, naturally, and naturally I couldn't turn on any lights. I had to be careful not to bump into anything and make a racket. I certainly knew I was home though. Our foyer foyer has a funny smell that doesn't smell like any place else. I don't know what the hell it is. It isn't cauliflower and it isn't perfume. I don't know what the hell it is, but you always knew you were home. I started to take off my coat and hang it on the foyer closet, but that closet's full of hangers that rattles like a madman when you open the door, so I left it on. Then I started walking very, very slowly back toward old Phoebe's room. I knew the maid wouldn't hear me because she had only one eardrum. She had his brother that stuck a straw down her ear when she was a kid, she once told me. She was pretty deaf and all, but my parents, especially my mother, she has ears like a goddamn bloodhound. So I took it very, very easy when I went past her door. I even held my breath for God's sake. You can hit my father over the head with a chair and he won't wake up. But my mother, all I have to do to my mother is cough somewhere in Siberia and she'll hear you. She's nervous as hell. Half the time she's up all night smoking cigarettes. Finally, after about an hour, I got to old Phoebe's room. She wasn't there though. I forgot about that. I forgot she's always sleeps in DB's room when he's away in Hollywood or someplace. She likes it because it's the biggest room in the house. Also because it has this big old madman desk in it, and DB bought off some old lady alcoholic in Philadelphia, and this big gigantic bed that was about 10 miles wide and 10 miles long. I don't know where he bought that bed. Anyway, old Phoebe likes to sleep in DB's room when he's away, and he lets her. You ought to see her doing her homework or something at that crazy desk, almost as big as a bed. You can hardly see her when she's doing her homework. That's the kind of stuff she likes, though. She doesn't like her own room because it's too little, she says. She says she likes to spread out. That kills me. What's old Phoebe got to spread out? Nothing. Anyway, I went to DB's room quiet as hell and turned on the lamp on the desk. Old Phoebe didn't even wake up. When the light was on, I sort of looked at her for a while. She was laying there asleep with her face sort of on the side of the pillow. She had her mouth way open. It's funny. You take adults, they look lousy when they're asleep and they have their mouth way open, but kids don't. Kids look all right.
They can even spit all over the pillow and they still look all right. I went around the room very quiet and all, looking at the stuff for a while. I felt swell for a change. I didn't even feel like I was getting pneumonia or anything anymore. I just felt good for a change. Oh, Phoebe's clothes were on this chair right next to the bed. She's very neat for a child. I mean, she doesn't just throw her stuff around like some kids. She's no slob. She had the jacket to this tan suit my mother bought her in Canada, hung up on the back of the chair. Then her blouse and stuff were on the seat. Her shoes and socks were on the floor right underneath the chair, right next to the others. I knew I never saw the shoes before. They were new. They were these dark brown loafers, sort of like this pair I have, and they went swell with the suit my mother bought her in Canada. My mother dresses her nice. She really does. My mother has terrific taste in some things. She's not good at buying ice skates or anything like that, but clothes, she's perfect. I mean, Phoebe always has some dress on that can kill you. You take most little kids, even if their parents are wealthy and all, they usually have some terrible dress on. I wish you could see old Phoebe in the suit my mother bought her in Canada. I'm not kidding. I sat down on old TB's desk and looked at the stuff on it. It was mostly Phoebe stuff from school and all, mostly books. The the one on top was old arithmetic is fun. I sort of opened the first page and took a look at it. This is what old Phoebe had on it. Phoebe Weatherfield Caulfield. V41. That killed me. Her middle name is Josephine, for God's sake, not Weatherfield. She doesn't like it though. Every time I see her, she's got a new middle name for herself. The book underneath the arithmetic with a geography, and the book underneath the geography was a speller. She's very good in spelling. She's very good in all her subjects, but she's best in spelling. Then underneath the speller, there's a bunch of notebooks. She's about 5,000 notebooks. Never saw a kid with so many notebooks. I opened the one on top and looked at the first page. It had on it. Bernice met me at recess. I have something very, very important to tell you. That was all there was on that page. The next one on it. Why has southeastern Alaska so many canning factories? Because there are so many salmon. Why has it valuable forests? Because it has the right climate. Why has our government done to make What has our government done to make life easier for the Alaskan Eskimos? Look it up for tomorrow. Phoebe Weatherfield Caulfield, Phoebe Weatherfield Caulfield, Phoebe Weatherfield Caulfield, Phoebe W. Caulfield, Phoebe Weatherfield Caulfield-esque. Please pass to Shirley. Shirley, you said you were Sagittarius, but you're only Taurus. Bring your skates when you come over to my house. I sat there on DB's desk and read the whole notebook. It didn't take me long. I can read the kind of stuff some kid's notebook, Phoebe's or anybody's, all day and all night long. Kids' notebooks kill me. Then I lit another cigarette. It was my last one. I must have smoked about 3 cartons that day. Then finally I woke her up. I mean, I couldn't sit there on the desk for the rest of my life, and besides, I was afraid my parents might barge in on me all of a sudden and wanted to at least say hello to her before they did. So I woke her up. She wakes up very easily. I mean, you don't have to yell at her or anything. All you have to do is practically sit down on the bed and say, "Wake up, Phoebe." And bingo, she's awake. Holden, she said right away. She put her arms around my neck and all. She's very affectionate. I mean, she's quite affectionate for a child. Sometimes she even's too affectionate. I sort of gave her a kiss and she said, "When'd you get home?" She was glad as hell to see me. You could tell, not so loud just now. How are you anyway? I'm fine. Did you get my letter? I wrote you a 5-page, yeah, not so loud, thanks. She wrote me this letter. I didn't get a chance to answer it, though. It was all about this play she was in school. She told me not to make it any dates or anything for Friday so that I could come see it. How's the play? I asked her. What do you say? What do you say the name of it was? A Christmas pageant for Americans. It stinks, but I'm Benedict Arnold. I have practically the biggest role, she said. Boy, was she wide awake. She gets very excited when she tells you that stuff. It starts out when I'm dying. This ghost comes in on Christmas Eve and asks me if I'm ashamed of it and everything. You know, for betraying my country and everything. Are you coming to it? She was sitting way the hell up in the bed and all. That's what I wrote you about. Are you? Sure, I'm coming. Certainly, I'm coming. Daddy can't come. He has to fly to California, she said. Boy, was she wide awake. It only takes her about 2 seconds to get wide awake. She was sitting, sort of kneeling, way up in bed. She was holding my goddamn hand. Listen, Mother said you'd be home Wednesday. She said Wednesday. I got out early, not too loud. You'll wake everybody up. What time is it? They won't be home till very late, Mother said. They were in a party in Norwalk, Connecticut, old Phoebe said. Guess what I did this afternoon? What movie I saw? Guess. I don't know. Listen, didn't they say what time the doctor, old Phoebe said. It's a special movie they had at the Lister Foundation. Just this one day they had it. Today was the only day. It was about this doctor in Kentucky and everything that sticks a blanket over this child's face that's a cripple and can't walk. Then they send him to jail and everything. It was excellent. Listen a second. Didn't they say what time he feels sorry for it, the doctor. That's why the sticks that's why he sticks his blankets over her face and everything and makes her suffocate. Then they make him go to jail for life imprisonment, but this child, when he stuck the blanket over its face, comes to visit him all the time and thanks him for what he did. He's a mercy killer, only he knows he deserves to go to jail because a doctor isn't supposed to take things away from God. This girl in my class's mother took us, Alice Hollenberg. She's my best friend. She's the only girl in the whole. Wait a second, will ya? I'm asking you a question. Did they say what time they'd come back, or didn't they? No, but not till very late. Then he took the car and everything, so they wouldn't have to worry about trains. We have a radio in it now, except that Mother said nobody can play it when the car is in traffic. I began to relax, sort of. I mean, I finally quit worrying about whether they'd catch me at home or not. I figured the hell with it. If they did, they did. You should have seen old Phoebe. She had on these blue pajamas and red elephants on the collars. Elephants knock her out. So it was a good picture, huh? Swell. Except Alice had a cold, and her mother kept asking her all the time if she felt grippy. Right in the middle of the picture, always in the middle of something important. Her mother leaned all over me and everything. And asked Alice if she felt grippy. It got on my nerves. Then I told her about the record. Listen, I bought you a record, I told her. Only I broke it on the way home. I took the pieces out of my coat and showed her. I was plastered, I said. Give me the pieces, she said. I'm saving them. She took them right out of my hand and then she put them in the drawer of the night table. She kills me. Did he coming home for Christmas? He may and he may not, Mother said. It all depends. He may have to stay in Hollywood and write a picture about Annapolis? Annapolis, for God's sake. It's a love story and everything. Guess who's going to be in it? What movie star? Guess. I'm not interested. Annapolis, for God's sake. What's Stevie know about Annapolis, for God's sake? What's that got to do with the kind of stories he writes? I said. Boy, that stuff drives me crazy. The goddamn Hollywood. What do you do to your arm? I asked. I noticed she had this big hunk of adhesive tape on her elbow. The reason I noticed her pajama didn't have any sleeves. This boy, Curtis Weintraub, that's in my class, pushed me while I was going down the stairs in the park. She said, want to see? She started taking out that crazy adhesive tape off her arm. Leave it alone. Why did he push you down the stairs? I don't know. I think he hates me, old Phoebe said. This other girl and me Selma Atterbury put ink and stuff all over his windbreaker. That isn't nice. What are you, a child? For God's sake? No, but every time I'm in the park, he follows me everywhere. He's always following me. He gets on my nerves. He probably likes you. That's no reason to put ink all. I don't want him to like me, she said. Then she started to look at me funny. Holden, she said, how come you're not home Wednesday? What? Boy, you have to watch her every minute. If you don't think she's smart, you're mad. How come you didn't not come home Wednesday? She said. You didn't get kicked out or anything, did you? I told you. They let us out early. They let the whole. You did get kicked out. You did, old Phoebe said. Then she hit me on the leg with her fist. She gets very fisty when she feels like it. You did. Oh, Holden. She had her hand on her mouth and all. She gets very emotional, I swear. Who said I got kicked out? Nobody said I. You did. You did, she said. Then she smacked me again with her fist. If you don't think that hurts, you're crazy. Daddy'll kill you, she said. Then she flopped on her stomach on the bed and put the goddamn pillow over her head. She does that quite frequently. She's a true madman sometimes. Cut it out now. Nobody's gonna kill me. Nobody's gonna even. Come on, Pete. I take that goddamn thing off your head. Nobody's gonna kill me. She wouldn't take it off though. You can't make her do something if she didn't want to. All she kept saying was, Daddy's gonna kill you. You could hardly understand her when that goddamn pillow's over her head. Nobody's gonna kill me. Use your head. In the first place, I'm going away. What I may do, I may get a job on a ranch or something for a while. I know this guy whose grandfather's got a ranch in Colorado. I may get a job there, I said. I'll keep in touch with you and all that when I'm gone, if I go. Come on, take that off your head. Come on. Hey, Phoebe, please, please, will you? She wouldn't take it off though. I tried pulling it off, but she's strong as hell. You get tired fighting with her. Boy, if she wants to keep a pillow over her head, she keeps it. Phoebe, please, come on out of there. I kept saying, come on, hey, Weatherfield, come on out. She wouldn't come out though. You can't even reason with her sometimes. Finally, I got up and went out in the living room. I put some cigarettes out in the box on the table and stuck some in my pocket. I was all out. When I came back, chapter 22. When I came back, she had the pillow over her head all right. I knew she would, but she still wouldn't look at me, even though she was lying on her back. No. When I came around the side of the bed and sat down again, she turned her crazy face to the other side. She was ostracizing me. She was ostracizing the hell out of me. Just like the fencing team at Pensy when I left the goddamn foils on the subway. How's old Hazel Weatherfield? I said. You write any new stories about her? I got that one you sent me right in my suitcase. It's down at the station. It's very good. Daddy'll kill you. Boy, she really gets something on her head, Boy, she really gets something on her head, mind when she. I'm saying that wrong. Boy, she really gets something on her mind when she gets something on her mind. No, he won't. The worst he'll do, he'll give me hell again, and then he'll send me to that goddamn military school. That's all he'll do to me. And in the first place, I won't even be around. I'll be away. I'll probably be in Colorado on this ranch. Don't make me laugh. You can't even ride a horse. Who can't? Sure I can. Certainly I can. They can teach you in about 2 minutes, I said. Stop picking at that. She was picking at the adhesive tape on her arm. Who gave you that haircut, I asked. I just noticed what a stupid haircut somebody gave her. It was way too short. None of your business, she said. She can be very snotty sometimes. She can be quite snotty. I suppose you failed in every single subject again, she said, very snotty. It was sort of funny too in a way. She sounds like a goddamn school teacher sometimes, and she's only a little child. No, I didn't, I said. I passed English. Then she Then, just for the hell of it, I gave her a pinch on the behind. It was sticking way out in the breeze, the way she was laying on her side. She has hardly any behind. I didn't do it hard, but she tried to hit my hand anyway, but she missed. Then all of a sudden she said, "Oh, why did you do that?" She meant, "Why did I get the axe again?" It might not, it made me sort of sad the way she said it. "Oh God, Phoebe, don't ask me. I'm sick of everybody asking me," I said. Million reasons why. It was one of the worst schools I ever went to. It was full of phonies. I mean, guys, you never saw so many mean guys in your life. For instance, if you were having a bull session in someone's room and somebody wanted to come in, nobody let them in if they were some dopey, pimply guy. Everybody was always locking their doors when somebody wanted to come in. And they had this goddamn secret fraternity when I was too yellow not to join. There was this one pimply boring guy, Robert Ackley. They wanted to get in, that wanted to get in. He kept trying to join, and they wouldn't let him just because he was born in pimply. I don't even feel like talking about it. It was a stinking school. Take my word. Old Phoebe didn't say anything, but she was listening. I could tell by the back of her neck that she was listening. She always listens when you tell her something. And the funny part is she knows half the time that what the hell you're talking about. She really does. I kept talking about Pensy. I sort of felt like it. Even a couple of nice teachers on the faculty, they were phonies too. I said, there was this one old guy, Mr. Spencer. His wife was always giving you hot chocolate and all that stuff, and they were really pretty nice. But you should have seen him when the headmaster, old Termer, came in the history class and sat down in the back of the room. He was always coming in and sitting down in the back of the room for about half an hour. He was supposed to be incognito or something. After a while, he'd be sitting back there, and then he'd start interrupting what old Spencer was saying to crack a lot of corny jokes. Old Spencer would practically kill himself chuckling and smiling and all, like as if Therma was a goddamn prince or something. Don't swear so much. It would have made you puke, I swear it would, I said. Then on Veterans Day, they have this day, Veterans Day, that all the jerks that graduated from Pensy around 1776 come back and walk all over the place with their wives and children and everybody. You should have seen this one old guy that was about 50. What he did was he came in our room and knocked on the door and asked if we'd mind if he used the bathroom. The bathroom was at the end of the corridor. I don't know why the hell he asked us. You know what he said? He said he wanted to see if his initials were still on one of the can doors. What he did, he carved his goddamn stupid, sad old initials on one of the can doors about 90 years ago. He wanted to see if they were still there. So my roommate and I walked him down the bathroom, and when we had to stand there while he looked for his initials in the old can doors, he kept talking to us the whole time, telling us how when he was at Pensy, they were the happiest days of his life, and giving us a lot of advice for the future and all. Boy, did he depress me. I don't mean he was a bad guy. He wasn't. But you don't have to be a bad guy to depress somebody. You can be a good guy to endure it. All you have to do to depress somebody is give them a lot of funny advice while you're looking for you. Well, you are looking for your initials in some can door, and that's all you have to do. I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't have been so bad if he hadn't been all out of breath. He was all out of breath from just climbing up the stairs, and the whole time he was looking for his initials, he kept breathing hard, with his nostrils all funny and sad. Well, he kept telling Stradler and I to get all we could out of Pensy. God, Phoebe, I can't explain. I just didn't like anything that was happening at Pensy. I can't explain. Well, Phoebe had something then, but I couldn't hear her. She had the side of her mouth right smack on a pillow, and I couldn't hear her. What I said? Take your mouth away. I can't hear you with your mouth that way. You don't like anything that's happening. It made me even more depressed when she said that.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Surely I do. Don't say that. Why the hell do you say that? Because you don't. You don't like any schools. You don't like a million things. You don't. I do. That's where you're wrong. That's exactly where you're wrong. Why the hell do you have to say that? I said. Boy, was she depressing me. Because you don't, she said. Name one thing. One thing? One thing I like? I said, okay. The trouble was, I couldn't concentrate too hard. Sometimes it's hard to concentrate. One thing I like a lot, you mean? I asked her. She didn't answer me, though. She was in a cockeyed position way the hell over the other side of the bed. She was about 1,000 miles away. Come on, answer me. I said, one thing I like a lot, or one thing I just like? You like a lot. All right, I said, but the trouble was I couldn't concentrate. About all about all I could think about were these two nuns that were around collecting dough in these beat up old straw baskets, especially the one with the glasses and with the iron rims. This boy I knew at Elkton Hills. There's this one boy at Elkton Hills. His name was James Castle. That couldn't take about that wouldn't take back something he said about this very conceited boy, Phil Stabile. James Castle called him a very conceited guy. The one of Stabile's lousy friends went and squealed on him to Stabile. So Stabile, with about 6 other dirty bastards, went to James Castle's room and went in and locked the goddamn door and tried to make him take back what he said, but he wouldn't do it. Then they started in on him. I won't even tell you what they did to him. It's too repulsive, but he still wouldn't take it back. Old James Castle. And you should have seen him. He was a skinny little weak-looking guy with wrists about as big as pencils. Finally, what he did, instead of taking back what he said, he jumped out the window. I was in the shower and all, and even I could hear him run outside. But I just thought something fell out of the window, a radio or a desk or something, not a boy or anything. Then I heard everybody running through the corridor and down the stairs, so I put on my bathrobe and ran downstairs. And there was old James Castle, laying right on the stone steps and all. He was dead, and his teeth and blood were all over the place, and nobody would even go near him. He had on this turtleneck sweater I lent him. All they did with the guy that were in the room with him was expel them. They didn't even go to jail. That was about all I could think of, though. Those two nuns I saw at the breakfast and this boy, James Castle. I knew at Elkton Hills. The funny part is, I hardly even know James Castle, if you want to know the truth. He was he was one of these very quiet guys. He was in my math class, but he was way over on the other side of the room, and he hardly ever got up to recite or go to the blackboard or anything. Some guys in school hardly ever got get up to recite or go to the blackboard. I think the only time I ever even had a conversation with him was the time he asked me if I could borrow this turtleneck sweater I had. I damn near dropped dead when he asked me. I was so surprised and all. I remember I was brushing my teeth in the can when he asked me. He said his cousin was coming over to take him for a drive and all. I didn't even know he knew I had a turtleneck and all. All I knew about him was that his name was always right ahead of mine at roll call. Cable R, Cable W, Castle, Caulfield. I can still remember it. If you want to know the truth, I almost didn't lend him my sweater just because I didn't know him too well. What? I said to old Phoebe. She said something to me, but I didn't hear her. You can't even think of one thing. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Well, do it then. I like Allie, I said. And I like doing what I'm doing right now, sitting here with you and talking and thinking about stuff. And Allie's dead. You always say that. If somebody's dead in everything and in heaven, then it isn't really. I know he's dead. Do you think I know that? Don't you think I know that? I can still like him though, can't I? Just because somebody's dead
You don't just stop liking them for God's sake, especially if they were about 1,000 times nicer than the people that you know they're alive and all. Old Phoebe didn't say anything. When she can't think of anything to say, she just doesn't say a goddamn word. Anyway, I like it now, I said. I mean, right now, sitting here with you and just chewing the fat and horsing, this isn't anything really. It isn't something really. It is something really. Certainly it is. Why the hell isn't? People never think anything is anything really. I'm getting goddamn sick of it. Stop swearing. All right? Name something else. Name something you'd like to be, like a scientist or a lawyer or something. I couldn't be a scientist. I'm not good in science. Well, a lawyer, like daddy and all. Lawyers are all right, I guess, but it doesn't appeal to me, I said. I mean, they're all right if they go around saving innocent guys' lives all the time and like that. But you don't do that kind of stuff if you're a lawyer. All you do is make a lot of dough and play golf and play bridge and buy cars and drink martinis and look like a hotshot. And besides, even if you did go around saving guys' lives and all, how would you know if you did it because you really wanted to save guys' lives or because you did it because what you really wanted to do was be a terrific lawyer with everybody slapping you on the back and congratulating you in court if the goddamn trial was over, the reporters and everybody, the way it is in the dirty movies? How would you know you weren't being a phony? The trouble is, you wouldn't. I'm not too sure old Phoebe knew what the hell I was talking about. I mean, she's only a child and all, but she was listening. At least. If somebody at least listens, it's not too bad. Daddy's gonna kill you. He's going to kill you, she said. I wasn't listening though. I was thinking about something else, something crazy. You know what I like to be? You know what I like to be? I mean, if I had a goddamn choice, what? Stop swearing. You know the song "If a Body Catch a Body Coming Through the Rye"? I'd like if it's if a body meet a body coming through the rye. Old Phoebe said. It's a poem by Robert Burns. I know it's a poem by Robert Burns. She was right though. It is if a body meet a body coming through the rye. I didn't know it though. I thought it was if a body catch a body, I said. Anyway, I keep picturing all these little kids playing some game in a big field of rye, you know, thousands of little kids and nobody's around. Nobody big, I mean, except me. And I'm standing on the edge of some crazy cliff. What I have to do, I have to catch everybody if they started to go over the cliff. I mean, if they're running and they don't look where they're going, I have to come out from somewhere and catch them. That's all I do all day. I just be the catcher in the rye and all. I know it's crazy, but that's the only thing I'd really like to be. I know it's crazy. Old Phoebe didn't say anything after a long time. Then, when she said something, all she said was, "Daddy's going to kill you." I don't give a damn if he does, I said. I got up from bed because what I want to do, I want to phone up this guy that was my English teacher at Elkton Hills, Mr. Antolini. He lives in New York now. He quit Elkton Hills. He took his job teaching English in NYU. I have to make a phone call, I told Phoebe. I'll be right back. Don't go to sleep. I didn't want her to go to sleep because while I was, I didn't want her to go to sleep while I was in the living room. I knew she wouldn't, but I said it anyway just to make sure. While I was walking toward the door, old Phoebe said, "Holden, Holden." I turned around. She was sitting way up in bed. She looked so pretty. I'm taking belching lessons from this girl, Phyllis Mark Willies. She said, "Listen." I listened and I heard something, but it wasn't much. Good, I said. Then I went out in the living room and called up the teacher I had, Mr. Antolini. Wow. Chapter 23. I made it very snappy on the phone because I was afraid my parents would barge in on me right in the middle of it. They didn't though. Mr. Antolini was very nice. He said I could come over right over He said I could come right over if I wanted to. I think I could. I probably woke him and his wife up because it took me a hell of a long time to answer the phone. The first thing he asked me was if anything was wrong, and I said no. I said I'd flunked out of Pensy, though. I thought I might as well tell him. He said, "Good God," when I said that. He had a sense of humor and all. He told me to come right over if I felt like it. He was about the best teacher I ever had, Mr. Angelini. He was a pretty young guy, not much older than my brother DB, and you could kid around with him without losing your respect for him. He was the one that finally picked up that boy that jumped out the window I told you about, James Castle. Old Mr. Angelini felt his pulse and all, and then took off his coat and put it over James Castle and carried him all the way over to the infirmary. He didn't even give a damn if this coat got all bloody. When I got back to the DB's room, old Phoebe turned on the radio. The dance music was coming on. She turned it on low, though, so the maid wouldn't hear it. You should have seen her. She was sitting smack in the middle of the bed, outside the covers, with her legs folded like one of those yogi guys. She was listening to the music. She kills me. Come on, I said. You feel like dancing? I taught her how to dance and all when she was a tiny little kid. She's a very good dancer. I mean, I just taught her a few things. She learned it mostly by herself. You can't teach somebody how to really dance. You have shoes on, she said. I'll take them off. Come on. She practically jumped off the bed, and then she waited while I took my shoes off. Then I danced with her for a while. She's really damn good. I don't feel like people that dance with little kids, possibly because most of the time it looks terrible. I mean, if you're out on a restaurant somewhere, you see some old guy take his little kid out on the dance floor. Usually they keep yanking the kid's dress up in the back by mistake, and the kid can't dance worth a damn anyway, and it looks terrible. But I don't do it out in public with Phoebe or anything. We just horse around in the house. It's different with her anyway, because she can dance. She can follow anything you do. I mean, if you hold her in close as hell so that it doesn't matter that your legs are as so much longer, she stays right with you. You can cross over and do some corny dips and even jitterbug a little, and she stays right with you. You can even tango, for God's sake. We dance about 4 numbers. In between numbers, she's funny as hell. She stays right in the position. She won't even talk or anything. You both have to stay right in the position to wait for the orchestra to start playing again. That kills me. You're not supposed to laugh or anything either. Anyway, we danced about 4 numbers, and then I turned off the radio. Oh, Phoebe jumped back in bed and got under the covers. I'm improving, aren't I? She asked me. And how? I said. I sat down next to her on the bed again. I was sort of out of breath. I was smoking so damn much. I had hardly any wind. She wasn't even out of breath. Feel my forehead, she said all of a sudden. Why? Feel it. Just feel it once. I felt it. I didn't feel anything though. Does it feel very feverish? She said. No. It is supposed to? Yes. I'm making it. Feel it again. I felt it again. I still didn't feel anything, but I said, I think it's starting to now. I didn't want her to get a goddamn inferiority complex. She nodded. I can make it go up to over the thermometer. Thermometer? Oh, Thermometer. Who said so? Alice Holmberg showed me how. You cross your legs and hold your breath and think of something very, very hot. A radiator or something. Then your whole forehead gets so hot you can burn somebody's hand. That killed me. I pulled my hand away from her forehead, like I was in terrific danger. Thanks for telling me, I said. Oh, I wouldn't have burned your hand. I'd have stopped before it got to shh. Then quick as hell, she sat way the hell up in bed. She scared hell out of me when she did that. What's the matter? I said, the front door, she said in a loud whisper. It's them. I quickly jumped up and ran over and turned off the light over the desk. Then I jammed out my cigarette on my shoe and put it in my pocket. Then I fanned hell out of the air to get that smoke out. I shouldn't even have been smoking, for God's sake. Then I grabbed my shoes and got in the closet and shut the doors. Boy, my heart was beating like a bastard. I heard my mother come in the room. Phoebe, she said, now stop that. I saw the light, young lady. Hello, I heard Phoebe. I heard old Phoebe say, I couldn't sleep. Did you have a good time? Marvelous, my mother said, but you could tell she didn't mean it. She doesn't enjoy herself much when she goes out. Why are you awake? May I ask? Were you warm enough? I was warm enough. I just couldn't sleep. Phoebe, have you been smoking a cigarette in here? Tell me the truth, please, young lady. What? Old Phoebe said. You heard me. I just lit one for 1 second. I just took one puff. Then I threw it out the window. Why, may I ask? I couldn't sleep. I don't like that, Phoebe. I don't like that at all, my mother said. Do you want another blanket? No, thanks. Good night, old Phoebe said. She was trying to get rid of her, you could tell. How was the movie, my mother said. Excellent, except Alice's mother. She kept leaning over and asking her if she felt grippy during the whole entire movie. We took a taxi home. Let me feel your forehead. I didn't catch anything. She didn't have anything. It was just her mother. Well, go to sleep now. How was your dinner? Lousy, Phoebe said. You heard what your father said about using that word? What was lousy about it? You had a lovely lamb chop. I walked all over Lexington Avenue just to. The lamb chop was all right, but Charlene always breathed on me whenever she put something down. She breathes all over the food and everything. She breathes on everything. Well, go to sleep. Give mother a kiss. Did you say your prayers? I said them in the bathroom. Good night. Good night. Go right to sleep now. I have a splitting headache, mother said. She gets headaches quite frequently. She really does. Take a few aspirins, old Phoebe said. Jose will be home on Wednesday, won't he? So far as I know. Get under there now. Way down. I heard my mother go out and close the door. I waited a couple of minutes. Then I came out of the closet and bumped smack into old Phoebe when I did, because it was so dark and she was out of bed and coming to tell me. I hurt you, I said. You had to whisper now because they were both home. I gotta get a move on, I said. I found the edge of the bed in the dark and sat down on it and started putting on my shoes. I was I was pretty nervous, I admit. Don't go now, Phoebe whispered. Wait till they're asleep. No, now. Now's the best time, I said. She'll be in the bathroom without turn on the news or something. Now's the best time. I could hardly tie my shoelaces. I was so damn nervous. Not that they would have killed me or anything if they caught me home, but it would have been very unpleasant and all. Where the hell are you? I said to old Phoebe. It was dark, I couldn't see her. Here, she was standing right next to me. I didn't even see her. I got my damn bags out of the station. I said, listen, you just, you got any dough, Phoebe? I'm practically broke. Just my Christmas dough for presents and all. I haven't done any shopping at all yet. Oh, I didn't want to take her Christmas dough. You want some? I don't want to take your Christmas dough. I can lend you some, she said. Then I heard her over at Dimi's desk, opening a million drawers and feeling around her hand. It was pitch black. It was so dark in the room. If you go away, you won't see me in the play, she said. Her voice sounded funny when she said it. Yes, I will. I won't go away before that. You think I want to miss the play? I said. What I'll do, I'll probably stay at Mr. Antolini's house till maybe Tuesday night. Then I'll go home. If I get a chance, I'll phone you. Here, old Phoebe said. She was trying to give me that dough, but she couldn't find my hand. Where? She put the dough in my hand. Hey, I don't need all this. Just give me $2 is all. No kidding. Here. I tried to give it back to her, but she wouldn't take it. You can take it all. You can pay me back. Bring it to the play. How much is it, for God's sake? $80.85. 65 cents I spent some. Then all of a sudden, I started to cry. I couldn't help it. I did it so nobody could hear me. but I did it. It scared hell out of old Phoebe when I started doing it, and she came over and tried to make me stop. But once you get started, you just can't stop on on a goddamn dime. I was still sitting on the edge of the bed when I did it, and she put her old arm around my neck, and I put my arm around her too, but I still couldn't stop for a long time. I thought I was going to choke to death or something. Boy, it scared the hell out of poor old Phoebe. The damn window was open and everything, and I could feel her shivering and all because all she had on was her pajamas. I tried to make her go get back in bed, but she wouldn't go. Finally, I stopped, but it certainly took me a long time, long time. Then I finished buttoning my coat and all. I told her I'd keep in touch with her. She told me I could sleep with her if I wanted to, but I said no, that I'd better beat it, and that Mr. Antolini uh, was waiting for me and all. Then I took my hunting hat out of my coat pocket and gave it to her. She liked these kind of crazy hats. She didn't want to take it, but I made her. I'll bet she slept up with it on. She really likes those kind of hats. Then I told her again I'd give her a buzz if I got a chance, and I left. It was a hell of a lot easier getting out of the house than it was getting in for some reason. For one thing, I didn't give much of a damn anymore if they caught me. I really didn't. I figured they caught me. They if I figured if they caught me, they caught me. I almost wish they did in a way. I walked all the way downstairs instead of taking the elevator. I went down I went down the back stairs. I nearly broke my neck on about 10 million garbage pails, but I got out all right. The elevator boy didn't even see me. He probably still thinks I'm up in Dick Stains. Chapter 24. Mr. and Miss Antolini had this very swanky apartment over at Sutton Place, with two steps that you go down to get in the living room and a bar and all. I'd been there quite a few times before because after I left Elkton Hills, Mr. Antolini came up to our house for dinner quite frequently to find out how I was getting along. He wasn't married then. Then he got married Then, when he got married, I used to play tennis with him and Miss Antolini quite frequently out at the West Side Tennis Club in Forest Hills, Long Island. Miss Antolini belonged there. She was lousy with the. She was about 60 years older than Mr. Antolini, but they seemed to get along quite well. For one thing, they were both very intellectual, especially Mr. Antolini, except that he was more witty than intellectual when you were with him. Sort of like DB. Mr. Antolini was mostly serious. She had asthma pretty bad. They both read at DB's. They both read all DB stories. Miss Antolini too. And when DB went to Hollywood, Mr. Antolini phoned him and told him not to go. He went anyway though. Mr. Antolini said that anybody who could write like DB had no business going to Hollywood, out to Hollywood. That's because that's exactly what I said. Practically, I would have walked down to their house because I didn't want to spend any of Phoebe's Christmas dough that I didn't have to. But it felt funny when I got outside, sort of dizzy. So I took a cab. I didn't want to, but I had a hell of a time even finding a cab. Old Mr. Antolini answered the door when I rang the bell after the elevator boy finally let me in. The bastard. He had on his bathroom slippers and he had a highball in one hand. He was a pretty sophisticated guy and he was a pretty heavy drinker. Hold it, my boy, he said. My God, he's grown another 20 inches. Fine to see you. How are you, Mr. Antolini? How's Miss Antolini? We're both just dandy. Let's have that coat. He took my coat off me and hung it up. I expected to see a day-old infant in your arms. Nowhere to turn. Snowflakes in your eyelashes. He's a very witty guy sometimes. He turned around and yelled out in the kitchen. Lillian, how's the coffee coming? Lillian was Miss Antolini's first name. It's all ready, she yelled back. Is that Holden? Hi, hello, Holden. Hello, Miss Antolini. You were always yelling when you were there. That's because both of them were never in the same room at the same time. You were sort of funny. Sit down, Holden, Mr. Antolini said. You could tell he was a little oiled up. The room looked like they just had a party. Glasses were all over the place, and dishes were peanuts in them, and dishes with peanuts in them. Excuse the appearance of the place, he said. We've been entering some buffalo friends of Miss Antolini's, some buffaloes, as a matter of fact. I laughed, and Miss Antolini yelled in something into me from the kitchen, but I couldn't hear her. What'd she say? I asked Mr. Antolini. She said not to look at her when she comes in. She just arose from the sack. Have a cigarette. Are you smoking now? Thanks, I said. I took a cigarette from this box he offered me, just once in a while. I'm a moderate smoker. I'll bet you are. He gave me a light from this big lighter at the table. So, you and Pansy are no longer one, he said. He always said things that way. Sometimes it amused me a lot, and sometimes it didn't. He sort of did it he sort of did it a little bit too much. I don't mean he wasn't witty or anything. He was, but sometimes he gets on your nerves when somebody's always saying things like, "So you and Pansy are no longer one." Phoebe does it too much sometimes too. What was the trouble? Mr. Antolini asked him. How do you do it in English? How do you do in English? I'll show you the door in short order if you flunked English, you little ace composition writer. Oh, I passed English all right. It was mostly literature though. I only wrote about 2 compositions the whole term, I said. I flunked oral expression though. They had this course you had to take, oral expression. That I flunked. Why? I don't know. I didn't feel much like going into it. I was still feeling sort of dizzy or something, and I had a hell of a headache all of a sudden. I really did, but you could tell he was interested, so I told him a little bit about it. It's this course where each boy in his class has to get up in class and make a speech, spontaneous and all. And if the boy digresses and all, you're supposed to yell discretion at him as fast as you can. If it just about drove me crazy. I got an F in it. Why? I don't know. That discretion business got on my nerves. I don't know. The trouble with me is I like it when somebody discresses. It's more interesting and all. You don't care to have somebody stick to the point when he tells you something? Oh, sure. I like somebody to stick to the point and all, but I don't like them to stick too much to the point. I don't know. I guess I don't like it when somebody sticks to the point all the time. The boys that got the best marks in oral expression were the ones that stuck to the point all the time. I admit it. But there was this one boy, Richard Kinslow. He didn't stick to the point too much, and they were always yelling discretion at him. It was terrible because in the first place, he was a very nervous guy. I mean, he was a very nervous guy, and his lips were always shaking whenever it was his time to make a speech, and you could hardly hear him if you were sitting way in the back of the room. When his lips sort of quit shaking a little bit, though I liked his speeches better than anybody else's. He practically flunked the course though too. He got a D plus because they kept yelling discretion at him all the time. For instance, he made this speech about this farm his father bought in Vermont. They kept yelling discretion at him the whole time he was making it, and his teacher, Miss Vincent, gave him an F on it because he hadn't told what kind of animals and vegetables and stuff grew on the farm and all. What he did was Richard Kinslow, he started telling you all about the stuff. Then all of a sudden he started telling you about this letter his mother got from his uncle and how his uncle got polio and all when he was 42 years old, and how he wouldn't let anybody come to see him in the hospital because he didn't want anybody to see him with a brace on. He didn't have much to do with the farm, I admit it, but it was nice.
It's nice when somebody tells you about their uncle, especially when they start out telling you about their father's farm, and then all of a sudden get more interested in their uncle. I mean, it's dirty to keep yelling discretion at him when he's all nice and excited. I don't know. It's hard to explain. I didn't feel too much like trying either. For one thing, I had this terrific headache all of a sudden. I wish to God old Miss Antolini would come in with the coffee. That's something that annoys hell out of me. I mean, if somebody says the coffee's already and it isn't, hold it. One short, faintly stuffy Pindo Joculo? What the? Hold it. One short, faintly stuffy Pindo Jojico question. Don't you think there's a time and place for everything? Don't you think if someone starts out to tell you about his father's farm, he should stick to his guns, then go around and telling you about his uncle's brace? Or if his uncle's brace is such a provocative subject, shouldn't he have selected that it in the first place as a subject, not the farm? I didn't feel like thinking. I didn't feel much like thinking and answering and all. I had a headache and I felt lousy. I even had sort of a stomach ache, if you want to know the truth. Yes, I don't know. I guess he should. I mean, I guess he should have picked his uncle as a subject instead of the farm, if that interested him most. But what I mean is, lots of times you don't know what interests you most till you start talking about something that doesn't interest you most. I mean, you can't help it sometimes. What I think is, you're supposed to leave somebody alone if he's at least being interesting and he's getting all excited about something. I feel it when somebody gets excited about something, it's nice. You just didn't know this teacher, Miss Vincent. He could drive you crazy sometimes. Him and the goddamn class. I mean, I keep I mean he'd keep telling you to unify and simplify all the time. Some things you just can't do to, that to. I mean, you can hardly ever simplify and unify something just because somebody wants you to. You didn't know this guy, Mr. Vincent. I mean, he was very intelligent and all, but you could tell he didn't have too much brain. Coffee, gentlemen, finally, Miss Antolini said. She came in carrying this tray with coffee and cakes and stuff on it. Hold it. Don't you even peek at me. I'm a mess. Hello, Miss Antolini, I said. I started to get up and all, but Mr. Antolini got hold of my jacket and pulled me back down. Old Miss Antolini's hair was full of those iron curler jobs, and she didn't have any lipstick or anything. She didn't look too gorgeous. She looked pretty old and all. I'll leave this right here. Just dive in, you two, she said. She put the tray down on the cigarette table, pushing all these glasses out of the way. How's your mother, Alden? She's fine. Thanks. I haven't seen her too recently, but darling, if Holden needs anything, everything's in the linen closet, the top shelf. I'm going to bed. I'm exhausted, Miss Antolini said. She looked it. She looked it too. Can you boys make up the couch by yourselves? We'll take care of everything. You run along to bed, Mr. Antolini said. He gave Miss Antolini a kiss and she said goodbye to me and went to the bedroom. They were always kissing each other a lot in public. I had part of a cup of coffee and about half of some cake that was about as hard as a rock. All old Mr. Antolini had was another highball, though. He makes them very strong too. You could tell. He may get to be a alcoholic if he doesn't watch his step. I had lunch with your dad a couple weeks ago, he said all of a sudden. Do you know that? No, I didn't know that. You're aware, of course, that he's terribly concerned about you. I know. I know he is, I said. Apparently, before he phoned me, he just had a long, rather harrowing letter from your latest headmaster to the effect that you were making absolutely no effort at all. Cutting classes, coming unprepared to all your classes, in general, being an all around. I didn't cut any classes. You weren't allowed to cut any. There were a couple of them I didn't attend once in a while, like the oral expression I told you about, but I didn't cut any.
I didn't feel at all like discussing it. The coffee made my stomach feel a little better, but I still had an awful headache. Mr. Antolini lit another cigarette. He smoked like a fiend. Then he said, "Frankly, I don't know what the hell to say to you, Holden. I know. I'm very hard to talk to. I realize that. I had a feeling that you're writing for some kind of terrible, terrible fall. But I don't know honestly not I don't honestly know what kind. Are you listening to me? Yes." You could tell he was trying to concentrate now. It may be the kind where at the age of 30 you sit in some bar hating everybody who comes in looking as if he might have played football in college. Then again, you may pick up just enough education to hate people who say it's a secret between he and I. Or you may end up in some business office drawing paper clips near stenographer. I just don't know. But do you know what I'm driving at all? Yes, sure. I said. I did too. But you're wrong about that hating business. I mean, about hating football players and all. You really are. I don't hate too many guys. What I may do, I may hate them for a little while, like this guy, this guy Stradler I know at Pensy, and this guy other boy Robert Ackley. I hate I hate them both in a while. I admit it, but it doesn't last too long. Is what I mean. After a while, if I didn't see them, if they didn't come in the room, or if I didn't see them in the dining room for a couple of meals, I sort of missed them. I mean, I sort of missed them. Mr. Antolini didn't say anything for a while. He got up and got another hunk of ice and put it in his drink. Then he sat down again. You could tell he was thinking. I kept wishing, though, that he'd continue the conversation in the morning instead of now, but he was hot. People are all mostly hot to have a discussion when you're not. All right, listen to me a minute now. I may not word this as memorably as I'd like to, but I'll write you a letter about it in a day or two. Then you can get it all straight. But listen now, anyway. He started concentrating again. Then he said, "This fall, I think you're writing for, it's a special kind of fall, a horrible kind. The man falling isn't permitted to feel or hear himself hit bottom. He just keeps falling and falling. The whole arrangement is designed for men who at some time or other in their lives were looking for something their own environment couldn't supply them with, or they thought their own environment couldn't supply them with. So they gave up looking. That they gave it up before they ever really even got started. You follow me? Yes, sir. Sure. Sure? Yes." He got up and poured some more booze in his glass. Then he sat down again. He didn't say anything for quite a long time. "I don't want to scare you," he said, "but I can very clearly see you dying nobly, one way or another, for some highly unworthy cause." He gave me a funny look. "If I write something down for you, will you read it carefully and keep it?" "Yes, sure," I said. I did too. I still have the paper he gave me. He went over to his desk on the other side of the room and without sitting down wrote something on a piece of paper. Then he came down and sat with the paper in his hand. Oddly enough, this wasn't written by a practicing poet. It was written by a psychoanalyst named Wilhelm Steckel. Here's what he, or are you still listening? Are you still with me? Yes, sure I am. Here's what he said. The mark of the immature man is that he wants to die nobly for a cause, while the mark of the mature man is that he wants to live humbly for one. He leaned over and handed it to me. I read it right when he gave it to me, and then I thanked him and put it in my pocket. It was nice of him to go to all that trouble. It really was. Thing was, though, I didn't feel much like concentrating. Boy, I felt so damn tired all of a sudden. You could tell he wasn't tired at all, though. He was pretty oiled up, for one thing. I think that one of these days, he said, you're going to have to find out where you want to go. And then you've got to start going there. But immediately. You can't afford to lose a minute. Not you. I nodded because he was looking right at me and all, but I wasn't too sure what he was looking about. He was talking about. I was pretty sure I knew, but I wasn't too positive at the time. I was too damn tired. And I hate to tell you, he said, but I think that once you have a fair idea where you want to go, your first move will be to apply yourself in school. You have to talk. You have to. You're a student. Whether the idea appeals to you or not, you're in love with knowledge. And I think you'll find once you get past all the Mr. Venices and the oral Mr. Vincent, I said, he meant all the Mr. Vincent, not all the Mr. Venices. I shouldn't have interrupted him though. All right, then the Mr. Vincents. Once you get past all the Mr. Vincents, you're going to start getting closer and closer. That is, if you want to. And if you look for it and wait for it, the kind of information that will be very, very dear to your heart. Among other things, you'll find that you're not the first person who was ever confused and frightened and even sickened by human behavior. You're by no means alone on that score. You'll be excited and stimulated to know. Many, many men have been just as troubled morally and spiritually as you are right now. Happily, some of them kept records of their troubles. You learn from them, and you want to. Just as someday, if you have something to offer, someone will learn something from you. It's a beautiful reciprocal arrangement, and it isn't education, it's history, it's poetry. He stopped and took a big drink out of his highball. Then he started again. Boy, he was really hot. I was glad I didn't try to stop him or anything. I'm not trying to tell you, he said, that only education and scholarly men are able to contribute something valuable to the world. It's not so. But I do say that educated and scholarly men, if you're brilliant and creative to begin with, which unfortunately is rare in that case, tend to leave infinitely more valuable records behind them than men do who are merely brilliant and creative. They tend to express themselves more clearly, and they usually have a passion for following their thoughts around to the end. And most important, 9 times out of 10, they have more humility than the unscholarly thinker. Do you follow me at all? Yes, sir. He didn't say anything again for quite a while. I don't know if you've ever done it, but it's sort of hard to sit around waiting for somebody to say something when they're thinking and all. It really is. I kept trying not to yawn. It wasn't that I was bored or anything. I wasn't, but I was so damn sleepy all of a sudden. Something else an academic education will do for you. If you go along with it any considerable distance, it'll begin to give you an idea that what size mind you have, what it'll fit, and maybe what it won't. After a while, you will have an idea what kind of thoughts your particular size mind should be wearing. For one thing, might it may save you an extraordinary amount of time trying on ideas that don't suit you, aren't becoming to you. You'll begin to know your true measurements and dress your mind accordingly. Then all of a sudden I yawned. What a rude bastard. But I couldn't help it. And Mr. Antolini just laughed, though. Come on, he said, and got up. We'll fix the couch for you. I followed him, and he went over to the closet and tried to take down some sheets and blankets and stuff that was on top of the shelf, but he couldn't do it with this highball glass in his hand. So he drank it and then put the glass down on the floor, and then he took the stuff down. I helped him bring it over to the couch. We both made the bed together. He wasn't too hot at it. He didn't tuck anything in very tight. I didn't care though. I could have slept standing up. I was so tired. How are all the women? Oh, your women. They're okay. I was being a lousy conversationalist, but I didn't feel like it. How's Sally? He knew old Sally Hayes. I introduced him once. She's all right. I had a date with her this afternoon. Boy, it seemed like 20 years ago. We didn't have too much in common anymore. Not of a pretty girl. What about the other girl? The one you told me about in Maine? Oh, Jean Gallagher? She's all right. I'm probably gonna give her a buzz tomorrow. We were all done making up the couch then. It's all yours, Mr. Antonini said. I don't know what the hell you're going to do with those legs of yours. That's all right. I'm used to short beds, I said. Thanks a lot, sir. You and Mr. Antonini really saved my life tonight. You know where the bathroom is. If there's anything you want, just holler. I'll be in the kitchen for a while. Will the light bother you? No, heck no. Thanks a lot. All right. Good night, handsome. Good night, sir. Thanks a lot. He went out in the kitchen and went in the bathroom and got undressed and all. I couldn't brush my teeth because I didn't have any toothbrush with me. I didn't have any pajamas either, and Mr. Antonio forgot to lend me some. So I just went back to the living room and turned off this lamp next to the couch, and then I got in bed with just my shorts on. It was way too short for me, the couch, but I really couldn't. I could have slept standing up without batting an eye. I waited late for just a couple of seconds thinking about all the stuff Mr. Antonio told me about finding out the size of your mind and all. He was really a pretty smart guy, but I couldn't keep my goddamn eyes open and I fell asleep. Then something happened. I don't even like talking about it. I woke up all of a sudden. I don't know what time it was or anything, but I woke up. I felt something on my head, some guy's hand. Boy, it really scared the hell out of me. What it was Mr. Antolini's hand. What he was doing, he was sitting on the floor right next to the couch in the dark and all, and he started petting me on my goddamn head. Boy, I'll bet I jumped about 1,000 feet. What the hell are you doing? I said. Nothing. I'm simply sitting here admiring. What are you doing anyway? I said over again. I didn't know what the hell to say. I mean, I was embarrassed as hell. How about keeping your voice down? I'm simply sitting here. I have to go anyway, I said. Boy, was I so nervous. I started putting on my damn pants in the dark. I could hardly get them on. I was so damn nervous. I know more damn perverts at school and all than anybody you ever met. And they're always being perverty when I'm around. You have to go where? Mr. Angelini said. He was trying to act more goddamn casual and cool and all, but any he wasn't any too goddamn cool. Take my word. I left my bags and all at the station. I think maybe I'd better go down and get them. I have all my stuff in them. They'll be there in the morning. Now go back to bed. I'm going to bed myself. What's the matter with you? Nothing's the matter. It's just that all my money and stuff's in one of my bags. I'll be right back. I'll get a cab and be right back, I said. Boy, I was falling over myself in the dark. The thing is, it isn't mine, the money. It's my mother's, and I don't be ridiculous all the time. Get back in bed. I'm going to bed myself. The money will be there safe and sound in the morning. No, no, I'm kidding. I gotta get going. I really do. I was damn near all dressed already, except that I couldn't find my tie. I couldn't remember where I put the tie. I put on my jacket and all without it. Mr. Angelini was sitting now in the big chair a little ways away from me, watching me. It was dark and all, and I couldn't see him so hot, but I knew he was watching me all right. He was still boozing too. I could see his trusty highball glass in his hand. You're a very, very strange boy. I know it, I said. I didn't even look around much for my time, so I went without it. Goodbye, sir, I said. Thanks a lot, no kidding. He kept walking right behind me when I went to the front door, and when I rang the elevator bell, he stayed in the damn doorway. All he said was that all I said was that business about me being a very, very strange boy again. Strange my ass. Then he waited in the doorway and all till the goddamn elevator came. Never waited so long for an elevator in my whole goddamn life, I swear. I didn't know what the hell to talk about while I was waiting for the elevator. He kept standing there, so I said, I'm gonna start reading some good books. I really am. I mean, you had to say something. It was very embarrassing. You grab your bags and scoot right on back here again. I'll leave the door unlatched. Thanks a lot, I said. Goodbye. The elevator was finally there. I got in and went down. Boy, I was shaking like the madman. I was sweating too. When something perverted like that happens, I start sweating like a bastard. That kind of stuff happened to me about 20 times since I was a kid. I can't stand it. Chapter 25. When I got outside, it was just getting light out. It was pretty cold too, but it felt good because I was sweating so much. I didn't know where the hell to go. I didn't want to go to another hotel and spend all Phoebe's dough. So finally, all I did was I talked over to Lexington and took the subway down to Grand Central. My bags were there and all, and I figured I'd sleep in that crazy waiting room where all the benches are. So that's what I did. It wasn't too bad for a while because there were many people around and I could stick my feet up, but I didn't feel much like discussing it. It wasn't too nice. Don't ever try it. I mean it. It'll depress you. I only slept till around 9 o'clock because a million people started coming in the waiting room and I had to take my feet down. I can't sleep so hot if I have to keep my feet on the floor. So I sat up. I still had the headache. It was even worse. And I think I was even more depressed than I ever was in my whole life. I didn't want to, but I started thinking about old Mr. Antolini, and I wondered what he'd tell Miss Antolini when she saw I hadn't slept there or anything. That, that part didn't worry me too much though, because I knew Mr. Antolini was very smart and that he could make something up and tell her. He could tell her I'd gone home or something. That part didn't worry me. But what did worry me was the part about how I'd woken up and found him patting me on the head and all. I mean, I wondered if just maybe I was wrong about thinking he was making a flitty pass on me. I wondered if maybe he just liked to pat guys on the head when they're sleeping. I mean, how can you tell about that stuff for sure? You can't. I even started wondering if maybe I should have caught my bags and gone back to his house the way I'd say I would. I mean, I started thinking that even if he was a flit, he certainly be very nice to me. I thought how he hadn't minded if it when I called him up so late, and how he told me to come right over if I felt like it, and how he went to all that trouble giving me that advice about finding out the size of your mind and all, and how he was the only guy who had ever gone near the boy, James Castle, I told you about when he was dead. I thought about all that stuff, and the more I thought about it, the more depressed I got. I mean, I started thinking maybe I should have gone back to the house. Maybe he was only patting my head just for the hell of it. The more I thought about it, the more depressed and screwed up it, it about it I got. What made it even worse, my eyes were sore as hell. They felt all sore and burning from not getting too much sleep. Besides that, I was getting sort of cold and I didn't even have a goddamn handkerchief with me. I had some in my suitcase, but I didn't feel like taking it out of that strong box and opening it up right in the public and all. There was this magazine that somebody left on the bench next to me, so I started reading it, thinking it'd make me stop thinking about Mr. Antolini and a million other things for at least a little while. But this that then article I started reading made me feel even worse. It was all about hormones. It described you should look your how you should look your face and your eyes and all if your hormones were in good shape. And I didn't look that way at all. I looked exactly like the guy in the article with lousy hormones. So I started getting worried about my hormones. Then I read this other article about how you can tell if you have cancer or not. It said if you had any sores in your mouth that didn't heal pretty quickly, it was a sign that you probably had cancer. I had the sore on the inside of the mouth for about 2 weeks, so I figured I was getting cancer. The magazine was some little cheer upper. I finally quit reading it and went outside for a walk. I figured it'd be dead in a couple. I figured I'd be dead in a couple of months because I had cancer. I really did. I was even positive I would be.
It certainly didn't make me feel too gorgeous. It sort of looked like it was going to rain, but I went for this walk anyway. For one thing, I figured I ought to get some breakfast. I wasn't at all hungry, but I figured I ought to at least eat something. I mean, at least get something with some vitamins in it. So I started walking away over east, where the pretty cheap restaurants are, because I didn't want to spend a lot of dough. While I was walking, I passed these two guys that were unloading the big Christmas tree off the truck. One guy kept saying to the other guy, hold the son of a bitch up. Hold it up, for Christ's sake." It certainly was a gorgeous way to talk about a Christmas tree. It was sort of funny though, in an awful way, and I started to sort of laugh. It was about the worst thing I could have done, because the minute I started to laugh, I thought I was going to vomit. I really did. I even started to, but it went away. I don't know why. I mean, I hadn't eaten anything unsanitary or like that, and usually I have quite a strong stomach. Anyway, I got over it, and I figured I'd feel better if I had something to eat. So I went to this very cheap looking restaurant and had donuts and coffee. Only I didn't eat the donuts. I couldn't swallow them too well. Thing is, if you get very depressed about something, it's hard as hell to swallow. The waiter was very nice though. He took them back without charging me. I just drank the coffee. Then I left and started walking over toward Fifth Avenue. It was Monday and all, and pretty near Christmas and all, the stores were open. So it wasn't too bad walking on Fifth Avenue. It was fairly Christmassy. All those scraggy looking Santa Clauses were standing on corners ringing those bells. The Salvation Army girls and the ones that don't wear any lipstick or anything were ringing bells too. I sort of kept looking around for those two nuns I'd met at breakfast the day before, but I didn't see any of them. I knew I wouldn't, because they told me they'd come from New York to be school teachers. But I looked for them anyway. Anyways, I was pretty Christmas. It was pretty Christmassy all of a sudden. A million little kids were downtown with their mothers, getting on and off buses and coming in and out of stores. I wish Ophelia was around. She's not little enough anymore to go stark staring mad in the toy department, but she enjoys horsing around and looking at the people. The Christmas before last, I took her downtown shopping with me. We had a hell of a time. I think it was in Bloomingdale. We went in the shoe department and we pretended she, old Phoebe, wanted to get a pair of these very high storm shoes, the kind that have about a million holes to lace up. We had the poor salesman guy going crazy. Old Phoebe tried about 20 pairs, and each time the poor guy had to lace one shoe all the way up. It was a dirty trick, but it killed old Phoebe. We finally bought a pair of moccasins and charged them. The salesman was very nice about it. I think he knew we were horsing around because old Phoebe always starts laughing. Anyway, I kept walking and walking up Fifth Avenue without any tire on or anything. Then all of a sudden, something very spooky started happening. Every time I came to the end of a block and stepped up the goddamn curve, I had this feeling that I never get to the other side of the street. I thought I'd just go down, 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 and nobody would ever see me again. Boy, did that scare me. You can't imagine. I started sweating like a bastard. My whole shirt and underwear and everything. Then I started doing something else. Every time I get to the end of the block, I'd make believe I was talking to my brother Ali. I'd say to him, Ali, don't let me disappear. Ali, don't let me disappear. Ali, don't let me disappear. Please, Ali. And then when I'd reach the other side of the street, without depressing, I thank him. Then I would start all over again as soon as I got to the next corner. But I kept going and all. I was sort of afraid to stop. And I don't remember to tell you the truth. I know I didn't stop till I was way up to 60s, past the zoo and all. Then I sat down on the bench. I could hardly get my breath.
and I was still sweating like a bastard. I sat there, I guess. Where is it? Oh, I lost my place. I called it. All right, then. I sat there, I guess, for about an hour. Finally, what I decided I'd do, I decided I'd go away. I decided I'd never go home again. I never go away to another school again. I decided I'd just see old Phoebe and sort of say goodbye to her and give her back her Christmas dough. And then I start hitchhiking my way out west. What I do, I figured, I'd go down to Holland Tunnel and bum a ride, and then I'd bum another one and another one and another one. In a few days, I'd be somewhere out west where it was very pretty and sunny and where nobody know me, and I'd get a job. I figured I could get a job at a filing station somewhere, putting gas and oil in people's cars. I didn't care what kind of job it was, though, just some people didn't know me, and I didn't know anybody. I just thought what I'd do was I'd pretend I was one of those deaf mutes. That way I wouldn't have to have any goddamn stupid useless conversations with anybody. If anybody wanted to tell me something, they'd have to write it in a piece of paper and shove it over me. They'd get bored as hell doing that after a while, and then I'd be through with having conversations for the rest of my life. Everybody think I was just a poor deaf mute bastard, and they'd leave me alone. They let me put gas and oil in their stupid cars, and they'd pay me a salary and all for it. And I'd build my little cabin somewhere with the dough I made and live there for the rest of my life. I build it right near the woods, but not right in them because I want it to be sunny as hell all the time. I cook all my food, and later on, if I wanted to get married or something, I'd meet this beautiful girl that was also a deaf mute, and we'd get married. We'd come to live in my cabin with me, and we wanted to. And if she wanted to say anything to me, she'd have to write it on a goddamn piece of paper, like everybody else. If we would had a if we had any children, we'd hide them somewhere. We would buy them a lot of books and teach them how to read and write by ourselves. I got excited as hell thinking about it. I really did. I knew the part about pretending I was a deaf mute was crazy, but I liked thinking about it anyway. But I really decided to go out west and all. All I wanted to do first was say goodbye to old Phoebe. So all of a sudden, I ran like a madman across the street. I damn near killed doing that. If you want to know the truth, and went in the stationery store and bought a pad and pencil. I figured I'd write her a note and telling her where to meet me, so I could say goodbye to her and give her back her Christmas dough. And then I'd take the note up to her school and get somebody in the principal's office to give it to her. But I just put the pad and pencil in my pocket and started walking fast as hell up to her school. I was too excited to write the note right in the stationery store. I walked fast because I wanted her to get to the note before she went home for lunch, and I didn't have any time. I didn't have any. I didn't have any too much time. I knew where she went. Her school was naturally because I went there myself when I was a kid. When I got there, I felt funny. I wasn't sure I'd remember what it was like inside, but I did. It was exactly the same as it was when I went there. They had the same big yard inside that was always sort of dark with those cages around the light bulbs, so they wouldn't break if they got hit with a ball. They had those same white circles painted all over the floor for the games and stuff, and those same old basketball rings without any nets, just the backboards and the rings. Nobody was around, and probably because it wasn't recess period and it wasn't lunchtime yet. All I saw was one little kid, a colored kid, on his way to the bathroom. He had one of those wooden passes sticking out of his hip pocket in the same way he used to have to show him he had permission and all to go to the bathroom. I was still sweating, but not as so bad anymore. I went over to the stairs and sat down
on the first step and took out the pad and pencil I bought. The stairs had the same smell they used to have when I went there, like somebody just taking a leak on them. School stairs always smell like that. Anyway, I sat there and wrote this note. Dear Phoebe, I can't wait around till Wednesday anymore, so I will probably hitch a hike out west this afternoon. Meet me at the Museum of Art near the door at 12:15, if you can, and I will give you your Christmas tote back. I didn't spend much. Love, Holden. Your school is practically right near the museum, and she had to pass it on her way home for lunch anyway. So I knew she could meet me all right. Then I started walking up the stairs to the principal's office so I could give the note to somebody that would bring it to her in her classroom. I folded it about 10 times so nobody'd open it. You can't understand anybody in a goddamn school, but I knew they'd give it to her if I was her brother-in-law. While I was walking up the stairs, all of a sudden I thought I was going to puke. Only I didn't. I sat down for a second and then I felt better. While I was sitting down, I saw something that drove me crazy. Somebody had written F you on the wall. It drove me damn near crazy. I thought how Phoebe and all the other little kids would see it and how they'd wonder what the hell that meant. And they'd finally, some dirty kid would tell them, all cockeyed naturally, that it meant, and they'd all think about it and maybe even worry about it for a couple of days. I kept wanting to kill whoever written that. I figured it was some perverted bum that had sneaked into school late at night to take a leak or something and then wrote it on the wall. I kept picturing myself catching him at it and how I'd smash his head on stone steps till he was good and goddamn dead and bloody. But I knew too I wouldn't have the guts to do it. I knew that I knew that. That made me even more depressed. I hardly even had the guts to rub it off the wall with my hand. If you want to know the truth, I was afraid some teacher would catch me rubbing it off and would think I'd written it. But I rubbed it out anyway finally. Then I went to the principal's office. The principal didn't seem to be around, but some old lady around 100 years old was sitting at the typewriter. I told her I was Phoebe Caulfield's brother in B41, and I asked her to please give Phoebe a note. I said it was very important because her mother was sick and wouldn't have lunch ready for Phoebe, and that she'd have to meet me have lunch in a drugstore. She was very nice about it, the old lady. She took the note off me and called some other woman from the next office, and the other lady went to give it to Phoebe. Then the old lady that was around 100 years old and I shot the breeze for a while. She was pretty nice and I told her how I'd gone there to school too and my brothers. She asked where I went to school and I told her Pensy. And she said Pensy was a very good school. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the strength to straighten her out. Besides, if she thought Pensy was a pretty good school, let her think that. You'd hate to tell new stuff to somebody around 100 years old. They don't like to hear it. Then after a while I left. It was funny. She yelled good luck at me the same way old Spencer did when I left Pensy. God, how I hate it when someone yells good luck at me when I'm leaving somewhere. It's depressing. I went down a different hallway, a staircase, and I saw another FU on the wall. I tried to rub it off with my hand again, but this one was scratched on with a knife or something. I wouldn't it wouldn't come off. It's hopeless anyway. If you had a million years to do it, you wouldn't rub one even half the FU signs in the world. It's impossible. I looked at the clock in the recess yard and it was only 12 to 12. So I had quite a lot of time to kill before I met old Phoebe. But I just walked around over to the museum anyway. There wasn't any place else to go. I thought maybe I might stop in the phone booth to give old Jane Gallagher of buzz before I started bumming my way west, but I wasn't in the mood. For one thing, I wasn't even sure she was home for vacation yet, so I just went over to the museum and hung around. While I was waiting for Phoebe in the museum, right inside the doors and all, these two kids came out to me and asked me if I knew where the mummies were. The one little kid, the one who asked me, had his pants open. I told him about it, so he buttoned them up right away where he was standing talking to me. He didn't even bother to go behind a post or anything. He killed me. I would have laughed, but I was afraid I feel like vomiting again. So I did. Where's the mummies, fellas? The kid said again. You know? I horsed around the two of them a little bit. The mummies? What are they? I asked the one kid. You know, the mummies, the dead guys. They get buried in the tombs and all. Tombs. That killed me. He meant tombs. How come you guys aren't in school? No school today. The kid that did all the talking said. He was lying, sure, as I'm alive, the little bastard. I didn't have anything to do though till old Phoebe showed up. So I helped them find the place where the mummies were. Well, I used to know exactly where they were, but I hadn't been in the museum in years. You two guys so interested in mummies? Yeah. Can't your friends can't your friend talk? I said. He ain't my friend, he's my brother. Can't he talk? I looked at the one who wasn't doing any talking. Can't you talk at all? I asked him. Yeah, he said. I don't feel like it. Finally, we found the place where the mummies were, and we went in. You know how the Egyptians buried the dead? I asked the one kid. Nah. Well, you should. It's very interesting. They wrap their faces up in these cloths that are treated with some secret chemical. The way they could be buried in their tombs for thousands of years and their faces wouldn't rot or anything. Nobody knows how to do it except the Egyptians, even modern science. To get to where the mummies were, you had to go down this very narrow sort of hall with on the side, and that they'd taken right out of the pharaoh's tomb and all. It was pretty spooky, and you could tell the two hot shots I was with weren't enjoying it too much. They stuck close as hell to me, and the one who didn't talk at all was pretty holding onto my sleeves. Let's go, he said to his brother. I see him already. Come on, hey. He turned around and beat it. He's got a yellow streak a mile wide, the other one said. So long. I was the only one left in the tomb then. I sort of liked it in a way. It was nice and peaceful. Then all of a sudden, you'd never guess what I saw on the wall. Another FU. It was written with a red crayon or something, right under the glass part of the wall, underneath the stone. That's the whole trouble. You can't ever find a place that's nice and peaceful because there isn't any. You may think there is, but once you get there, when you're not looking, somebody will sneak up and write FU right under your nose. Try it sometime. I think even if I ever die, they stick me in the cemetery and I have a tombstone and all it'll say is holding a coffee on it. And then what year I was born and what year I died. Then right under it will say FU. I'm positive, in fact. After I came out of the place where the mummies were, I need to go to the bathroom. I sort of had diarrhea, if you want to know the truth. I didn't mind the diarrhea part too much, but something else happened. When I was coming out of the can, right before I got to the door, I sort of passed out. I was lucky though. I mean, I could have killed myself when I hit the floor, but all I did was sort of land on my side. It was a funny thing though. I felt better after I passed out. I really did. My arm sort of hurt from where I fell, but I didn't feel so damn dizzy anymore. It was about 10 after 12 or so then, and so I went back and stood by the door and waited for old Phoebe. I thought how it might have been the last time I'd ever seen her again. Any of my relatives, I mean. I figured I'd probably see them again, but not for years. I might come home when I was about 35, I figured, in case somebody got sick and wanted to see me before they died. But that would probably be the only reason I'd leave my cabin and come back.
I even started picturing how it would be when I come back. I knew my mother would get nervous as hell and start crying and beg me to stay home and not go back to my cabin. But I'd go anyway. I'd be casual style. I'd make her calm down, and then I'd go over to the other side of the living room and take out this cigarette case and light a cigarette. Close all hell. I'd ask them to visit me sometime if they wanted to, but I wouldn't insist or anything. What I'd do, I'd let old Phoebe come out and visit me in the summertime and on Christmas vacation and Easter vacation. And I'd let BB come out and visit me for a while if he wanted to. Wanted a nice, quiet place for his writing. But he wouldn't write any movies in my cabin, only stories and books. I'd have this rule that nobody could do anything phony when they visited me. If anybody tried to do anything phony, they couldn't stay. All of a sudden, I looked at the clock in the check room, and it was 25 of 1. I began to get scared that maybe the old lady in the school had told the other lady not to give old Phoebe my message. I began to get scared that maybe she told her to burn it or something. I really scared the hell out of me. I really wanted to see old Phoebe before I hit the road. I mean, I had her Christmas doll and all. Finally, I saw her. I saw her through the glass part of the door. The reason I saw her, she had my crazy hunting hat on. You could see the hat about 10 miles away. I went out the doors and started down these stone stairs to meet her. The thing I couldn't understand, she had this big suitcase with her. She was just coming across Fifth Avenue and she was dragging this goddamn big suitcase with her. She could hardly drag it. When I got up closer, I saw it was my old suitcase and one I used to use when I was at Wutan. I couldn't figure out what the hell she was doing with it. Hi, she said when she got up close. She was all out of breath from the crazy suitcase. I thought maybe you were coming, I said. What the hell's in the bag? I don't need anything. I'm just going the way I am. I'm not even taking the bags I got at the station. What the hell got in there? She put the suitcase down. My clothes, she said. I'm going with you. Can I? Okay. What? I said. I almost fell over when she said that. I swear to God, I did. I got sort of dizzy and I thought I was going to pass out or something. I took them down the back elevator so Charlene wouldn't see me. It isn't heavy. All I have in it is 2 dresses and my moccasins and my underwear and socks and stuff and some other things. Feel it. It isn't heavy. Feel it once. Can I go with you? Hold it. Can I, please? No, shut up. I thought I was going to pass out cold. I mean, I didn't want to tell her to shut up and all, but I thought I was going to pass out again. Why can't I? Please hold it. I want to do anything. I won't do anything. I'll just go with you, that's all. I won't even take my clothes with me if you don't want me to. I'll just take my you can't take anything because you're not going. I'm going alone, so shut up. Please hold it, please let me go. I'll be very, very, very you're not going now, shut up. Give me that bag, I said. I took the bag off her. I was almost all set to hit her. I thought I was going to smack her for a second. I really did. Started to cry. I thought you were supposed to play in school and all. I thought you were supposed to be in Benedict. Um, Benedict. What was it? Oh, supposed to be Benedict Arnold in the play and all. I said, I said it with very nasty. I said it very nasty. What do you want to do? Not be in the play? For God's sake. That made her cry even harder. I was glad all of a sudden. I wanted her to cry till her eyes practically dropped out. I almost hated her. I think I hated her most because she wouldn't be in the play anymore if she went away with me. Come on, I said. I started up the steps to the museum again. I figured that what I'd do was I'd check the crazy suitcase she brought in the check room, and then she could get it again at 3 o'clock after school. I knew she
couldn't take it back to school with her. Come on now, I said. She didn't go up the steps with me though. She wouldn't come with me. I went up anyway though and brought the bag in the check room and checked it. And then I came back again. She was still standing there on the sidewalk, but she turned her back on me when I came up to her. She can do that. She can turn her back on you when she feels like it. I'm not going away anywhere. I changed my mind. So stop crying and shut up. I said. The funny part was she wasn't even crying when I said that. She said it I said it anyway though. Come on, now. I'll walk you back to school. Come on, now. You'll be late. She wouldn't answer me or anything. I sort of tried to get hold of her hand, but she wouldn't let me. She kept turning around. Did you have your lunch? Had you had your lunch yet? She wouldn't answer me. All she did was she took off my red hunting hat, the one I gave her, and practically chucked it right in my face. Then she turned her back on me again. I knew it killed me, but I didn't say anything. I just picked it up and stuck it in my coat pocket. Come on, hey, I'll walk you back to school, I said. I'm not going back to school. I didn't know what to say when she said that. I just stood there for a couple minutes. You have to go back to school. You want to be in the play, don't you? You want to be in Benedict Arnold, don't you? No. Sure you do. Certainly you do. Come on now. Let's go, I said. In the first place, I'm not going away anywhere. I told you. I'm going home. I'm going home as soon as you go back to school. First, I'm going to go down to the station and get my bags. Then I'm going, yeah, go. Then I'm gonna go straight. I said I'm not going back to school. You can't do what you want to do, but I'm not going back to school, she said. So shut up. It was the first time she ever told me to shut up. It sounded terrible. God, it sounded terrible. It sounded worse than swearing. She still wouldn't look at me either. The first time I sort of put my hand on her shoulder or something, she wouldn't let me. Listen, do you want to go for a walk? I asked her. Do you want to go take a walk down the zoo? If I let you not go back to school this afternoon and go for a walk, will you cut out this crazy stuff? She wouldn't answer me, so I said it over again. If I let you skip school this afternoon and go for a little walk, will you cut out the crazy stuff? Will you go back to school tomorrow like a good girl? I may, and I may not, she said. Then she ran right the hell across the street, even without even looking to see if any cars were coming. She's a madman sometimes. I didn't follow her though. I knew she'd follow me, so I started walking downtown towards the zoo on the far side of the street. And she started walking downtown on the other side of the street. She wouldn't look over at me at all, and I could tell she was probably watching me on the corner of her crazy eye to see where I was going. Anyway, we kept walking that way all the way to the zoo. The only thing that bothered me was when a double-decker bus came along because then I couldn't see across the street and I couldn't see where she was. But then we got to the zoo and I yelled over to her, Phoebe, I'm going to the zoo. Come on now. She wouldn't look at me, but I could tell she heard me. And I started toward the steps of the zoo. I turned around and saw she was crossing the street and following me and all. There wasn't too many people in the zoo because it was sort of lousy day, but there were a few around and sea lions swimming pool and all. I started to go by and old Phoebe stopped and made out she was watching the sea lions getting fed. A guy was throwing fish at him, so I went back. I figured it was a good chance to catch up with her and all. I went up and sort of stood behind her and sort of put my hands on her shoulder, but she bent her knees and slid out from me. She can certainly be very snotty when she wants to. She kept standing there while the sea lions were getting fed, and I stood right behind her. I didn't put my hands on her shoulders then, or anything because if I had, she really would have beat it on me. Kids are funny. You have to watch what they're doing. She wouldn't walk right next to me when she left the sea lions, but she didn't walk too far away. She sort of walked on one side of the sidewalk and I walked on the other side. It wasn't too gorgeous, but it was better than having her walk about a mile away from me like before. We went up and walked watch this bears and that little hill for a while, but there wasn't much to watch. Only one of the bears was out, the polar bear. The other one, the brown bear, was in his goddamn cave and wouldn't come out. All you could see was his rear end. There was a little kid standing next to me with a cowboy hat over practically over his ears, and he kept telling his father, "Make him come out, Daddy. Make him come out." I looked at old Phoebe, but she wouldn't laugh. You know kids when they're sore at you. They won't laugh or anything. After we left the bears, we left the zoo and crossed over this little street in the park. And then we went through one of those little tunnels that always smell from somebody's taking a leak. It was on the way to the carousel. Oh, Phoebe still wouldn't talk to me or anything, but she's sort of walking next to me now. I took a hold of the bell at the back of her coat just for the hell of it, but she wouldn't let me. She said, "Keep your hands to yourself if you don't mind." She was still sore at me, but not as sore as she was before. Anyway, we kept getting closer and closer to the carousel, and you could start to hear the nutty music it always plays. It was playing "Oh Mary." It played that same song about 50 years when I was a little kid. That's one nice thing about carousels. They always play the same songs. I thought the carousel was closed in the wintertime, old Phoebe said. It was the first time she practically said anything. She probably forgot she was supposed to be in the store at me. Maybe because it's around Christmas, I said. She didn't say anything when I said that. She probably remembered she was supposed to be sore at me. "Do you want to go for a ride on it?" I said. I knew she probably did. When she was a tiny little kid and Ellie and DB and I used to go to the park with her, she was mad about the carousel. You couldn't get her off the goddamn thing. "I'm too big," she said. I thought she was going to answer me. I thought she wasn't going to answer me, but she did. "No, you're not. Go on. I'll wait for you. Go on," I said. We were right there then. There were a few kids riding on it, and mostly very little kids, and a few parents were waiting around outside, sitting on the benches and all. What I did was I went up to the window where they sell the tickets and bought old Phoebe a ticket. Then I gave it to her. She was standing right next to me. "Here," I said. "Wait a second. Take the rest of your dough too." I started giving her the rest of the dough she lent me. "You keep it. Keep it for me," she said. Then she said right afterward, "Please." That's depressing. When somebody says please to you, I mean, if it's Phoebe or somebody, that's depressed the hell out of me. But I put the dough back in my pocket. "Aren't you gonna write too?" she asked me. She was looking at me sort of funny. You could tell she wasn't too sure at me anymore. "Maybe I will next time. I'll watch you," I said. "Got your ticket?" "Yes." "Go ahead then. I'll be on the bench right over here. I'll watch you." I went over and sat down on this bench, and she went on the carousel. She walked all around it. I mean, she walked she walked once all the way around it. Then she sat down on the big brown beat up looking old horse. And the carousel started, and I watched her go around. There were only about 5 or 6 other kids on the ride, and the song the carousel was playing was "Smoke Gets in Your Eyes." It was playing it very jazzy and funny. All the kids were trying to grab for the golden ring, and so was old Phoebe, and I was sort of afraid she'd fall off the goddamn horse. But I didn't say anything or do anything. The thing was, with kids, if they want to grab for the gold ring, you have to let them do it and not say anything. If they fall off, they fall off, and if it's but it's bad if you say anything to them. When the ride was over, she got off her horse and came over to me. "You ride once too this time." "No, I'll just watch it. I think I'll just watch," I said. I gave her some more of her dough. "Here, get some more tickets." She took the dough off me. "I'm not mad at you anymore," she said. "I know. Hurry up. The thing's gonna start again." Then all of a sudden she gave me a kiss. Then she held her hand and said, "It's raining. It's starting to rain." "I know." Then what she said, it damn near killed me. She reached in her coat pocket and took out the red hunting hat and put it on my head. "Don't you want it? You can wear it a while." "Okay. Hurry up though. Now, you're gonna miss your ride."
You won't get your own horse or anything. She kept hanging around though. Did you mean it? What you said? You really aren't going away anymore? Are you really going home afterwards? She asked me. Yeah, I said. I meant it, too. I wasn't lying to her. I really did go home afterwards. Hurry up now, I said. The thing's starting. She ran and bought her ticket and got back on the goddamn carousel just in time. Then she walked all the way around it till she got her own horseback. Then she got on. She waved to me, and I waved back. Boy, it began to rain like a bastard. In buckets, I swear to God. All the parents and mothers and everybody went over and stood right under the roof of the carousel so they wouldn't get soaked to the skin or anything. But I stuck around on the bench for quite a while. I got pretty soaking wet, especially my neck and my pants. My hunting hat really gave me a lot of protection, in a way, but I got soaked anyway. I didn't care though. I felt so damn happy all of a sudden, the way old Phoebe kept going around and around. I was damn near bawling. I felt so damn happy, if you want to know the truth. I don't know why. It was just that she looked so damn nice. The way she kept going around and around in her blue coat and all. God, I wish you could have been there. Chapter 26. Oh my gosh. That's all I'm going to tell about. I could probably tell you that I did what I did after when I got home, and how I got stuck, and what school I'm supposed to go to next fall after I get out of here. But I don't feel like it. I really don't. That stuff doesn't interest me too much right now. A lot of people, especially this one psychoanalyst guy they have here, keeps asking me if I'm going to apply myself when I go back to school this September. That's such a stupid question, in my opinion. I mean, how do you know what you're going to do till you do it? The answer is you don't. I think I am, but how do I know? I swear it's a stupid question. Maybe he isn't as bad as the rest of them, but he keeps asking me a lot of questions too. He drove over last Saturday with this English babe that's in this new picture he's writing. She's was very affected. She's pretty affected, but very good looking. Anyway, one time when she went to the ladies' room, way the hell down the other wing, DB asked me what I thought about all the stuff I just finished telling you about. I didn't know what the hell to say. If you want to know the truth, I don't know what I think about it. I'm sorry, I told you so. I told so many people about it. About all I know is I sort of miss everybody I told them about. Even old Stradler and Ackley, for instance. I think I even miss the goddamn Maurice. It's funny. Don't ever tell anybody anything. If you do, you start missing everybody. And and that is the end of Catcher in the Rye. The Catcher in the Rye. Wow, we did it. It was 7 hours and 30 minutes. Woo! Oh my gosh. My throat hurts a lot. That's one thing. We get some water and come back. Oh my gosh. Okay. Just gonna see what you guys wrote. Oh. Let's see. Wow, that's a lot. Yeah. A twerk, ew. Oh, you're gonna read?
The whole book. Oh, my mother. What made me read this entire book? Okay, so I've been really, or how do I explain this? I've been watching a lot of PewDiePie's video. I mean, like I stopped for a while and then I got back into it, and I think he live streamed himself reading like a chapter of a book. I didn't watch all of it, but I saw like a snippet. He was reading a book, and I was like, "Oh, that's really cool." And I was like, "I want to read a book," because I didn't have the time to read a book, or I didn't set time to read a book. And I wanted to read this one for quite a while now. So I was like, "Oh, why not just read it?" And then I was like, "Why not just record myself doing it?" And then I started. I thought about live streaming, so that's why. Yeah, that's another thing. I didn't know how much this book cursed um, until I started. I was like, "Oh my god!" I just remembered as I was reading it. Um, yeah, it's crazy. Of course, I obviously don't mean it. Um, it's purely for reading. It's like, I mean, I'm never gonna say those words ever, unless it's for educational purposes, I guess, like reading, you know. Um, but like I honestly hate using those words, but it would be pretty boring, or not boring, but pretty annoying just pausing every time to not say those words. So that's why I said them, you know. It is a very nice mug. Thank you for pointing that out. I caught I haven't even drank my water. So I'm just reading the comments right now. I'll get to the ends later. Is he almost done? I finished. I just finished. I know you donate. No, don't donate. Oh well, when I hit 100, I'm gonna make an OnlyFans. So that's all I'm saying. He's almost halfway there. Nice. But oh shoot, you're still here. Let's go. I didn't miss it. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Sophia? Hi, Nico. Monkey. What? Beowulf. Man. Yeah. Don't worry. I mean, if you fell asleep, it's completely fine. I mean, I knew this was gonna be a long session. I mean, what, 7 hours and 37 minutes? Jeez. Yeah, it was gonna be pretty long, so I don't mind. I really don't. I just wanted to see if I was able to do it, and I messed up a lot. I messed up quite a bit, which was pretty shocking. I'm pretty illiterate, I guess. Um, but yeah, what did I think about the book? Um, you can really connect with the character, honestly. Um, Fed? What? What do you mean? Melon number 3. Oh my god. Okay. Anyways, what do I think about the book? I I personally really like it. Honestly, the way that you can put yourself in a Holden's like place, just it's worse when I'm tired. um, it's interesting because everyone can put himself everyone can put themselves in his place. I mean, everyone sort of wants attention, and multiple times he's always asking people if they want like a liquor, like, or they want to drink with him. He just wants someone to talk to, even with the prostitute. That's kind of funny. Um, and I mean, everyone wants attention at some point. Uh, but yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna get too in depth because I'm really tired. But I appreciate you guys vibing with me. I might upload this. I don't know how that works. Like, if you live stream, is it already uploaded into your channel, or do you have to like do something? I don't know, man. But um, yeah, yeah. Um, Merry Christmas, guys. I guess I don't know. I don't know what to do next. How are you gonna end this? Okay. Let's see, how do you end this? Oh, I have not taken a bathroom break. I did not take a bathroom break at all during this whole thing. Yeah. Bye. Thank you for watching. Let's see.